Hi everybody, Claire here. It's a bit early in the morning, so I'm trying to keep my voice down. You know, I don't want to wake anybody up. But I thought it would be a little fun if I uploaded everything during Kirby month that I did this year, just put it into one video. So if anybody wanted to binge it, that option is there. If you do binge it, let me know down in the comments because this is very long. I don't remember the exact length, but it's definitely, more than just an hour or two. These are unedited, so you are still going to hear all of the mistakes that I made. You are going to have to listen to the like, comment, and subscribe. I think this video is the best, that whole bit. You're going to have to hear those for every single one. The only exception are the end screens. I took those out, except for the very last one, for obvious reasons. But yeah, this is it for Kirby month, and even then, it's just, you can binge it. Oh, the copyability spotlight isn't on here either. Otherwise, completely unedited, in order, starting with Dreamland, ending with Forgotten Land. Enjoy!
Ho ho! Welcome, one and all, to the start of a brand new Kirby month. If you missed out on the intro video, Kirby fans got your back. Throughout the month of August, I'll be looking at a bunch of Kirby games and giving my thoughts onto why they could be considered the best or worst game in the whole franchise. I'm not going to be taking my own personal thoughts into this, so if you watched the Kirby gang rankings from 2 years ago, rejoice! You're getting a new content. What an idea. The structure of each of these videos is going to be the same. I'll start with a quick synopsis of the game itself, then go over why it could be considered the best game in the series, immediately followed up by why it could be considered the worst, because, hey, what else would you do other than complain? Have a little special surprise and look into what my Discord thinks of every game in question, and finally end on my own personal thoughts. Yes, I know what I just said before, but what are you gonna do about it? Before diving any deeper into the video, if you like what you see and want to help me out, please consider thinking this video is the best by giving it a like, tell me what your thoughts are on Kirby's Dreamland in the comments, and ring the notification bell after subscribing to really help me out. You can find me on Twitch, join my Discord server, or follow either one of my Twitters if you like me that much, but regardless, I appreciate it. Now then, Kirby's Dreamland is a simple platformer released in 1992 for the Game Boy. You control Kirby trying to make your way to Mountain Dedede and get the food that the nefarious King Dedede stole from the citizens of Dreamland back into their rightful hands, your mouths, at the end of the day. Game your way through 4 different action-packed levels and hopefully never go hungry again. This one is remarkably easy to explain. Kirby's Dreamland is the best in the series because without it, there simply wouldn't be Kirby. Wow, short video today. Glad I can finally be quick for once. Miracles do happen sometimes, huh? Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you Kirby Fluffle fans in another video. Bye! Tons of staples that we've come to expect from Kirby were introduced in this game, and throughout the years, in some regards, so little has been changed. Kirby's movement, the feel of the character, the attacks all being mapped to one button, and even the character of Kirby got to start here. And it's not just Kirby. Iconic enemies such as the Waddle Dee, Waddle Doo, Bronto Burt, Wispy Woods, Kracko, Sir Kibble, and who could forget everyone's favorite boss? You know the one, with a name 6 letters long and a battle that takes place above mountains, so memorable that we've seen this character come back in multiple games since? Of course, who could forget Kabula? On the note of day-to-day crying, Kirby's Dreamland did a lot more than just lay the groundwork for the gameplay. It paved the way for just about everything. The animations for this game are stellar. Kirby and Dedede are expressive, environments are varied and feel different even in black and white, or yellow and green, gotta love the Game Boy. Enemies are all easily identifiable and memorable, and come on, I'd have to be insane not to mention the Kirby dance. What I love so much about the Kirby dance here is that it isn't even really a dance. Because of hardware limitations, the developers had to make do with reusing sprites of Kirby and mashing them together in a way that makes it look like Kirby's dancing. We all know in our heart of hearts that he's dancing, but when stupid reality rears its ugly head, it's clear as day that I can't say it. I don't think my fragile little heart can take it. My fragile little heart can handle the music, though. Of course it's good. Kirby soundtracks are almost always good, but to be a specific point into the ground so hard that even I have to lampshade it, the music here is iconic. The series still uses every single one of the tracks to this very day. You've got some lesser used ones, your Castle Lolalos and your boss music tracks, but it's also filled with recognizable classics like Deddede's theme, Bubbly Clouds, and, of course, the Kirby dance. But at the end of the day, who could really forget? This game is a classic. I don't like using that term since I feel like people like to slap it on old media that hasn't actually aged well to excuse how poorly it's aged, but truthfully, this game in all sense of the term is a classic. So much of what we know and love about Kirby now, we owe to this game, with plenty of elements that help it feel fresh to this very day. And if you're still on the fence, well over 400 people have submitted runs to speedrun.com for the normal mode alone. I didn't even get into the extra mode for this game, which is so crazy and wild that it's hard not to love. Truly, this is a game that appeals to everyone, while still setting the bar for the franchise that, for all we know, may never be topped. And that, my friends, is why Kirby's Dream Land is the best game in the series. Alrighty, okay, that's cute and all. Who doesn't like cute, am I right? But the game is 4 levels long. Literally, every other game in the series is longer than this, filled to the brim with... Oh, what's that pesky little word I'm looking for? Content? Fun or not, there's only so many times I can play these 4 levels before I just get bored. Besides, it's not like there's a lot going on with Kirby himself. What can Kirby do here? Walk? Wow, that's so impressive. No other game has done that before. Ever! Even the things that are actually unique, like Kirby's floating, don't really amount to much because there's only so much that can be done with 4 levels. No other game in the series has this issue because there's actually a respectable amount of content, but a good chunk of them also have a defining factor that makes them borderline infinitely replayable. You know it. Copy abilities. We have the next game in the series to thank for those, which leaves this game feeling awfully dry. Without copy abilities, Kirby blends into the crowd of 90s platformers, except he somehow feels even simpler and easier than most. Oh, but if the game is just too easy, play the extra mode. What, where enemies are stupidly fast and hard to react to, leaving you practically guessing if they're gonna show up or not? Making the game either a slow trot or a total guessing game is not my idea of a good time. It's cool that the devs were trying to think of everyone, I'll grant, even playing a potential devil's advocate. I'm not here to get mad at real people, it's just stupid. But in execution, it doesn't result in a good time. It's cool that the game did pave the way for so much of what came forward, but newsflash, they all do what this game did better. Kirby's movement? The adventure has a dash and a slide. The look of the game? It's admittedly aged pretty well, but it didn't even take 5 years to get the games like Superstar. Even for handhelds, wouldn't it make sense for its sequel to be more impressive? Especially since, shock, it has content. And if we're talking about iconic characters, this game doesn't even have Meta Knight. How are you going to talk about iconic Kirby characters and ignore him? And for all the Waddle Dee that this game has, no Bandana Dee either. For shame. And all of that gets a pass just because over 400 people speedrun it. Big surprise! A lot of people are gonna speedrun a 20-minute long game. Does that mean anything for its overall quality? No. At the end of the day, you gotta give credit where credit is due, for sure, but does this game actually hold up? Of course not. And with that in mind, there you go. That is why Kirby's Dream Land is the worst game in the series. Before we get into my final thoughts, which, truth be told, I made so many videos about Kirby's Dream Land at this point, you should really know what they are by now. I mentioned before that I had asked my Discord questions every day about which of the games that we're covering for Kirby Month this year, what their thoughts on them were. The reception for Dreamland in my Discord was generally positive, not too much in the way of people really loving it. People seem to really like the idea of the extra mode, wishing it would come back in more games, and while pressing up to fly is definitely something that people had to get used to, and acknowledging the fact that it didn't have copy abilities or anything, people still generally really liked it. We even have somebody who thought it was way better than Dreamland 2. Do I agree with that notion? You'll have to find out. Kirby's Dream Land is not a game that's going to be for everyone. It's short, it's easy, and if you just plan to play it one time and discard it, you're probably not going to think about it for very long. That said, I think there is a reason why the game is remembered fondly to this day, and not just the 400 people that are speedrunning it. The game sold over 5 million copies on release, kickstarted the career of Masahiro Sakurai, and of course, paved the way for one of gaming's titans for over 30 years now. There's something here that makes it special. People have their problems with it, and I do respect that, but everything about the game was made to make it replayable, easy to pick up, and most importantly, fun. It's a pleasant experience that doesn't overstay its welcome, but just kinda stays in your mind. Maybe you do just want to speedrun it a bunch. Maybe you want to relive a fun part of your childhood. Maybe you can't even explain it, but at the end of the day, Kirby's Dream Land does keep you coming back. Kirby's Dream Land is a personal favorite. To this day, I can still feel the love and charm put into it when I play it, and whenever the time comes for me to replay a bunch of Kirby games, I almost look forward to this one the most. Not quite the absolute most, but that's more on the other games being so good than anything. Between this video, my Kirby game ranking series, the video I made comparing it to the first Fire Emblem game, the Kirby boss rankings, my playing multiple games at once videos, and what other scattered mentions I have of it over the years, this is just a game that never gets old for me. I very clearly have a problem in regards to talking about it. I've probably talked about it for longer than the game's actual length, but that's fine by me. The whole fun with short games is playing them and getting dummy good, understanding them in and out. Long, very long story short, this game is a winner. It's not my favorite, but it is a real winner. This video is gonna have a bit of a weird opening to it, I'll be honest. I don't really know how to start this one. Kirby's Adventure is a video game, and that's all I can really think to say about it. I have so many strong feelings on the game, so I mostly want to let the video speak for itself, before diving into both what makes it special and not so special. But before we dive any deeper in the video, if you like what you see and want to help me out, please consider thinking this video is the best by giving it a like, tell me what your thoughts are on Kirby's Adventure in the comments, and ring the notification bell after subscribing to really help me out. You can find me on Twitch, join my Discord, or follow either of one of my Twitters if you like me that much, but regardless, I appreciate it. With that said, it's a restless day in Dreamland as Kirby and the rest have lost their ability to dream. As it turns out, the Star Rod, which fuels the Fountain of Dreams, is missing. Who else does Kirby find bathing in the fountain than our favorite boss, for real this time, King Dedede. Kirby sets off through 7 different worlds to recover the pieces of the Star Rod that Dedede broke, restoring dreams for everyone in Dreamland. Also, Kirby draws himself on the pause screen. This face says it all. You thought my joke about Kirby's Dream Land being easy to explain was short? I can do this one in 2 words. Copy ability. Yeah, 2 words. That's a new record for me. Definitely deserving of the likes, comments, and subscriptions now. If Kirby's Dream Land introduced the series, then Kirby's Adventure is the one that really set it apart. In every respect, copy abilities are the biggest factor behind Kirby's success to this day. Not even in execution, just the idea of copying what an enemy can do, but with Kirby's own personal spin on it, a lot of which is doing 10,000 times better than whatever he inhales, was brilliant. For this power-up, you don't even need an item or an in-game currency or beating a powerful boss. You just walk up to an enemy and press B. 2 buttons, bam, a whole new world of possibilities opens up. Fortunately for everyone who played it, Kirby's Adventure did a really good job with making the copy abilities distinct and unique. They're much simpler than what we'd find in later games, but that's part of what makes them so much fun. In a game like Superstar, many abilities act differently if you're standing still, or running around, or jumping after running around, holding a direction. It can make it all feel like too much at times. But here, you press a button, Kirby does a move. Very rarely is there anything beyond that, and if there is, it's very easy to understand, like with Sword. You slash when you're on the ground, and you spin when you're in the air. Simple. The game presents itself around the copy ability so well. There are puzzles, combat, exploration, unique interactions, boss fights, the whole 9 yards that feel completely different depending on what ability you use. There are even some of these that restrict you with a certain ability, giving these moments an entirely different presence than the rest of the game. But regardless of what you're doing, the entire thing revolves around Kirby and what Kirby does best, which is now copying abilities. It's kind of funny, in a way, because you feel the effects of copy abilities the most after playing a game that doesn't have them. Case in point, the game that I covered yesterday. Nothing against Dreamland, but the replay value of that game comes through solid levels and the short length. That's a great way to make a fun game, but things are so much more sustainable here. Because you can copy abilities, all of them make going through each level feel different in its own way. The replayability is very high. A lot of the abilities introduced to this game are series staples too. I talked about Sword already, but anybody who's had a passing glance at Kirby over the years knows about stuff like Beam, or Fire, or Ice, Cutter, Spark, Sleep, Crash, Wheel, even my own personal favorite ability, Parasol, made its debut in this game. And coming back to the game years later, with all of the expanded movesets and balancing and such, these abilities still feel as fresh and fun as they always have. I'll even go to an absolute extreme and say that some of the abilities are at their best here. Any channel familiar knows that I'm going to say that Tornado is the most obvious standout ever, but even exclusive abilities like Ball and really strong ones that haven't felt the same sense, like UFO and Tornado. The fact that there's even one ability that feels like it's at its best here in the very first game is all you need to know. It just makes you think to yourself, like, wow, this really is a step above the rest. And okay, there's a lot of other reasons why this game could be considered the best. Its incredible visuals, the excellent overall presentation, some of the best NES music there ever was, the game starting during the day and ending at night, you know, when you're dreaming, but the introduction and immediate home run of the copy abilities is really all you need. If they were implemented poorly or felt outdated, maybe things would be different. But as it is, the copy abilities morphing the game around them wholeheartedly works, and is why Kirby's Adventure is the best game in the series. Oh, I thought I was super clever before, needing only 2 words to describe why this game is so great. Well, I've got myself beat. I've got 1 word to describe why this game is the bottom of the barrel, and that word is lag. The game can boast whatever technical achievement that it wants, but when it gets in the way of the actual game itself, there's a problem. Speedrunners have to make sure that they move in specific ways as to not cause the game to completely fall apart, which really speaks for itself. And don't worry, the lag isn't the only issue. It is, however, the face of the big issue that holds the game back. It was far too ambitious. Normally, you could hardly blame a group for wanting to do so much. Otherwise, we just get the same game over and over again. But Kirby's Adventure went way too far, and when stronger alternatives were literally right there, the Super Nintendo was very much alive and well at this point, it's a lot easier to get frustrated that this game was for the NES. For example, the abilities themselves for sure were a good idea, and one that sounds like a programming nightmare. The lag, again, speaks for itself on how well the end product turned out, but there's a lot more to it than just that. I don't know if there was an ability quota or something, but they really liked having abilities that had no business being in the game. What is the difference between fire and ice? Why have freeze when you have ice, or burning when you have fire? Can't throw have been morphed with backdrop? What is even the point of light? Why are needle and spark practically the same, except one doesn't destroy the game with lag? I'm not even gonna go after easy targets here like sleep. Well, I mean, I went after light, but you know what I mean. The name of the game is supposed to be experimenting, finding your favorites and having fun expressing yourself through the way that you use them, but what it turns out being is a game of trial and error to find out which ones make the game the most tolerable. Because of this, the levels simply do not work, because they're designed around using abilities. And again, this wouldn't have been a problem at all on stronger hardware. Nothing would be lost if the game was simply for the Super Nintendo instead, and this is the only game in the series that has that problem. Other games have been made late into a console's life, sure, but they don't feel like molasses whenever too much is going on. Some like to claim that there's a lot of quote-unquote magic in Kirby's Adventure, but the only magic to find here is the overwhelming dopamine rush when you turn the game off. Wow, I really hit deep there, huh? Kirby's Dream Land is a fantastic showcase of making a simple, short game work. The levels are tight, Kirby is simple to control, and at the end of the day, it's fun. Even then, Dreamland had some impressive technical achievements for the Game Boy, and they didn't get in the way of the final product. If anything, they made the game even better. So when the very next one completely misses the mark, with the hardware necessary to see the team's vision through without butchering the experience right there, it's easy to see why Kirby's Adventure is the worst game in the series. Before getting into my final thoughts, once again, I did ask my Discord what their thoughts were on Kirby's Adventure. We had a lot more answers to this one than we did for Kirby's Dream Land, with some people even thinking that it was the best game on the NES. There were also people that had never even played it, some people that didn't even think it was that great and just okay, but nobody had anything bad to say about the music. Some even thought that it had perks over Nightmare in Dreamland, with Meta Knight throwing Kirby the invincibility candy for all kinds of hidden deeper story meaning. There was actually a very long talk about that one, but that's besides the point. Point is, even though not everybody liked Kirby's Adventure, many people really did. When I finally decided what the theme for this year's Kirby month was going to be, the best and worst for Kirby thing, Kirby's Adventure was my #1 hurdle that I knew I would need to cross. All of the reasons for this are very personal. Similar to Dreamland 1, I completely understand why there are people that don't like the game. I didn't bring up Nightmare in Dreamland because that came later, and I think it's only fair to judge games based on what they are, and compare to what came before, but there are a lot of people who prefer that game on top of everything against Adventure that I had already said. Regardless, Adventure is one of my all-time favorite games. It was the first video game I ever played, it's probably the game I've replayed the most, and it even introduced Parasol. Yeah, I know, there's a lot of personal attachment here, but even ignoring all of that, I still think the game is wonderful. What they managed to achieve on the NES really should not have been possible, but none of that matters if the game isn't actually good. And out of pretty much any NES game that I have ever played, none of them can even compare. There is a lot of love here, and it's clear and easy to see every step of the way. Even some of the negatives, I feel, are overblown a bit. I ranted about the lag for a while earlier, but I just play devil's advocate with those. I don't actually think the lag is that bad. At the very least, it doesn't hurt the overall experience. I've never once thought that I could have done something if it weren't for the lag. When you know how to set it up, the lag can even be good for a laugh here and there. Even if the lag is actually a point of contention, compared to the positives, it's no contest. I can't even begin to describe how fun this game is to just play. When I said the game was designed around abilities, I really meant abilities. Plural. There are so many puzzles that are clearly meant to be solved with one ability, but if you're good enough, they can be solved with virtually any. Did you know that you can fight Kracko with an ability other than high jump if you float instead? Or that you can get through the Parasol Spike Room with a wheel? Or that you can demolish the bosses of 7-2 with ball? Even at their simplest, the abilities are fun to mess around with. Kirby is still great to destroy everything with, new moves and all, so there's never a low point in terms of control. Level design is engaging and rewards creativity, boss fights are a fun change of pace, and the levels even thematically fit together. They're memorable too. I remember 7-2 being the mini-boss rush, or Butter Building having a few levels with the rotating buildings in the back, or this specific room in Yogurt Yard with the current pushing Kirby up from below, and how much faster you go with something like High Jump or Ball. I'm sorry, I know I'm just rambling at this point, but I love Kirby's Adventure so much. I've played it a million times, and while I'd love to say I'll play it a million more, that's a lie. We all know I'm going to be playing it more than just that. What is Kirby Month? Kirby Month is there to pick you up when you're feeling a little down. Kirby's Month is there to rearrange someone's face when they're acting like a clown. Kirby Month is a hamster, a fish, and an owl. And today is Kirby's Dream Land 2. And if you're not fighting on my side, well man, I pity you. Ahem! Before diving any deeper into the video, if you like what you see and you want to help me out, please consider thinking this video is the best by giving it a like, tell me what your thoughts are on Kirby's Dream Land 2 in the comments, and ring the notification bell after subscribing to really help me out. You can find me on Twitch, join my Discord server, or follow either one of my Twitters if you like me that much, but regardless, I appreciate it. Moving on. It's another peaceful day in Dreamland, until it's attacked by an unknown evil entity. Kirby and friends travel through 7 different worlds to stop this menace, and many other familiar faces that are acting violent. Kirby is not alone this time though. With Rick the Hamster, Coo the Owl, and Kind the Fish, you can mix and match with their returning copy abilities for brand new combinations. Can you help Kirby save the day once again? Super Game Boy Border. That's all you need to know. Okay. If Kirby's Adventure expanded the series in a whole new way, Kirby's Dream Land 2 does something far simpler, yet far more in line with Kirby. Despite all of the differences compared to the first game, this is still a direct sequel to Kirby's Dream Land. Instead of feeling completely different, Dream Land 2 actually feels like a proper follow-up. The controls, screen size, and especially the game feel is far closer to Dreamland 1 than Adventure. Aspects such as the copy abilities are borrowed from Adventure. Dreamland 2 was released after Adventure and all, but this isn't just an expanded Kirby, this is an expanded Kirby's Dreamland. Of course, the game being portable unlike Adventure gives it a major advantage. You can play it anywhere you want. And with it being a direct sequel to Dreamland, they obviously expanded the scope of the game too. And by expanded the scope, I mean holy heck, this is an actual full-blown game. 7 worlds, at least 3 levels each, copy abilities, 3 animal buddies, ability combinations with each buddy, mini-games for each boss fight, actual secrets, needed for 100% completion. They added so much to this game while still fitting it all in a tiny Game Boy cartridge. The Animal Friends system works really well too. The friends each have their own strengths, with Rick being good on the ground, Coo in the air, and Kind in the water. Based solely on their designs, anyone can instantly understand which animal friend would be good for what. And if not, that's fine, because the whole early game is about giving you each animal buddy in environments that are good for them, so you can find favorites for yourself. It's a great way to let players learn what the rules of the game are without interrupting the game flow. Of course, once the mid-game hits, things get a bit more intense, but it's still a very gradual rise. I've been talking about Adventure a decent amount already, but as far as the actual level design is concerned, Dreamland 2 differs pretty greatly from it. Adventure loved exciting set pieces and pretty straightforward level design, very rarely shifting away from that. Dreamland 2, while still having closed-off areas, opts for much larger rooms and more meaningful unlockables to find. Despite being on a smaller screen and generally inferior hardware, exploration is the name of the game for Dreamland 2. It goes without saying, but the rainbow drops that you can find in every world only add to this. There's only one in every world, but the middle name of this game, so to speak, is Simplicity. And then I guess the last name would be Best. But maybe most impressive about all of this is how pleasant it is to look at. Dreamland 2 definitely pushed some boundaries for the series in how much it could fit in a cartridge, but the fantastic sprite work deserves equal praise. The amount of sprites used for animations is far more than what you see in the previous handheld entry, obviously taking cues from Adventure. But Adventure doesn't have a lot of the assets that this game has, like the animal buddies, making this whole endeavor far more impressive. Moving around levels with all of the animal friends feels great because the animations on screen fit everything perfectly. And the music? A Kirby game with character themes, changing depending on which animal buddy you have? Enough said. All of this is what makes Dreamland 2 the best game in the series. It plays like an improved sequel to Dreamland, borrowing elements from Adventure, while taking the series in a brand new direction and nailing it on the first try, while having all of the limitations a game has by being on the Game Boy. The fact that it exists is impressive, but the fact that it's the best? Actually insane. Oh, right. That early game I was praising before has to have some of the worst level design I've ever seen in a Kirby game. I can't believe that the entirety of World 1 is the way that it is. You can literally just hold forward and get through the first level. This doesn't teach you anything except what one button does. World 2 is so visually similar, I often get the two confused, and World 3, the water world, one of the only areas with a substantial pool of water in the whole game. Maze aren't very good without Kine. If you have Ku or Rick, so help you. But once you get to World 4, there are not very many chances for Kine to shine. In general, there's a huge imbalance for the animal buddies. You can't make a game with levels like Dreamland 2 and then make Ku, and only Ku, the way that he is. See, Kine is good underwater and hard to use on land in a game with very few water areas, as stated earlier. Rick is good on land, but doesn't have much going for him in the air and can float in a game with large, wide open areas and bottomless pits. Ku struggles underwater, but can fly in the air freely with no restrictions in a game with as major of a focus on exploration as this. He's not even that hard to use. Even if you like Rick and Kine, why use them when Ku is right there? To be clear, this is not a speedrunning related problem. My favorite animal buddy has always been Kine, and I never use him in this game because Ku is just right there. Kine is clunky, Rick is too limited, Ku is fun to use. But hey, they each have their own theme that plays in the background, no matter what, when you're with them, so you can go to a different buddy if you get tired of hearing Ku's theme over and over. That's not only an awful way to encourage experimentation, it's just bad in execution. If you play Dreamland 2 with any character other than Kirby, there's 3 tracks in the entire game. And if you're just playing as Kirby, you get the regular music, but you don't get an animal buddy. The only reason to actually play this game over all the other ones. An old running gag in the community that's died off kind of, is that Ku's theme is the only theme in the whole game. Further reinforcing my point that, no, this is not a speedrunning issue. This is a Kirby's Dream Land 2 is the worst Kirby game issue. Oh shoot, I digressed pretty hard there. Getting back on track, the early game stinks, but it's not like the mid game is much better. The levels are actually levels now, which is nice. I shouldn't have to say that, but whatever. But this focus on exploration mostly just involves large, confusing rooms to go through. I'll be generous and blame the screen crunch, but I really don't like seeing a fork in the road, taking the wrong path, and not realizing I took the wrong path until it's far, far too late. And when you don't have to deal with nonsense like this, things go back to being pretty darn boring. It never goes back to how pathetic the early game can get, but best case scenario, this is World 4 of 7. By this point, I am at least expecting a little bit more. The game hits an absolute low point during the very final world, the endgame, Dark Castle. 7 levels, 3 of which are essentially mirrored repeats of 3 other levels, auto-scrollers that can kill you and are pure trial and error, and the whole thing just drags. All of this, mid-game included, is without going into how annoying it is to collect the rainbow drops. Unlike later games, the visual hints that you get to help you know which ability you need to get the drops are horrendous. It's definitely better on the Super Game Boy, but still not nearly enough. If the whole point of this game is to experiment with animal friends and go out of your way to find hidden goodies, but only one animal friend is enjoyable to use, which kills the soundtrack by the way, and the hidden goodies are obnoxiously cryptic, even trial and error sometimes, that does not sound like a fun time to me. If the levels were fun to go through, that'd be one thing, but if they aren't boring, they're tedious here. This is a sequel that had good ideas and for one reason or another, implemented everything so poorly that it turned out worse than the prequel. Which prequel? Yes. There you go, that is why Kirby's Dream Land 2 is the worst in the series. As per usual, I had asked my Discord what their thoughts on Kirby's Dream Land 2 were, and honestly, it was not very positive. The general consensus was that the game was fine, and even some people who grew a soft spot for it after multiple playthroughs, but nobody seemed to be a particularly big fan of how the puzzles were handled, the screen crunch, or Dark Castle. There is even somebody who called it the worst mainline game, which is a very spicy opinion, but is it one that I agree with? This script took me a very long time to write. Not because I had conflicting feelings or anything. In fact, coming in, this may have been, with one exception, the one I had the most concrete opinion on. The problem is that this is my least favorite Kirby game that we're covering for this year's Kirby month. I knew everything I wanted to say for why it was the worst, but despite the praise I've heard from fans of the game, in regards to both casual and speedrunning, I could never get into it. It isn't a bad game by any means, but I really don't like most of the levels here. Moving around in them is, I don't know, fine, I guess, but if the actual levels you move around in aren't some of the blandest in the entire series, they range from fine at best, confusing on average, and painfully trial and error at worst. I've given the game multiple chances, and while I've never found it hard, it is really held back by the hardware. It has some good ideas, most of which are improved upon in later games, but sad to say, this game is not for me. I am in the opinion that of the ones we're covering this month, this is actually the worst in the series. That Super Game Boy border, though, is pretty amazing, though. I'm not gonna deny that. Alright, YouTube, humor me here. Can you imagine a long time ago, in a faraway world, the distant past of pre-2008, that Kirby Superstar was unanimously agreed upon to be the best game in the series by just about everybody? I don't want to say too much about this since, you know, I don't want to spoil the rest of this 10 to 15 minute video. Watch time, you know the drill. So let's dive right in, shall we? Speaking of the watch time though, and diving, before we do dive any deeper into the video, if you like what you see and you want to help me out, please consider thinking this video is the best by giving it a like, tell me what your thoughts are on Kirby Superstar in the comments, and ring the notification bell after subscribing to really help me out. You can find me on Twitch, join my Discord, or follow my Twitter if you like me that much, but regardless, I appreciate it. Now then, there are 8 Kirby games in one cartridge. Rescue Dreamland's food from King Dedede. Again, see why Dynablade is stealing crops, collect treasure in a massive cave, stop Meta Knight from taking over Dreamland, eat food faster than Dedede, and stop the Sun and Moon from fighting by summoning the Wish Granter Nova. Play your way through the most action-packed Kirby game yet, with new abilities and full-blown movesets for each. Superstar is undeniably the single biggest stepping stone for the entire franchise. Adventure may have introduced copy abilities, and Dreamland 2 may have tried shaking things up, but Superstar is what took this idea to its absolute limit. Every ability has a full-blown moveset, with different inputs giving you different results. For example, with Beam, you still have your regular attack, but you also have different attacks to use when you're dashing, or when you jump out of a dash, or when you're really close to an enemy, or when you hold the attack button down. Abilities are actually fleshed out here, and you won't know all of what an ability can do after hitting the attack button just one time. The joy of simply experimenting with different abilities and finding a favorite is a huge selling point. Remake aside, we didn't get another game quite like this in the series until the Return to Dreamland decade. The experience is still present in those games too, but a common critique of all of them is that they aren't doing much to advance the Kirby formula. You could argue if that's true or false for each, but no matter how you look at it, there's really no getting more innovative than Superstar. Full-blown movesets for every single ability is a real game changer, not only for reasons already mentioned, but also for what it did to the pacing. Kirby Superstar is a game with very little downtime. It always feels like there's something to do. What that something is depends on which mode you're playing, but things are constantly moving, the action and speed rarely taking the time to slow down. These moments do exist, but they're so rare that they don't distract much from the action. In a mode like Great Cave or Milky Way Wishes, you definitely get some moments of levity here and there, but for modes like Revenge of Meta Knight and Gourmet Race, you're always moving, always progressing through the game. Overall, Superstar has one singular focus throughout every single game mode, and that is to keep you entertained with a thrilling game. And I guess just to make you really tense, there's at least one moment in every single game mode where you just go, oh my god. The decision to split the game into 8 different games was a brilliant decision. Having one adventure could have gotten old relatively quickly, especially for a game like this where the tools you're given are so powerful and very little can stand in your way, so splitting it into different game modes was a good call. Again, the Return to Dreamland style games tried pulling this off, but they all have their own gimmicks to spice up the action. Superstar is just Kirby gameplay, so instead of letting the formula get old, you mix things up with different ideas that make each mode stand out. Spring Breeze, as a mini remake of Dreamland, doesn't have anything to specifically set it apart, but it's the mode you're supposed to play first, so we can give it a pass. From there, you have modes like Dynablade, which has a world map, Gourmet Race, which is about collecting a lot of small objects, food in this case, while racing. That can't be good for Kirby or Dedede. Great Cave involves collecting treasure as you progress. Revenge of Mennonite tells a narrative about Dreamland being invaded while putting you on a time limit. And Milky Way Wishes drops a whole new way of interacting with enemies and copy abilities. Each of these modes has enough substance to feel satisfying to play through and finish. The arena and the minigames are also a very good time. They're just different in their structure. That said, Samurai Kirby is the slowest the pacing gets for Superstar, and in a way, that's kind of nice actually. Of course, this being the first Kirby game for the Super Nintendo, first made one anyway, we love you Dream Course, many improvements were made to the visuals and the audio. The music and sound effects are not only top-notch, but iconic. Gourmet Race, Versus Marks, Revenge of Mennonite, even Dedede's theme, at least the full version, all started here. Several others, including Green Greens, are also here and accounted for. Visually, you have to mention the incredible sprite work and the unique CG backgrounds. These give the game an entirely unique atmosphere to it. When you see a snapshot of this game, you immediately know that's Kirby Superstar. And of course, we have to talk about the little ouch Kirby on the roulette wheel. I don't even need to explain myself there, do I? This game also took some very excellent storytelling strides. Dreamland 2 may have sprinkled the seeds, but Superstar has the best unison of storytelling and gameplay flow. Text moves fast, cutscenes say everything you need to know, characters are expressive, and of course, every game mode has its own unique plot to further make them feel like their own adventure, their own experience, their own game. Even a mode as short as Spring Breeze or Gourmet Race get this treatment. They really didn't cut any corners. Kirby Superstar is good for many reasons. Gameplay, graphics, presentation, sound, music, storytelling, flow, variety, there are so many things going for it. But ultimately, what makes Superstar shine brightest is how far it pushed this simple idea that was introduced in Kirby's Adventure. This is easily one of, if not the, most ambitious Kirby games ever made, never settling. If Kirby's Adventure technically made abilities work on the NES, and Kirby's Dream Land 2 technically introduced new ideas and fit them on the Game Boy, then Superstar technically and literally perfected the formula. This is a masterpiece of the game, and all of those reasons, probably more, are why Kirby Superstar is the best game in the series. Alright, before anything, this is the last time in this video that I'll be talking about Superstar Ultra, except when I get to the part about my Discord, whatever. And that's just to say, no, the remake existing does not make Kirby Superstar the worst. Just because the remake is better doesn't necessarily make this worse than the other games. I'm here to tell you why these games are the best and the worst, not the best and the second best, with only the remake being better. Now then, when you hear about Superstar, its innovations are often brought to the forefront when talking about why it's so good. I'll give it to you straight. Superstar innovated Smash Bros., not Kirby. If this game is such a big deal, then why did it take 15 years to get another game like it? Why did the multiple game modes idea never come back even once? Why are helpers literally only a thing in this game? Even their implementation in Star Allies is completely different, far more streamlined, and 4-player, which is automatically better compared to here. And most importantly, why are all of these innovations not even that good? Abilities getting bigger movesets is cool, but the physics of the game do not go in tandem with these kinds of abilities. With or without them, the game doesn't feel quite right, but no other game in this series feels this off with the abilities in mind. It's hard to put game feel into words, but things like Kirby's jump arcs, how ability attacks work with Kirby's momentum, and the simple act of moving and jumping with abilities or without, it just all feels wrong. Call them laggy, too simple despite all their buttons, whatever, but aside from holding up and making you float, the previous games still at least felt right. Superstar can't even fully handle walking. How do you think it's gonna handle running or jumping or attacking? Ugh, it's a nightmare. I guess you can actually handle the controls after a time, but these multiple game modes, when you think you're getting used to them, poof, they're done, finished, finite. Why even have these? If this was just one singular game, then ideas could actually be fully fleshed out. Make the whole thing Great Cave, or Dynablade, or Milky Way Wishes. You'd have to make them longer considering there's less playtime in most of these than even some of the sub-games in a game like Mass Attack. But, I mean, that goes without saying. Even if this was one unified, meaningful, and just personally, longer experience, it still wouldn't amount to too much because everything here is just so basic. If you look at what Return to Dreamland introduced, and then the later games expanded on, there is actual meat and potatoes there. Superstar is nothing but action. And look, action games can be some of the most fun, blood-pumping games out there. And even looking at older games of its kind, they can still be really heckin' good, even if they are super basic. They can provide engagement through other means, like story, challenge, game feel, that stuff. Kirby Superstar is just way too basic, way too easy, and most importantly, way too mindless to be any of those things. It's the most dumbed-down kind of action game. Yes, you can go for the secret chests in Great Cave, unlock the ability rooms in Dynablade, find all of the abilities in Milky Way Wishes. Whatever, all that really changes is that you find some extra doors. Innovation is an important thing for games to have, but more important than that is the actual quality of the final product. Adventure is not a perfect game, but the simplistic nature of the levels, the control scheme, the game itself really, in tandem with the presentation, and even the story in kind of a way, makes it almost ethereal. What does Superstar do to help its case? These visuals? Some of the worst in this series, with easily the most dated looking backgrounds and really weird looking sprites? The music, loaded with tracks that have been remixed so much, you're either tired of hearing them or you've heard a better version in a different game? Yeah, sure. Overall, the game shows genuine promise, but that doesn't stop it from being the worst game in the series. You know what time it is now. This is the time when I talk about what my Discord thought of Kirby Superstar when I asked them what they thought about Kirby Superstar. No surprise, a lot of people were comparing it to Superstar Ultra, and at least as far as my Discord went, nobody really prefers the original to Superstar Ultra. That didn't necessarily mean that anybody thought it was bad. A lot of people really appreciate the innovation that it has, and that's all I can really think to say about it. Ultra's better, the original Superstar is still good, which is nice and everything, but this doesn't give me a lot to say for this bet. In my own humble opinion, Kirby Superstar is one of the pinnacles of the Super Nintendo, not to mention the entire Kirby franchise. Compared to earlier games, it took so many steps in the right direction, shifting the focus from a simple platformer to a fast-paced, action-packed platformer that still retains the simplicity from the older games. Every mode, from Spring Breeze to the arena, is an absolute joyride. Most of all, this is the first time that the copy abilities feel expressive. How you use abilities, what your favorites and least favorites are, says things about who you are. There's so much freedom with what you can do here. It's not perfect, especially in regards to the physics. I like how Kirby feels in this game, but I don't love it. Gourmet Race especially controls real poorly, and I can totally understand why the physics by themselves have their detractors. The increase of action also makes for a simpler game in terms of difficulty. Kirby's more overpowered than ever, resulting in a game that's far easier to autopilot your way through. I think it's more fun that way, which inherently makes me want to play it better. It isn't everybody's cup of tea, especially with Superstar Ultra being much cleaner, but there's a reason that this game was near unanimously considered the best in the series for over a decade, until the game was remade. I think that Kirby Superstar is one of the best. Okay, so YouTube is a visual medium and all that jazz, so I don't need to tell you what this game's art style is. You can tell just by looking at it. As for the game itself, before we dive any deeper, if you like what you see and want to help me out, please consider thinking this video is the best by giving it a like, tell me what your thoughts are on Kirby's Dream Land 3 in the comments, and ring the notification bell after subscribing to really help me out. You can find me on Twitch, join my Discord server, or follow my Twitter if you like me that much, but regardless, I appreciate it. And if you like this video, I made it for Kirby month number 4, and as is, I have 5 videos in this series currently. Feel free to check out the playlist for more. Moving on. Remember Dark Matter from Kirby's Dream Land 2? They're back! Kirby and friends, more friends in fact, go on another adventure throughout Dreamland to save the day from this invasive species. Returning friends like Rick, Kine, and Koo join new buddies, Pitch, Choo Choo, and Nago, in a gorgeous adventure to save the day. Combine returning abilities as well as the brand new cleaning with your friends for all kinds of fun. In the Dreamland 2 video, I went into detail about how it felt like the first direct sequel. I'm writing these scripts pretty far in advance, so I'm not sure if people agree or disagree with that point, but if we can't agree on that, we can certainly agree that Dreamland 3 is a direct sequel to Dreamland 2. The game has a slower pace, there's a focus on exploration over action, and as mentioned, the Animal Friends return with the same ability mixing gameplay from KDL 2. Dreamland 3 is Dreamland 2, but fully realized. Dreamland 3 may not be as action-packed as Superstar, but being a simpler game comes with its perks. Namely, it's much harder to blaze through enemies with very little thought. You can actually dash in this game with every character, in almost every circumstance, so it's not like the pacing of the game is worse than Superstar, but enemy placement feels much more planned out. On top of that, when you get hit in Dreamland 3, you don't have much time before you can take damage again. I don't want to give the illusion that this is a super hard game or anything, but it's definitely not as easy as you might think. Of course, this doesn't apply to the entire game. The early game is easier than the mid, and the game reaches its peak in terms of difficulty towards the end. It's a very natural difficulty progression, easily one of, if not the, best in the series in that regard. And don't get me wrong, Dreamland 3 has its fair share of cryptic puzzles, but a lot of the issues present in Dreamland 2 were fixed. You're actually given proper hints to the less obvious puzzles, there's a lot more variety, and because the camera is properly zoomed out, you don't have to worry about screen crunch ever. The levels still focus on exploring, but it certainly feels much better when you can fully see where you're going. It's also much better to explore with the animal buddies this time. As mentioned, moving with them feels a lot better because they can all dash. Kine in particular really benefits from this because, for some reason, his dash and his jump are completely insane. I'm not complaining, of course, but even Rick got off pretty well too. He still can't float, but he's got a good dash, he can jump on top of enemies to clear areas of the game faster, and he doesn't slip on ice. The new animal friends have their own ups and downs too. Pitch, for example, may not have the aerial prowess of Koo, but he can actually move on the ground, making him feel much more natural. Choo Choo and Nago have multiple mid-air jumps, but only Nago can jump on enemies like Rick can. In exchange, Choo Choo can climb on ceilings, which looks pretty fun, honestly. Basically, which animal friend you choose comes down entirely to personal preference. That's not quite the case for the speedrun, but we're talking about these games in a much broader sense, so it's fine. To back that up, there's a much better balance of land, air, and water compared to Dreamland 2. Water is still the rarest of the three, but because he's much better on land now, this doesn't affect Kine nearly as much. Also, while most of the animal buddies that aren't Kine still do struggle underwater, most of them aren't that bad. Controlling them is still fun, and that's what counts. I don't have any real way to segue into talking about the presentation, but this is the most obvious argument for Dreamland 3 being the best in the series, so it's okay. Just look at this game. The crayon coloring book aesthetic fits Kirby like a charm, the bright and cheery colors doing a wonderful job of inviting you to explore Dreamland at your own pace. In a strange way, it even helps the creepier aspects of the game stand out even more. Without getting too deep into spoilers for those who may want to try the game, the final boss fight has stuck out to so many players for so many years for a reason. Kirby 64 may have been the one that got the T rating, but it was not the first Kirby game to have blood in it. Let's just leave it at that. I should also mention that the music for this game is stellar as well. Super Nintendo music is always great, but Dreamland 3 has so many good tracks it's hard to keep count. The Sand Canyon meme music came from this game, so it has to have a stellar soundtrack. There's so many wonderful things about Dreamland 3 that make it such a wonderful time. I think the number one reason why it stands out so much is that it's one of the very few games that actually has a good balance of how it makes you feel while still being a really good game. Most games that are feel-good experiences focus so much on presentation that you're left with a very bare-bones game, and a lot of fantastic games can feel very dry in terms of things like inspiration, emotion, general presentation, originality, that stuff. Dreamland 3 is a masterfully built game with some of the best graphics of all time, and I think that's plenty of reasons to consider Dreamland 3 the best game in the series. Alright, so Dreamland 2 may not have had a dash, but Kirby and friends at least had a solid walk speed. Dreamland 3 is so obsessed with being lax and artsy that they made Kirby's walk speed the demonic plague I wouldn't set upon anybody. I get it, walk speed shouldn't be fast, but this? Oh, but you claim Kirby has a dash. And that's true, he does have one, and it's one of the weirdest dashes in the series. He speeds up way too fast for the camera keeps up, and he speeds up way too much in comparing to his walk. Doing things like jumping and turning around just feel off in comparison to his run speed. And when you factor in the animal buddies like Kyan, similar to what I mentioned before, things get even worse. The pacing is the shot in the heart for Dreamland 3, and is the main thing that makes this the worst in the series. Things like the cryptic heart stars and constantly getting hit definitely make it a worse experience by comparison, but this is one of the simplest arguments I've had to make thus far. Say what you will about Kirby Superstar, but it had fantastic game flow. You were never in the same place for a very long time, things were never confusing due to the simplistic nature of the controls, and there is always something to do. Enemies to fight, gaps to flow over, and maybe even collectibles to get. It's fun. Dreamland 3 is so slow that the experience that you're going to get is falling asleep. It also direly lacks in innovation. Dreamland 2 is to Dreamland 3 as Adventure is to Superstar, and while Adventure and Superstar are radically different because of how differently they're designed, Dreamland 2 and 3 are practically carbon copies of each other, and let me tell ya, calling this game Kirby's Dreamland 2 version 2 or KDL 2.2, whatever, is really not that far off. The animal buddy idea is ripped straight from Dreamland 2, the style of collectible is straightly ripped from Dreamland 2, the way copy abilities work is completely unchanged from Dreamland 2, even the structure of the boss fights, Dreamland 2. This may be the least inventive Kirby game of them all, masked behind its art style. And sure, even when playing a really mean devil's advocate, I'm not going to belly the graphics, but games are far more than just looking pretty. But wait! There's one concept they borrowed from Superstar to make a game like this stand out. Co-op! Player 2 can control Gooey. And look, I love Gooey dearly, and there's no reason that you shouldn't love Gooey dearly, but the co-op in this game has to be the worst. Gooey can't really do anything. He can eat enemies and copy their ability like Kirby, but only one player can have a good time with their animal buddy. If another player tries, the first player gets kicked off. So what's the point of playing as Gooey if only one player gets to have a good time? Dreamland 2 isn't perfect, but it took the first game, physics, controls, and all, and expanded it to such a degree on the same hardware that you really can't help but be impressed. The hardware is certainly better for Dreamland 3, but the software is worse. I know it came after Superstar, and I could easily critique it for going back to a slower-paced formula, but the formula is not the problem. Dreamland 2, Crystal Shards, and even Amazing Mirror and Squeak Squad are not what I'd call action-heavy games, but they range from really fine to really good. Dreamland 3 takes it too far in one direction, and unless you have bad insomnia and direly need sleep, or else you'll die or something, Dreamland 3 is the worst game in the series. You know what time it is, everybody. Time to find out what my Discord thinks of Kirby's Dreamland 3. And you thought I had nothing to say for Kirby Superstar? There is nothing here for Dreamland 3. Nobody dissed the art style, but at the same time, cute and charming was kind of the best thing people had to say about it. Not that it was bad or anything, but also not that it's particularly great either. I don't quite want to call Dreamland 3 divisive, but you'll see a lot of opinions on both sides. Some people really like the game, some people really don't. That's all well and good, but even though it's not my favorite, I find myself getting particularly sad when I hear negative takes on Dreamland 3. Even writing and reading this script is honestly really bumming me out. I guess you could call it my comfort game in that sense. The visuals, the sound, just the overall feel of the game makes me really happy. They went all out in that regard, and it shows. Of course, it's one of my favorites because I find the game so much fun to play. Even though Koo is still the clear-cut best animal friend, I find the other animal friends far more fun to play, making this a much easier game for me to get into casually. Going for 100% can be frustrating, as some of the heart stars are really cryptic, but enough of them are good to where it's a minor complaint, at least for me. It's slow-paced if you want to take it slow, but fast-paced if you run through the levels instead. Regardless of what kind of mood I'm in, I enjoy myself whenever I replay the game, and I think that's enough. It's certainly not for everybody, but at least for me, Kirby's Dreamland 3 is one of the best. Okay, listen. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that Kirby 64's commercial is the best one. It isn't. Go check out the Kirby's Avalanche commercial, or Dreamland 2 for games that we're covering this month. But, look at this little puppy! Oh, little puppies! Before diving any deeper into the video, if you like what you see and you want to help me out, please consider thinking this video is the best by giving it a like, tell me what your thoughts are on Kirby 64 in the comments, and ring the notification bell after subscribing to really help me out. You can find me on Twitch, join my Discord server, or follow me on Twitter if you like me that much, but regardless, I appreciate it. And if you enjoy a video like this, then I'm making a ton of videos like it, and Kirby 64 is the 6th video in the series. Check out the playlist if you want to see more. Now then. Ripple Star, home of the fairies. Here, the crystal is kept safe and sound from harm. That is, until returning villain Dark Matter shows up to try and take it. The Fairy Queen sends Ribbon, a brave little fairy, to escape with it as Ripple Star is engulfed in darkness. Unfortunately, Ribbon can't escape Dark Matter, but she refuses to let go of the crystal, until it's broken into several shards. Falling on Popstar, specifically falling onto a relaxing Kirby's head, she explains her plight. Kirby, always happy to help, sets out on a journey with her to save the day and find all of the crystal shards. Alright, so I know every time that literally anybody talks about Kirby 64, all they ever talk about is this point, so I'm gonna get it out of the way nice and early. Say it with me now. You can combine abilities together. Take fire, for example. This regular fire is cool and all, but you can get big fireball. If you hit a shoulder button and throw this spiky thing at an enemy, that would give you fire. But of course, it doesn't stop there, since you can combine any ability with any other ability. So if you opt for Fire and Cutter, you get the Fire Sword. If you ignore Fire at all and go for, let's say, Cutter and Bomb, you get a cool little ninja shuriken. Half the fun with this game is just goofing around and experimenting with different ability ideas. Destroying things with Spark and Stone is very fun for some, while going skiing as Ice plus Cutter is better for others. The ability mixing gives you an unprecedented amount of abilities to toy around with, and abilities aren't particularly hard to find. This is a Kirby game after all. There's nothing stopping you from either blasting through the game with your favorite combinations, or constantly changing it up with different ones. The game wants you to experiment, but is built in a way where you can still stick with your favorites. And regardless of which combination you stick with, you're going to love what you see. Kirby 64 is a technical masterpiece, a true showing of what the N64 could pull off. Characters look incredible, expressive even, which subconsciously gives you more of an attachment to them. Kirby character design is always great, but this is the first time we've really gotten to see Kirby look like this. Not just because it's 3D and all of that, but look at these facial expressions. This is the most charming that Kirby has ever looked to this day. And the environments? Oh man, the whole world of Kirby 64 is just so full of personality and life. These genuinely feel like locations that you could visit, and not just because the backgrounds look good or whatever. Things are so meticulously detailed and vibrant, and the simple experience of experiencing what these levels and worlds have to offer is a delight. Even some of the more video gamey levels, like exploring a level on the clouds and being shot out of these cannon-like enemies. They're called the Zebons, okay? And even for levels like these, the visuals are so charming and expressive and fun. You just love being here, playing the game and seeing the sights. Of course, I'd be pretty dumb if I didn't mention how much of the heavy lifting the camera does too. Kirby 64 takes full advantage of the fact that it's a 2.5D game. The movement may be 2D, but the characters and backgrounds are full 3D. Moving through levels and seeing the camera shift focus to make it look like Kirby is moving in different directions or zooming out to expand the scope and size of each level as you move. Oh my god, it's so good. But why leave all of the fun for your eyes? Let your ears get in on some of the action with one of the best soundtracks in the entire series. Every Kirby game has a wonderful soundtrack, but very unique sound font aside, and that's the good kind of unique, I'm not trying to be pretentious here, a big reason for that is the tonal variety. There are a lot of cute and upbeat tracks, of course, but there's more intense tracks and even some spooky, darker ones that help give Kirby 64 its unique flair. Not to mention, the music helps you feel more engrossed with the experience. Not that it really needed the help, but with the music it feels more whole, complete, you know? Kirby 64 also gives Kirby new pals to tag around with for the adventure too. The animal buddies took the day off, but Ribbon, Waddle Dee, Adeline, and everyone's favorite king, not Kabula, Day-to-Day join the adventure too. The cutscenes with these goofs in them are really charming and highlight Kirby 64's pretty strong story presentation. Kirby games are good at storytelling, but Kirby 64 stands out as the best game in the series for Kirby and friends, not just Kirby. Speaking of, all of these reasons are why Kirby 64 is so darn good. With that said, this was all kind of a time waster though. All I really needed to say was that there's an enemy in this game called Cha-Cha, and that they look like this while doing a little dance, and I think that really would have been enough. I mean, I know the video watch time has to be long and all, I'm just playing the YouTube game here, but still, this is pretty amazing, and it's kind of the only reason you need for Kirby 64 being the best in the series. The rest helps, but still. For those of you who are watching these videos as they release, you're all champs, but also not even one full day ago we talked about Kirby's Dream Land 3, a game that, while you could take steps to make it faster, could feel very slow. So what would you say if I told you that you can make a game even slower with even fewer ways to speed it up? Mix that all together and voila! Kirby 64. Okay, for starters, here's Kirby's walk speed. Here's his run speed. There's kinda no difference here, which is pathetic, especially after Dreamland 3. Oh, good grief. But Dreamland 3 also had a variety of ways to increase your speed, revolving around abilities and animal friends. The animal friends have been replaced, as mentioned earlier. Poor friends. And while the replacements offer a lot of character, they do nothing for the speed, flow, and overall feeling of the game. Day-to-Day feels strictly worse than Kirby in every regard, which is kind of sad since he kind of feels a lot like Kirby, except that he can't float or use abilities. He's stuck using a very, very, very slow hammer. But he can break walls. Great idea, right? Waddle Dee and Adeline are far less of an issue, but that doesn't mean that they're good. Adeline gives you food and power-ups every once in a blue moon, and Waddle Dee actually does a bunch of different things. Visually, anyway. As far as gameplay goes, most of them feel very similar, and big surprise, slow. This leaves the abilities to do the heavy lifting, and out of every single ability combination, guess how many of them do anything to boost your speed? Here's a reminder, there's a total of 36 unique ability combinations in the entire game. The answer? 5! There's fire, fire plus fire, ice plus stone of all things, technically stone plus cutter, but only if you get pitch, which is a 1 in 6 chance, ice plus cutter if you mash forward while using it. And that's all of them, yeah. That's not even 15% of the abilities in the entire game, and some of them don't work as well in the air. Oh, but how many abilities make Kirby move slower than his default walking speed? Now, I'm not talking about the ones where Kirby stands still. I specifically mean they make Kirby move slower. There's stone, ice, spark, cutter, stone plus stone, the other 5 variations of stone plus cutter, ice plus ice, needle plus bomb, spark plus spark, and cutter plus cutter. If we count stone plus cutter as one ability, just to do the game some favors, that's still 10 abilities. And fine, I can understand some of these, like stone, but considering your options are so dire to make Kirby move faster, having double the options to make Kirby specifically move slower and clunkier is an insult. And this is just Kirby's walking speed. I can give you more examples if we factor in his running speed, which remember is not that much faster at all. Having horrendously slow movement in a platformer is a death sentence. The feel of the character you're playing is key, and before long you're going to get annoyed at how bad and slow Kirby feels to control here. The game has other issues, don't get me wrong. It tries to put an emphasis on the story, but after the first 15-20 minutes, it basically gives up and feels really slapdash, something I don't think any other Kirby game really has to worry about. The boss fights may be spectacles, but that's all they are. These are the most pathetic boss fights in any Kirby game, and do little more than waste your time, something that Kirby 64 loves to do. Oh, and have I mentioned going for 100% yet? I could make this video like 15 minutes longer just complaining about that topic, but I have an entire video on this channel already devoted to talking about how bad it is to 100% it. I sound different as a warning, but if you can get over that, I'll have you watch that video so that I don't have to repeat myself or waste anybody's time, because Kirby 64 is doing enough of that already. At the end of the day, though, it all comes back to how much of a slog it is to play this game. Fully completing it, backtracking and all, would be so much more tolerable if Kirby didn't move so slow and feel so clunky. If the boss fights were still a joke but didn't move like they were 80 years old, they'd at least be fun to blast through really quick. Ability combinations that make you move slower wouldn't be as annoying since their stronger offenses or general goofiness would shine through better. Heck, even the story would have benefited, not only in terms of what you feel as you experience the game, but the cutscenes would naturally be put closer together. It would at least feel better implemented, you know? Unfortunately, we can't have nice things. Kirby feels bad and slow, and that is ultimately why Kirby 64 is the worst game in the series. Alrighty then, we actually have a decent amount to talk about with my Discord server today. Of course, the first answer to the question that I got was about combining the abilities being really cool, but I actually did get some complaints here regarding the abilities. Some people preferring having a bunch of abilities over a few of them that you could combine together. The pacing of the game was definitely the biggest problem that my Discord had, but somebody said Kirby 64 was epic and left it there, so really, how bad could the opinions be? I want to love Kirby 64. There's so much here that I already do love, that I don't see very often not only in other Kirby games, but other video games. You really feel like you're exploring these different lived-in worlds, regardless of if you just want to get to the end or actually seek out 100%. Some of the best music in the series can be found here too, and I'm sure I don't need to talk any more about the visuals than I already have. There's fun side content, ability mixing is a blast, and getting help from your buddies throughout the game just kind of makes it feel like a whole experience. But I can't lie to all of you wonderful people, the pacing of this game drags it down so much for me. I'm totally fine with playing a slower paced game. Yesterday, I guess spoilers if you haven't listened to me talk about Dreamland 3 yet, but I gushed about Dreamland 3, and that game can have very slow pacing. I literally said in the worst argument section, the game was best if you have insomnia and you need to sleep unless you die. But that's the important part. It can have slow pacing. You have simple and accessible options like a dash to help the game feel much faster. No matter what you do in Kirby 64, movement always feels slow and clunky to me. And unlike Dreamland 3, I actually have fallen asleep playing Kirby 64 in the past. I really like Kirby 64, but I can't say it's ever been one of my favorites. Fully completing it is a chore, parts of it feel like busy work, and most importantly, to me, moving in it feels bad. That doesn't nullify the things that I like about it, and at the end of the day, I would never call it a bad game, but would I ever call it one of my favorites? Absolutely not, but many people do, so clearly, the devs did something right here. Over the last few days, I've been taking a look at the main Kirby games that made up the original era of the franchise, and seeing what makes any one of them the best game in the series. Or the worst game in the series. You can watch those videos if you like. Please do, I'm starving ya. Like, comment, and subscribe, all that good stuff. But those videos technically aren't required. Today, I just wanted to go over this era of Kirby as a whole. Just a little talking piece on what I like about the era, what I don't like, and just kinda whatever comes to my mind. I wouldn't expect a super in-depth, thoughtful video like the others. I am releasing these daily, you gotta cut me some slack here, but I have strong thoughts on Kirby's humble beginnings and just wanted to talk about them. And I know I made the YouTuber joke already, but being serious, please tell me what you think about this era of Kirby in the comments. I genuinely want to hear what people think about stuff like this, especially regarding Kirby. First things first, even though I should probably put this at the end of the video to increase the average view time, I'm feeling chaotic today. What are my thoughts on this era as a whole? Yeah, I like it. Whenever I think of this era, I think of one thing: innovation. Both the main series games and the spin-offs were never afraid to try new, wild ideas to see what worked and what didn't. Obviously, this is the era where we got gems like Kirby Golf, but even just looking at the more traditional games, we got copy abilities in Adventure, full movesets in Superstar, Animal Friends in Dreamland 2, an all-out sketchy crayon art style in Dreamland 3, an increased focus on the world that you're playing your game in Kirby 64, and of course, the start of it all. These games were never afraid to try new ideas, and even if future eras weren't quite as experimental, the idea that Kirby games would always try new things never really left. There's so many iconic characters birthed from this era too. We have Kirby, of course, but even just looking at the very first game, we've got Waddle Dee, Waddle Doo, Wispy Woods, Kracko, Squishy, Poppy Bros, of course the man himself, King Dedede, and Kabula. Beyond that, of course, we've got Meta Knight, the iconic Dream Friends Rick, Kine, and Koo, Marks, Gooey, Adeline, and Ribbon, but even some more memorable faces like Mr. Shine and Mr. Right, Dark Matter, Pawn and Con, who could forget the ultimate Kirby character, Cha-Cha. Character design was a strong point of the series from the very beginning, and if nothing else, that hasn't changed. What certainly changed was how future games for a long time focused on certain characters. Two in particular, Meta Knight and Dedede. Meta Knight became less antagonistic, and Dedede became less of a focus. We'll get to why, but looking back on this era is always super fun when looking at these two. There's a bit of a reverse going on. The focus shifted so much so quickly, from Dedede to Meta Knight, debatably as early as Nightmare in Dreamland. Again, we'll get to that, but looking here, where Meta Knight's role is a lot more ambiguous, oftentimes serving as a penultimate boss, if he's even in a game at all, is something totally unheard of now. And Dedede getting all the love in basically every single game except for Superstar, with his 3 shining appearances being Dreamland, Adventure, and 64. We got a playable Dedede before we got a playable Meta Knight. Isn't that so weird to think about? Kirby, on the other hand, didn't undergo anything quite as intense. Kirby started out in Dreamland as a tiny little fella, ended the era as a tiny little fella, and spent the next one as a tiny little fella. The evolution of what Kirby did, on the other hand, certainly changed here, which isn't a surprise, considering how innovative this era was. Starting with the most basic of movesets and then spending the next 8 years completely changing everything? Yeah, that sounds about right. I will say that I find Kirby's friendliness comes off much stronger this era, at least after Adventure with that whole day-to-day misunderstanding fiasco. He spent the majority of the other main games, and even some spin-offs, making friends and doing what's right, for better or for worse. Many people choose to ignore Kirby's kindness, since this is quite the impulsive character we're talking about here, but this was Kirby's nicest era for sure. The next era doesn't have a lot going for it in terms of stories, and the one after... oh boy. The most fascinating part of this era, to me, is comparing the two different directors of the main titles. Of course, we've got Kirby's dad, Masahiro Sakurai, and the infamously mysterious Shimomura. You can tell who directed which, based solely on the game's pacing. Looking at Dreamland 1 and 2, for example, these games run on the same system and even have the same controls and feel to them, but Dreamland 1 is a game that just likes to throw things at you non-stop. Not to a fault or anything, but you're always super engaged, there's always something to do, and the levels are thought out in that regard. Dreamland 2, on the other hand, has much less to do, but a lot more to see. There's variance and flavor to the environments, and exploration is highly encouraged rather than being a thing that shows up once or twice. I find a lot of people looking back very fondly on games like 64 for reasons like this, but at the same time, there are so many people who still herald Adventure and Superstar as the best games in the series, even above their remakes and especially above Shimomura's games. But, and I know a lot of newer fans are waiting for me to talk about this, you can never escape the feeling that all of these games are archaic and of their time. None of them have aged with complete grace, and all of them have things that hold them back. Shimomura's games all have a similar issue of being way too cryptic and slow, but each game has their own detractors for different reasons. I talked about my main gripe with Kirby 64 being its speed, and for Dreamland 2 it was that it's just kinda boring, but I know people find the controls in Dreamland 3 to be far too loose. Unpredictable to an extent even. They all have old game issues, in air quotes, and even though I'm not that bothered by any of Dreamland 3's, I can't say I don't understand considering I do have issues with the other two. The Sakurai games though, whew. Yeesh, what happened here? Maybe it's just the fatigue of people thinking Sakurai still works on Kirby, but these three have gotten some serious flack in recent years. Dreamland 1 is too short to mean anything. Adventure lacks too much to be enjoyable. Superstar controls really poorly, which makes it really hard to go back to. And I should clarify, there is nothing wrong with people having these complaints. Agree or disagree, I think they're all valid. And not the, I'm trying to be nice so I'm saying they're valid. I mean actually valid. Even though I do in fact disagree with all three. With all of these games, even Dreamland 2, why not, I think what saves them from aging poorly was that drive to make something different from what came before. Similar as they are, I already talked about why Dreamland 1 and 2 feel so different despite having so many similarities. You can't tell me that Nightmare in Dreamland and Squeak Squad, for example, have that going for them. And anybody who played a Kirby game from 2011 all the way to right before Forgotten Land can tell you that those games felt really similar. I don't want to hate on those eras, I think the majority of the games within each are really good, but the main games of this era all felt so individual, and the spin-offs all felt so insane right to the bitter end with Tilt and Tumble. I'd also vouch that all of these games are really good as, you know, games. Aside from Dreamland 2, in my opinion at least, but 5 out of 6 is not bad. Channel familiars may know that my first Kirby game was Adventure, and only a couple of years later I played Superstar. I can't call myself wistful or nostalgic for this era though. My combined playtime with those games until I had a Wii was honestly only about 30 minutes. In the 90s, I only had a Game Boy and a PlayStation, and my time on the Game Boy was mostly Pokemon. I know, ironic, right? I didn't really get into Kirby until Nightmare in Dreamland. Again, ironic, right? Which was after this era. I only came back to play Dreamland 1, Adventure, Crystal Shards, all of these when I got a Wii later down the line. The last Kirby game I owned before my collection was complete and I just had to wait for new games to come out was Dreamland 2. If anything, a lot of the Kirby games from this era were an afterthought to me, games that looked cool but I had no way to play. God, the Wii was so good. My point is, ignoring those 30 minutes, my love for this era of Kirby does not come from nostalgia. I don't even like most 8-bit games very much, if I'm being perfectly honest. My love for this era is a genuine 2022 respect and admiration. Every game felt so different while still having a major emphasis on simple fun, and I love that. I find myself playing these games for fun more than I do future games. I play those for fun all the time too, don't get me wrong, but I get a lot more into that speedrunner mood and mentality, a feeling to do some funky challenge run, things like that. For one reason or another, kicking back and relaxing is far easier with a game like Adventure or Dreamland 3 than it is for something like Squeak Squad or Planet Robobot. That's probably what I like the most about this era, abstract as that is. If you don't understand, I'm sorry. I normally try to explain myself a little bit clearer in these, but this was just kind of a ramble style of video anyway. But with that, tell me, what are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments. I know I said that already, but I want to remind ya. You listen to me yak on about Kirby, it's only fair that I do the same. From here, we move on to the GBA, Wii, and DS, starting Kirby's current middle era. I never know what to call this one, so I guess give me ideas for that in the comments too. Starting with Nightmare in Dreamland and ending almost 10 years later with Mass Attack, that era has an entirely different feel to this one, despite the first game being a remake of Adventure. I'll give my thoughts on that era over the coming days, and we'll have another video like this one once we wrap that up, but until I see you again, I have been Claire Kirby Fan. Thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you around. Bye! Okay, so I don't want to start all of these just by saying this commercial is so good, guys, but come on, you can't blame me for having to talk about this one, or, in this case, sing about it. He's a man of many, many faces. He may be pink, but he's really dangerous. Such a jam. All that for a remake, too. You'll have to see it. Anyway, this is exciting since we now enter the next era of Kirby, following Kirby 64, Tilt and Tumble, and the anime. Well, we have nothing to worry about with the commercials, if nothing else. Every enemy he beats is another bad guy for Kirby to eat. Then he takes on their powers. Na-na. Before diving any deeper into the video, if you like what you see and want to help me out, please consider thinking this video is the best by giving it a like. Tell me what your thoughts are on Kirby, Nightmare in Dreamland in the comments, and ring the notification bell after subscribing to really help me out. You can find me on Twitch, join my Discord server, or follow my Twitter if you like me that much, but regardless, I appreciate it. Now then, as a remake of Kirby's Adventure, what's changed story-wise? Well, nothing. Kirby still wakes up from his sleep, unable to dream, and finds Dedede having a grand old time in the Fountain of Dreams. Kirby vows to get the Star Rod back so that the people of Dreamland will be able to have cozy, nice dreams again. Adventure your way through... Oh, this isn't Adventure anymore. That doesn't work. Platform your way through 7 different worlds and save Dreamland from its nightmare. Hey, that one's not too bad. I like that one. For some context, the last handheld Kirby game that we covered was Kirby's Dream Land 2. I know it was only 5-6 days ago, even less if you're watching this after the fact, probably. Regardless, aside from that game, every game that we've covered thus far has been on console, except for Dreamland 2, which definitely felt like a handheld game. Now, here comes Nightmare in Dreamland, a completely redone remaster of Adventure with better graphics, modernized controls, hats for every copy ability, just like Superstar, and most importantly, real stability. Nightmare will not start to lag if you look at it the wrong way. Nightmare in Dreamland is the first Kirby game to have all of the benefits of being portable with none of the downsides. If you were to have someone play Nightmare on a console who's never played it before, or Amazing Mirror or Squeak Squad, work with me here, there's a chance that they may not even realize that it's a handheld game. The controls are silky smooth, the best Kirby has seen thus far. Kirby has the dash from Adventure, isn't nearly as slow as the first 2 Dreamland games, has a good walking speed, unlike Dreamland 3 and 64, and moves far more naturally than in Superstar. It not only captures all of Kirby's Adventure onto one small cartridge, it also improves some of the flaws from other games too. And all on the GBA. But the team didn't simply stop at making the game look and control better. They made it look and control a lot more modern too. That may sound abstract, but fortunately, it's very simple to understand. Kirby's Adventure is an 8-bit game with very simple 8-bit looking backgrounds, all basic shapes and the like. And that's... cool and all, but Nightmare in Dreamland gave us a major upgrade with these dreamlike looking backgrounds. They all look like paintings that fit the mood of whatever level you're in. Far more complex than what Adventure offered, but not too much. It's just right. Speaking of Adventure, that game was perfect for a handheld. I could make the argument that this is the best game in the series since it's the perfect portable game that is indeed portable, and end it there. We have since gotten a portable Adventure on the 3DS, but since we're arguing that Nightmare is better anyway, that point is very moot. No other portable game in the series quite has this simplicity going for it, while still being a really fun and engaging game, while every game stuck on consoles is, well, stuck on consoles. You can't play this in the car ride home from grandma's, you know? And don't say anything about not having a backlit screen. We had tons of ways around that, even before the GBA-SP was a thing. Of course, I'd also be remiss not to mention the newly added Meta Nightmare, unlocked after you've unlocked enough in the extra mode. It's a speedrun focused mode where you blaze through the game as Meta Knight, and it is a blast. It's no surprise that this came back in later games, each of which have their own bells and whistles. But, in a way, the things added in future versions are what make this the best Meta Nightmare of them all. It's simple. This is speedrunning at its purest. You run through levels quickly with a limited kit and see if you can beat your personal best time and by how much. It isn't overwhelming, but simple. It isn't about posting your time to an online leaderboard and competing with random strangers, but about beating your own best time and seeing your own improvement. It's fantastic. Nightmare in Dreamland is the best game in the series because it's such a perfect lightning-in-a-bottle blend of everything great about Kirby. It's the perfect portable game that's fun and accessible. It has tons of replay value, regardless of if you're doing a standard run like an Adventure, or going all the way for Meta Nightmare. Levels are short but sweet, and did I mention this game bought copy ability hats back? Instant W. At the end of the day, even though I rambled on a lot because boy howdy can I ramble, it isn't complicated to see why Nightmare is the best, and that's why it's the best. Why did I write it like that? Okay, before going any further, I may bring it up, but Adventure existing isn't going to affect this at all. I've mentioned this a few times already, but just because that game exists and may or may not be better, doesn't make Nightmare the worst game in the series. Does it make it not the best? Maybe, but does it make it not the worst? No. Now, with that being out of the way, with this being the same game as Adventure, it has a lot of the same issues. Overlapping abilities, bland levels, breezy bosses, all of that. If you want to know about my case for Adventure being the worst, watch that video. The problem is that Nightmare introduces a slew of new issues. Notably, this game is somehow, very noticeably, easier. Enemies generally move slower here, and bosses are much easier to hit. Copy abilities deal more damage across the board, and close range abilities have a lot more range on them than before. A lot of the game was made bigger and slower, which is a bizarre decision, to say the least. Adventure was a game where, even though enemies could have erratic moving patterns, or you couldn't always deal a lot of damage really quickly, it never really felt unfair. It had its more challenging moments, of course, but it was an overall breezy ride that felt all the more comfortable because of its atmosphere. Those trickier moments stand out so much more because of this, and Nightmare in Dreamland just doesn't have any challenging moments. Start to finish, it's a breezy ride that never manages to stand out. The levels don't do much, the bosses are a joke, the copy abilities are way undercooked. It just feels so good having fire or burning as options when they both cleave through levels just as easily. Ice and freeze? Who cares? It doesn't matter. And no, I'm not saying it's bad because it's a remake. That's not the case. It worked in Adventure, it doesn't work here. Simple. Oh, but it's okay because this game has such bad screen crunch, you're gonna lose your ability even more than you did in Adventure. Great! Why play this when there are so many other games available that are just as simple, but still manage to offer so much more? Meta Nightmare sounds alluring, sure, but even that falls flat on its face. Look, not only do you need to clear enough of the main game to unlock the extra mode, which you need to clear enough of just to unlock Meta Nightmare. But what is Meta Nightmare? Going through the levels with 3 HP, no goal games, and oh yeah, no copy ability other than Sword. That's it. Later revisions of Meta Nightmare gave you so many more options that make Meta Knight feel so unique, so interesting, and so much fun to blast through levels with. You can call this simple, yeah, or you can call it undercooked. And unlike future versions, there's nothing that sets this apart. No breaks, no power-ups, nothing new added to the game. You don't even get to fight Nightmare, the game just ends after you beat Dedede. Why bother? And this is without mentioning all of the weird decisions made for the art direction. I mentioned how making everything larger wasn't a good call for the gameplay, but for the actual visuals, it definitely just looks strange. Kirby 64 had a lot of larger enemies too, with some funky looking backgrounds, but both of those things worked for that game, since the scope was so much larger, and a big goal of that game was to really help you feel engrossed as you were playing it. The camera was far more dynamic, stages could be zoomed farther out, models and backgrounds were fully 3D. You know, it made sense for things to be big in that game, and even then I wouldn't say it's quite as extreme as it is here. Nightmare isn't only the worst Kirby game, it's the worst Kirby portable game. Every portable entry going forward added so much more, some sticking with the more simplistic style, while others went for something more action-packed. They have actual variety, while Nightmare is stuck in an awkward spot of not having anything going for it. Even Dreamland 2, a game that came out over half a decade earlier, has more to help it stick out, and that game literally reuses aspects from Dreamland 1. You're gonna be in a rougher patch than something like that. Nothing about Nightmare works, and that's why it's the worst game in the series. Oh, and I want to mention, this may be the only time you'll ever hear me say this throughout all of Kirby month, so get ready for it. Nightmare in Dreamland is the worst because it's the only Kirby game with a not good soundtrack. I put this at the end because music is so subjective, but as is, GBA music is very polarizing. Oftentimes, GBA remakes of older games are criticized for their soundtracks. Nightmare is no exception, I'm far from alone on this. Amazing Mirror doesn't have this issue, as people tend to like that soundtrack a lot more, myself included, so this being the only one without a soundtrack that mostly everyone really likes, kinda yikes. But even after the music, do I have to talk about Butter Building? Everyone knew this was coming. I'll keep this short so that you don't have to suffer through a Claire rant video, but Adventure, rotating buildings. Nightmare, disappearing fog. Absolutely pathetic, pitiful, sad. I feel so many different layers of pity and dejective compunction that a downgrade this massive on what's supposed to be superior hardware actually exists. This is actually a thing that was made. How do you feel anything that doesn't leave a multi-layer knot that sinks deeper and deeper into the deep, dark depths of your stomach? Oh, I started ranting anyway, didn't I? Let's just move on. You know, considering that Nightmare in Dreamland is one of the most popular Kirby games, it might actually be the most popular after maybe Star Allies and Forgotten Land, I was expecting more input when I had asked my Discord what they thought of Nightmare in Dreamland. Everybody liked it, and it was definitely a super different feeling experience to Adventure, but most of my Discord actually preferred Adventure. They are both different experiences and are worth playing, which was definitely mirrored by my Discord. But if there was any reason why my Discord would prefer Nightmare in Dreamland, it was the controls. Like I mentioned before, the modernization of how Kirby moves and controls here is just much better for a lot of people than the more archaic feel of Adventure. Unlike the Superstar games, the common consensus on which game is better between Adventure and Nightmare changes on a dime. Some days, no, some hours, no, some minutes, it feels like everyone loves Adventure, while in others, it can feel like Nightmare is the only one that people actually care about. I've already explained why one being better than the other doesn't matter for the best or worst case, but for my own personal opinion, I find Adventure to be the far superior game. Again, watch the video, but it's not only because of the music, don't worry. It's a big reason, but I'm not that petty. I mean, I kind of am, just not in this case. Yeah, entirely. Nightmare, on its own merits, is fine. I enjoy playing it a lot, I enjoy watching runs of it, and I certainly enjoy that so many people grew up with a very competent Kirby game, specifically the one that I grew up with. Most of the new rooms added to this game are great, the ability balance is really good, and there's a lot of Kirby appeal to this game. You even get Meta Nightmare. How do you argue with that? This mode is amazing. Unfortunately, I still think, even ignoring Adventure, it has some major things going against it. I really don't like the music, but most of my other issues I can look past on their own. When you combine them together, though, I think you end up with a very flawed final product. A very good flawed final product, but all the same. Hey there, amazing viewers! Are you ready to be amazed by an amazing video? One talking about an amazing game on an amazing gaming device? One with amazing games like Kirby and the Amazing Mirror? Okay, you get the point. For some reason, whenever people talk about Amazing Mirror, the fact that it has amazing in the title is all people seem to care about. If I said something like, you'd shardly care about crystal shards, would anyone actually care? Doubtful, but amazing with Amazing Mirror, comedy, gold. Whoa. Before diving any deeper into the video, if you like what you see and want to help me out, please consider thinking this video is the best by giving it a like, tell me what your thoughts are on Kirby and the Amazing Mirror in the comments, and ring the notification bell after subscribing to really help me out. You can find me on Twitch, join my Discord server, or follow my Twitter if you like me that much, but regardless, I appreciate it. You can also check out the playlist that I've been doing for Kirby Month 4, as I call it, where I have a video similar to theming like this for every single mainline Kirby game. I think we've just about reached the double digits in terms of videos at this point, which is really exciting, so be sure to check out the playlist with every other video I've covered thus far. And now for an amazing plot synopsis. Dreamland is not in trouble, but the Mirror World is. A world parallel to Dreamland, only enterable through the Mirror Gateway, residing above Dreamland. The mirrors of the world are only showing sinister reflections, so Meta Knight goes to investigate. Meanwhile, Kirby's taking a nice little nap before being woken up by... Meta Knight? He attacks Kirby, splitting him into 4 different Kirbys. What's the meaning of this? Kirby and the other Kirbys fly after him on the Warp Star into the Mirror World, only to find that Meta Knight has shattered the Mirror World entrance. Can you help Kirby venture through 9 different worlds and save the Mirror World? Restore the Mirror Gateway back to one piece? Find out what's up with Meta Knight, and most importantly... Kirby? So, if you were watching, I can tell. You're smart, and since you're smart, you've played a couple of Kirby games in your life. I know these things. Having played those, you can expect the games to all feel a certain way, right? Platform through various levels, start to finish, and beat the final boss at the end. Well, I've got news for you. Amazing Mirror does not play by those rules. It makes its own rules, and those rules are, go explore these levels. This game is non-linear, the world is an open sandbox, and there's no such thing as point A to point B. Go wild! Simply wandering around the world is some of the most fun you could ever have in a Kirby game. You never know where you're going to end up, but finding new areas and, again, experiencing them is such a joyride. Kirby isn't normally this open, but due to the simplistic nature of these games, it takes no time at all to get used to. It almost feels like you're playing a regular Kirby game until you find an area that's really open-ended, or you get to pick from 2 branching paths. What always makes Kirby so great is here, with a new twist to make it fresh. Games like these are often called Metroidvanias, but I've also heard people say that Amazing Mirror isn't one of those kinds of games, and I am kind of inclined to agree. But what also makes Amazing Mirror stand out so much is that, regardless of which kind of thing it is, it's very much still a Kirby game. You don't find upgrades or anything like that. Copy abilities are the upgrades here, and the same perks they always provide are here and accounted for. You take Kirby, who's already fun to control, and give the little fella powerful new tools to get through the game with, and changing from one to the next is as simple as finding the right enemy and repeating the process. This works better here than in most others of its kind, as the power-ups in those games tend to be more of a permanent upgrade. You start with very little and you work your way up. However, Kirby starts with everything, and his enhancements are merely optional, temporary upgrades that you can use as you see fit, making the game just as enjoyable to play at the very beginning as the very end. The flow and feel of the game was carried over from Nightmare and Dreamland, which already controlled very well. Now, take that, but apply it to far larger areas with more to explore and move around in, and you have a perfect match. And boy howdy, do you have a lot of large areas to explore. Just looking at the maps for this game shows a vast, wide world to look around in, with all different kinds of branching paths, exits, boss fights, the works. There's 9 worlds worth of exploring to do, and each of them have a different theme, not only visually, but in terms of gameplay too. Something like Carrot Castle functions like a maze of sorts, while Peppermint Palace is sort of like Butter Building and how it's all about moving up, except this one has branching paths and some side routes that can even lead to you going down the building. Or, the palace, in this case. Of course, you can't talk about how great Amazing Mirror is without talking about the multiplayer. No other Kirby game, main series at least, has multiplayer nearly as engaging as Amazing Mirrors. With the game being so open, the idea was made to have every player be able to run off and do their own thing. If you meet up with another player, you can tag along with them. Or if not, no worries, you do you. There's really nothing like it, and the fact that another game in the series hasn't even tackled this idea is bizarre. Star Allies is the only other game with as much of a multiplayer focus as this, and without going into too much, this one definitely comes out on top in that regard. It also needs to be said that there's a lot more going on visually in this game than many others, which is good, considering you need to remember where specific locations are. Nightmare in Dreamland, being the first GBA Kirby game, felt very basic, visually. Amazing Mirror has far more impressive visuals, with better enemy variety, more animations, and some very impressive tech. Like this opening cutscene here. All the moving parts, like the background spinning and Mennonite and the Kirbys getting smaller as they get closer to the mirror, is really impressive, especially for something so early on in the game. And the music? Oh, I love the soundtrack so much, and many others do. It works way, way better than the mess that was Nightmare soundtrack. Music that was actually composed for the GBA and not NES music forced to fit for the GBA. Wonderful stuff. At the end of the day, there's just so much to do in Amazing Mirror. It feels like you could casually run around for new places to find for hours, and you'd still only scratch the surface. The game isn't very long if you just go from start to finish, making it a very enjoyable romp for some quick fun, but for the daring explorers out there, you'll find a masterpiece like no other. Because of how well it caters to both sides, while still being among the best of both of its genres, while packing excellent visuals and a great variety of music. Of course, I gotta say it, that's why Amazing Mirror is the best in the series. Wow! What a fun little ramble that was. Let me pick the game back up and see if I can enjoy it. Oh wait, I almost forgot. It's impossible to actually get anywhere because you have to unlock the ability to know where you're going. Amazing Mirror is the only Kirby game that's so bad it doesn't even want you to know where you are and what you're doing. And you have to unlock 9 of these. I guess the first 2 are on the main path, but that's still 7 maps that you have to find. 7 worlds to trudge through totally blindly, only hoping that you're headed in the right direction. And let's actually talk about the worlds that you traverse. You've got Rainbow Route, which is mostly a forest, then Moonlight Mansion, a castle-esque area, then Cabbage Cavern, which is mostly forest, okay, and then Mustard Mountain, which starts as another forest, but eventually becomes a lava area. Then is Carrot Castle, okay, but then Olive Ocean is a water area. Peppermint Palace is, oh my god, another castle. Then Radish Ruins is, well, ruins, but ruins of what? Something that's like a castle! Another castle! Then finally, Peppermint Palace is a space maze, which sounds cool, except you're playing Amazing Mirror, and getting lost is so easy. But it isn't another castle, right? Everything's okay, right? The creativity and imagination in this game is so dry. Of the 9 worlds, only 3 of them don't waste most of their time repeating already done level tropes within the same game. And listen, your lava level doesn't amount to much since it's mostly forest, which is done like 3 other times. And water levels? Oh boy, everyone loves those! Candy Constellation is the only one that's kind of unique, but you're batting a 1 out of 9 here. That's pathetic, not to mention the only area in the game with a boss that's stolen from another game. Yeah, real creative there. Why is this game so creatively bankrupt? There's so much potential here for fun unlockables, but the overwhelming majority of these treasure chests, all of which are mandatory for 100%ing the game by the way, contain food and 1-ups. You can get the spray paint, or more health, or whatever else, none of them matter at all. But how are you supposed to know if chests actually have something of value in them? The maps are in bigger chests, but why can't all important items be like that? And why can't there be more creative rewards and things like music and sounds, or health, or And how are you even supposed to know how to get there without a map to help guide you in one of the easiest games to get confused in? Because everything blends together by the end. Seriously, there is nothing making these levels unique or interesting. The backgrounds are different, but what you do in one area, you basically do in them all. I guess the lava and fire worlds having lava and fire are exceptions, but that's seriously not enough. I'm not even talking about something crazy, like a brand new addition to shake up the franchise forever, like the copy abilities. Just the most basic rewards you'd want in a game like this. I don't know, speed, upgrades, stronger attacks, anything. And we have health upgrades, I'll grant you that, but it doesn't amount to much since Kirby games are not very hard. Things like movement and character are what make these games great, not difficulty. So why does Kirby never change once throughout the entire game, except for the one part that doesn't matter? Why? So many whys being thrown out, which is the really big issue this game has. But it has its fair share of smaller issues too. For a literal example, why is Minnie even a thing? The new abilities added to this game have their fans, and even as a devil's advocate, I won't pick on anyone for liking them, but what I can target is an ability that removes your float, your ability to attack, and your ability to dash. You use Minnie to fit into small little holes, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 times? Couldn't you just make it so that players need to slide instead, or base actual challenges around Minnie? You lose Minnie whenever you leave your room anyway, so it just feels pointless and poorly thought out. This game is just a mess, which is unfortunate because the idea of a Kirby-roid mania, that's so bad, is amazing, but it didn't lean hard enough into either genre to leave any kind of impact. A Metra Kirby-vania, that's also terrible, a game that plays like any other game in the genre but with Kirby movement and copy abilities, frankly was good enough, but it's still far too rooted in being a Kirby game to actually stand out in any meaningful way. And that, my wonderful viewers, is why Kirby and the Amazing Mirror is the worst game in the series. Wow, we actually had a bit of differing opinions for Amazing Mirror in my Discord server. I wasn't expecting that when I asked, but the very first response that I got was that somebody enjoyed it, then got lost and completely lost interest. Of course, there were also complaints about how getting a game over killed the pacing, and it didn't really fully capitalize on its concept. However, the people that like Amazing Mirror really liked Amazing Mirror. Favorite of the non-Superstar style games? You bet. Best co-op in any Kirby game? You got it here. Epic? You bet. And if you're using the term epic to describe your opinion on a game, really, how bad can it be? I said this in Kirby 64. Darn it, I'm still saying it here. Amazing Mirror is a favorite of mine for sure, but I can see why it has its detractors. Kirby plus Metroidvania sounds like a perfect fit on paper, even if it comes off more of an open world than a Metroidvania. But like I said, seeing as how it doesn't lean too far into any of the genres I just listed, I can understand the complaint that it doesn't wind up being the sum of its parts. The unlockables are fine for a Kirby game, but not for a Metroidvania, vice versa for the non-linear level design. If you're used to most of the other games, it's really easy to get lost, and needing to unlock the maps that tell you where to go can be confusing. But that doesn't matter to me because exploring these areas is just really fun. The movement and physics are outstanding, some of the best that Kirby's ever had, and traveling through the levels with copy abilities only adds to the fun. Maybe if I was more of a fan of the standard Metroidvanias, or open worlds, whatever, I'd feel differently, but I'd much rather have everything unlocked from the get-go, and let the enjoyment come from exploration than getting power-ups to my base movement. Which is kind of funny since that's what copy abilities do, but you know what I mean. Imagine if you had to unlock buffs for a normal Kirby, like floating or whatever, that's what I mean. Is it perfect? No, but it feels unique enough while still having a lot of good things going for it that this lands as one of my favorites. I recommend playing it, especially if you can find a way to play with other people. It lags, sure, but it's just too much fun. This isn't a conventional Kirby game, but sometimes that's just what you need, right? Hey everyone, this script actually wound up being really long, For some reason, I guess you could say I was cursed to make a long video, but that's not really an amazing joke now, is it? Since the script is so long, we're just going to get started, but before we dive any deeper into the video, if you like what you see and want to help me out, please consider thinking this video is the best by giving it a like, tell me what your thoughts are on Kirby Canvas Curse in the comments, and ringing the notification bell after subscribing really helps me out. You can find me on Twitch, join my Discord server, or follow either one of my Twitters if you like me that much, but regardless, I appreciate it. If you want to know the arguments that I have for why the Kirby games before Canvas Curse could be considered the worst or the best, I have a playlist covering them, which was linked back at the start of the video. You can go back and check out that playlist if you want more Kirby fan Claire goodness. But if you're all caught up and ready for more, one day, Kirby was having the nice sensation of relaxation until the wizard Dracia turned him into a ball. Kirby was helpless to do anything besides being trapped in a painting by Dracia, alongside all of Dreamland. Fortunately for Kirby, Dracia left her power paintbrush behind, see you UK viewers, and decides to help Kirby out. The paintbrush drawing a path for Kirby to move through, and Kirby fighting to save the day as always. Can you help Kirby without using any of the buttons on your DS? Next up for start, lol pausing, and save Dreamland from becoming a painting forever. The year is 2004. It's E3 time, Reggie makes a name for himself, and the legend himself, Satoru Iwata, pulls out the Nintendo DS. It was a pretty big deal, what with the little thing having two screens, with one of them having touch controls. It was neat, but what's even neater is that, not even a full year later, we got to see a game fully realize the potential of a touchscreen-only game. And there were some great games that didn't utilize the touchscreen, like New Super Mario Bros., and others that only used the touchscreen, but in ways that were being done elsewhere, like Elite Beat Agents, but the first game to really catch on with only the touchscreen in a way we had never seen before was Canvas Curse. There's a parallel universe out there, somewhere, where Canvas Curse is a more influential game than Superstar. Think on that. Like I said in the plot synopsis, Kirby is limbless for this adventure, so moving around beyond a light stroll is a little difficult for the little ball. That's where you and the paintbrush come in. You draw lines using the DS stylus for Kirby to move around, and tapping on Kirby will grant a boost in speed. It's a dash. You can also stun enemies, which will allow Kirby to take them out, which will also give you extra speed. Dashing into them works too, if you'd rather. Of course, if you do either to an enemy that gives you an ability, you can get an ability. It's all remarkably simple and easy to understand, and while there isn't a lot of depth to Kirby's base moveset, it's moving around that makes this game so good. Like any Kirby game, you have free reign to move around anywhere. Up, down, left, right, diagonal, doesn't matter. But what's so great about Canvas Curse is that unlike basically every other Kirby game, you don't have to sacrifice your mobility, since Kirby doesn't float. Those lines that you draw to move Kirby around, you can draw them to move Kirby up. It's so simple, but being able to effortlessly do something that actively slows you down in the other games is such a blast. And it isn't like levels aren't made around this fact. Many are very open and actively encourage you to explore in all different locations. That said, it doesn't shy away from smaller, more closed-off areas either. This is still a Kirby game, and fun, action-packed segments are plentiful on top of the more exploration-heavy set pieces. They complement each other very well and help prevent the game from becoming too stale. I wouldn't call the combat of Canvas Curse intense or deep, but because it's so simple and fast, it's really fun to take down a bunch of enemies and try to keep Kirby's speed up. There's even some cases where the two are mixed together, and you need to take out enemies while solving puzzles. Despite the totally new control scheme, the game understands what makes Kirby so great and rolls with it. I often hear that Kirby games, not spin-offs at least, don't venture far enough out from tradition. Amazing Mirror still feels just like Kirby, but more open. Superstar is just a Kirby game with expanded abilities and the different game modes. Forgotten Land is just Kirby, but 3D. I personally disagree with all of these, but because Canvas Curse is so radically different, you'd assume it wouldn't feel much like a Kirby at all, but no, this is unmistakably a Kirby game. Inhaling enemies and floating are in here, but that's about it. And even then, you basically deal with enemies like you would in any other game, and line drawing is the same way in regards to floating. If anything, these keep the pace going faster and can feel even more fun. The abilities are no slouch either. Normal Kirby can do plenty, as I've already described, but despite how few there are, the abilities all feel really fresh, and each stand out from each other. You see Spark and Needle in the same game and think, oh no, another Nightmare in Dreamland adventure situation. And Needle functions how you think it would, except it gives you an insane momentum boost whenever you use it, and if you can keep your line drawing going, then the insane speeds that you can reach are insane. Canvas Curse gave Needle a dash first, just saying. As cool as that is though, Spark has been completely reworked. Instead of protecting Kirby like Needle, Kirby releases a jolt of lightning directly above him, going through walls and hitting enemies, switches, the works. You still do a little dash, so Kirby isn't totally helpless, but Spark is more about hitting things above Kirby, whereas Needle is about moving fast and hitting anything that stands in its path. All of the abilities are like this. Think Burning and Wheel are too similar. Wheel has longer startup, but never stops. Burning doesn't last very long comparatively, but doesn't fall to the ground like Wheel. Unless you want it to, in which case you draw lines to make it move down. And this is without mentioning abilities like Beam, Tornado, and Newcomer Balloon that don't share anything with the other abilities. Balloon is actually really fun to use, especially for the newly added time trials and ink challenges. Yeah, you know I had to mention these. Similar to the Return to Dreamland challenge stages, only 6 years earlier, Canvas Curse challenges you to clear sections of a stage either within a certain time limit or with a limited amount of ink. The better you do in these, the more medals you earn to use at the shop to unlock things. The shop has a lot to unlock, including different colors of ink, music for the sound test, and even characters, like Day-to-Day and Meta Knight. It may not be called what you want it to be, but yes, Meta Nightmare is in Canvas Curse. How cool is that? All of this is good enough, but the art style, however, has always stood out to me. It didn't hit me that the backgrounds of these levels looked like paintings for a very long time, probably longer than it should have, but when it did, it blew my mind. They look fantastic, but in true Kirby fashion, there's a deeper meaning in plain sight. Oh, and sprites in general, they're fantastic. There's just so much to love about Canvas Curse, but I can't overstate enough how big of a deal it is that a no-button, touchscreen-only game turned out as well as it did in 2005. It sounds great, plays wonderfully, and has fantastic side content with things like the challenges and multiple playable characters. Even in 2022, it leaves a strong impression. It's aged fantastically, and for all of these reasons, probably more, are why Canvas Curse is the best game in the series. To get the obvious reason out of the way, this game is on the Nintendo DS, and because gimmicks be gimmicks, the only button that actually does anything is the pause button. Everything else, movement, using abilities, getting rid of abilities, navigating menus, playing minigames, stunning enemies, all of it involves using the touchscreen. I definitely don't see a way to make the game work with buttons, but if the foundation of your game is something that basically died off entirely outside of free-to-play mobile games within 5, 6, maybe 7 years, that's a problem right off the bat. Canvas Curse may be the only game in the entire series that is fundamentally flawed. It isn't the only touchscreen Kirby game. In fact, Rainbow Curse is a direct sequel, but that game is much simpler and on the Wii U where you can be playing on a TV. The levels of Canvas Curse range from generic and boring to tedious and frustrating, so help you if you decide to play Canvas Curse and have to do a water level. I sure do love trying to move down with your only method being drawing lines with limited ink. Now, what would make that less frustrating? Oh, of course, buttons! The most unfortunate hit regarding the loss of buttons comes from the copy abilities. Yeah, they're here, but honestly, this may be the most underwhelming batch of abilities in the series. It isn't that they're inherently bad, it's more on the game itself. Normal Kirby can already do everything that the abilities can, and getting an ability removes Kirby's dash. Why map dashing to the same input as using an ability? Oh right, of course, the DS has a touchscreen, better use it. Squeak Squad, Superstar Ultra, Return to Dreamland, most of Epic Yarn, all Kirby games that resisted the temptation of using a gimmicky control scheme to actually make them better games. Canvas Curse becomes so much clunkier when it tries to stick to tradition with abilities, another improvement for Rainbow Curse, and even Mass Attack. Even ignoring the awful water levels, the game has a real issue with what kind of game it wants to be. It starts with very small, very short levels, but before long, it goes back and forth with all different kinds. Some are short and slow, some are short and fast, others still are long and slow. You get the picture. There's no consistency, which makes all of the levels feel disconnected. Ideally, a game like this should have levels that gradually get harder and longer, maybe even more memorable. The speed of the levels can vary since that's more player dependent, but for this game, it's just all over the place. And don't get me started on the music. The actual quality of the soundtrack doesn't matter. For all I care, it could be the best in the series, but it's nothing but remixes for almost the entire game. I can count the original tracks on one hand. That's how few there are. When you're so desperate that your backup plan is, let's just reuse music from the Game Boy Advance and let players replace the lack of originality with a different kind of a lack of originality. Things have to be dire. And 100% completion? Oh, don't even get me started. Again, I'll give the game a bit of a break and say that, some backtracking aside, it seems alright at first. Go through the main game and collect all of these medals to use at the shop. Then you realize that you need to clear all of the ink challenges and time trials for more medals. Alright, and then you realize you need to clear all 3 difficulties for the 3 minigame bosses, which is its own issue I didn't tackle. Yikes, this game is a mess, individually, for medals. Okay, that's a bit much, but wait, don't forget, you can unlock 4 other characters in the shop, and beating every level and Dracia with each of them individually unlocks you medals. And after that, there's still the jumping minigame to get medals from, and oh my god, just let it end. Oh, that's it? Cool. There you go. That's why Canvas Curse is the worst game in the series, and it worked out. Like I said before, the video starting out to would be a bit long, so you'll be happy to know that when I asked my Discord server what they thought of Canvas Curse, most of them didn't play it. It was somebody's favorite, someone else said it was okay, and that was all I got. Nice and simple, moving on. Canvas Curse is a tricky one, but literally only because, on the outset, it's so different. I am always kind of conflicted on including it in a series like this as a main series game, and not just a spin-off. I think what exactly defines each is tricky to define for Kirby, so I'm going with my gut and calling this a main series Kirby platformer, and with my one reservation about including it aside, gee, I love this game. It's so inventive, it uses the DS's touchscreen so well, every level is memorable and stands out, the backgrounds all look like these wild and crazy paintings in a game that they actually belong in, Dracia is one of my favorite final bosses in the series, the atmosphere of the whole game is stellar, even ignoring the finale, the remixes are fantastic, the minigames are a good time, the abilities add the perfect amount of depth to the game despite their simplicity, and there's a lot to keep you coming back for a full 100% completion. There's honestly too much to keep you coming back, but a lot of it is some of the best parts of the game, namely the time trials and the ink challenges. Some things, like not having many original tracks, and almost no conventional bosses, do hold it back. No game is perfect, Canvas Curse is no different. But what Hal managed to pull off less than a year into the DS's life not only proved that Kirby was still churning out plenty of wild and creative new ideas, but that the DS touchscreen was not just a gimmick. You can make a full-fledged game using only touch controls, and it can work. And work well it did. It isn't my single favorite DS Kirby game. We're almost there, my beloved, but it's really up there for me. Alright, it's time to be serious. Listen, I know, this is Squeak Squad, mice are in it, they're super cool. Wouldn't it be so great if I did mouse VTubing for a day so I could fit the game more? No. No. No! Oh. I hope nobody actually thought I was being serious there. Let's just cover Squeak Squad. But before we dive any deeper into the video, if you like what you see and want to help me out, please consider thinking this video is the best by giving it a like, tell me what your thoughts are on Kirby Squeak Squad in the comments, and ring the notification bell after subscribing to really help me out. You can find me on Twitch, join my Discord server, or follow my Twitter if you like me that much, but regardless, I appreciate it. And if you do really like the video, hey, I have a playlist full of other ones just like it for every main series Kirby game. It's in the description and at the start of the video, so go check that out. Now then, you all know the plot synopsis for Squeak Squad. Trust me, even if you don't think you do, you do. Kirby is about to dig into a strawberry shortcake before it gets stolen. Kirby assumes that King Dedede is up to no good again and ventures to get his cake back. That's it. The Squeak Squad Squeak show up shortly into the story, and they're really cool, but the crux of this story is that Kirby wants to get that cake back. I don't talk about Kirby stories very often in these, since these games are typically much more about the platforming than the stories. When I think about which Kirby game had the first big deal story, a few different answers come to mind. You could argue a game like Adventure or 64, but the actual stories themselves are nothing to really write home about. I hear a lot of people say a game like Forgotten Land, or Triple Deluxe, or Epic Yarn, and even Superstar Ultra would be the first one, and while there's nothing wrong with those stories, the first time a Kirby story really took off was, beyond the shadow of any doubt, Squeak Squad. This is a Kirby story that, for as simple and basic as it is still talked about over 15 years later. Everybody who knows anything about Kirby knows about Kirby going on a total rampage to rescue back some stolen cake. And while the total carnage part is annoyingly overblown by people, this is nothing to the fault of the actual game, the actual meat and potatoes of the story, big events happening around Kirby, this small little blob who just wants to eat lunch, is entirely accurate, hilarious, and carries through the game from the very beginning to the very end. And when Meta Knight jumps in during the late game, it gets even funnier. But speaking of game, let's talk about the game. Squeak Squad, being on the DS, makes use of the touchscreen, but not to nearly the same extent as Canvas Curse. This is good. Canvas Curse is a fine game and all, but if you stray too far from tradition, you can alienate fans. Squeak Squad keeps it simple. This is traditional Kirby with some new bells and whistles, and the touchscreen is used to store the defining new addition, Bubbles and Treasure. To briefly explain why this is such a good idea, Treasure functions like treasure from Great Cave, while Bubbles function like the small goodies, such as food and 1-ups, from Amazing Mirror. This solves the issue that a lot of the treasures in Amazing Mirror are not worth it, while still giving you more worthwhile rewards than items that only exist for money, like in Great Cave. The meaningful unlockables in this game are a lot more than just spray paint and health, although those return. You can put together these nifty little pictures, unlock an ability room, and even get a new ability, Ghost. This is exactly what I was talking about during Amazing Mirror when I said the chests needed more meaning than just health and 1-ups, but the best kind of unlockable I saved for last, ability scrolls. With these, you can unlock moves or attributes, combinations, works really, for any ability. Cutter becomes much larger and stronger, Wheel can pick up the attribute of whatever terrain it's going over, even Sleep gets some action, restoring your health as you use it. This gives Kirby and the abilities a real sense of progression as you play through the game without making Kirby any worse to play at the start. Standalone Kirby is really fun here, as the slight tweaks to the physics and momentum make movement in this game among the best in the series, as well as their simplistic nature will ensure you'll always want one around. And it's never been easier to get abilities thanks to having the bubbles on the bottom screen. It isn't broken or anything since you're limited to 5 bubbles and chests at once, but finding a Cutter bubble and later down the line you decide, I want to use Cutter. If you still have that bubble, boom, you've got it. It isn't flashy or gimmicky, but the functionality of it all being amazing is hard to deny, especially as the bubble ability is basically tailor-made to help you out in this regard. You can even use the bubbles to mix abilities together. If you're good enough, you can get any ability you want this way at any time. Treasure chests are often stored here too, and while there's not much to say on chests since you only get their hidden goodies at the end of the level, your competition for these chests is far more interesting. The game is called Squeak Squad after all, so it stands to reason that at the end of most levels, you need to fight the Squeaks for some treasure. These are always a thrill, as these sections are designed around which member of the Squeaks you're fighting and what their strong suits are. Starro fights you in small, closed-off areas, Doc fights you in large, wide-open areas, and Spinny often races you to the treasure. They're all a blast and are among the highlights of the entire game. Squeak Squad isn't the most innovative Kirby game or anything, but it really dialed down on making the Kirby experience as functionally fun as it possibly could. Not every game has to be innovative, and I'm glad that, instead of trying to make something totally different, the devs decided to just finally improve what already worked and trim the fat, so to speak. Beyond the hilarious story cutscenes, there is nothing standing in between you and the game, potentially giving Squeak Squad the overall best pacing in the series. That absolutely counts for something, and is why Squeak Squad is the best game in the series. do I really need to do this? Look, I am more than happy to give you wonderful people the content you crave, but the simple fact of the matter is that the game feels like it doesn't care, so why should I? And look, I've said this in previous videos of this style, I'm not here to pick on real people, they're just doing their job, but the game itself? Come on, there is no inspiration here. It's so dry, so basic, so unoriginal. We've seen all of this before with actual sparks of innovation, charm, care, passion, effort. Squeak Squad just has nothing going for it. To start with, the levels. Wow, 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 wow. There is nothing to these. What is there to even say? You're Kirby, you go through levels, you finish them, start, there's treasures to find and puzzles to solve, that's something else? I can't think of anything to actually say on the puzzles. They're there, they're not very good. There is an unlockable level in every world, but there's also a mini level where you don't actually do anything. I guess I gotta give it, they're more substantial than the actual mini games, but The world map to actually get to levels 2 is uninspired and just a level select, a first for the series and definitely a new low for it. Well, I guess it's not a first, Dreamland 3 and 64 also did that, but they were far more inspired in their approach, with 64 being like a coloring book through space, and Dreamland 3 fit the artistic direction of crayon coloring book. Squeak Squad's aesthetic is a whole lot of nothing though, so it fits just fine, I guess. I know the world map may not sound like a lot, but even ignoring 64 and Dreamland 3, or other games that came after that did this much better, like Triple Deluxe and Planet Robobot, on top of that, look at what the world map does for games that actually do something with it, like Adventure, Amazing Mirror, Epic Yarn, Return to Dreamland. Having an actual world map to run around in is infinitely better. And those unlockables, give me a break. Having an unlockable copy ability sounds like the coolest idea ever, but Ghost actually has to be the worst ability that isn't a gag. Which you could honestly argue this is a gag, but why would you want to slowly walk around as an enemy whose attacks are all worse than literally all of Kirby's? What a waste of an incredible idea. None of the other unlockables are actually worth anything, at least not ones that fit better with Amazing Mirror, considering that game actually warrants things like an increased health bar and a better sense of satisfaction for finding things like spray paint. It really all just comes back to the levels though, and most of the game is genuinely passable, but therein lies a whole other issue. It just settles for being passable and becomes something far worse than bad. It's all forgettable. There is no other Kirby game that leaves as little of an impression as Squeak Squad because none of it stands out. If you want a Kirby game that will make you think, boy howdy, that sure was a Kirby game, probably nothing else, but hey, this is the one. The only thing that really stands out as not just being okay are the levels, and those are not good. The Squeak Squad themselves were wasted on this game. Great designs just gone to total waste. In the Star Allies trailer for Deluxe, there's a very brief bit at the end of Deluxe and all of the Squeaks chasing after Kirby, and it really hits you right there that, yeah, they really did deserve so much better. We have a Mass Attack at least, but in their actual game, it's looking rough. Terrible levels with a lack of any kind of inspiration or charm and nothing else that even remotely stands out makes Squeak Squad the worst game in the series. We stand Deluxe. All of the Squeaks are cool, but on my server, we specifically stand Deluxe. Otherwise, most of the server didn't really seem to care very much about this one, but the people who did really liked it actually. Fun collectibles, it has animal in it, abilities in general are enjoyable, and did I mention Deluxe yet? I don't like to directly quote in these, but when I read the quote, it's more amazing than the mirror that claims to be as such. I knew I had to include it, especially because I talked about making jokes with Amazing Mirror. What, 2 days ago? I had to do it. I hate to say this so bluntly, but Squeak Squad doesn't do a whole lot right. On the bright side, it doesn't do a whole lot wrong either, and the few things it does do right, it does really well. Still, every time I play it, I can't help but want something more out of it. The levels are generic, there are far too many worlds in the game, and this may be the first Kirby game so far where I can't think of anything substantial that was introduced. The bottom screen holding ability bubbles simply isn't enough to justify how samey this feels compared to other Kirby games, both before and after. Still, to ignore what it does right would be completely wrong. The Squeaks, despite having no story presence, were a fantastic idea, and the chases involving them at the end of every level are some of the highlights of the entire game. The movement and physics in this game, I'll be honest, I don't like, but if you're a fan of loose controls and you thought even Amazing Mirror was a little loose, this game is right up your alley. And what I like is how insane the devs went with how berserk abilities could be. I try to avoid talking about speedruns in these videos to keep them as broad as possible, but Squeak Squad 100% is genuinely in the running for the single best Kirby speedrun of all time. It is just so good. Small things like the music and the spray paint have been improved from previous games of this style, which is also very nice. Unfortunately, I don't think it's enough to save Squeak Squad from being not that good. It is a good game, don't let anyone tell you otherwise, but that's really the best it could hope to be. Could be better, could be worse. The DS had 4 Kirby games, and of them, while I can't say Squeak Squad is the objective worst or anything, it definitely feels like it had the least going into it. Even Mass Attack, a 2011 DS game that came out a month before Return to Dreamland, at least had hubbub going for it before Return came out. Plus, you could call it the last Kirby game of its era, one of the last DS games, etc. I like Squeak Squad, maybe I'd even call it underrated, but it's nothing special. Hi everyone, I am very sorry that there hasn't been a video every day in August like I had said. I had a 24-hour birthday stream and it went extraordinarily well, however it exhausted me and I just could not bring myself to work on videos, and I wanted to do a premiere for Superstar Ultra just because it's this game, so I decided to opt to take the weekend off, but do not worry, we're back on track. If there are any other issues, I'll let you know, but for now, if you want to help me out, you can let me know that this video is the best by giving it a like. Let me know what you think about Kirby Superstar Ultra in the comments down below, and ring the notification bell after subscribing to really help me out. And I really need the help. Apparently, I'm only at 600 subscribers, and one of my most recent videos is about Pac-Man. Anyway, I won't drag this any longer. This game specifically, I have a lot to talk about, so let's start. It's Kirby Superstar, but remade, and with brand new content too. Ignoring the new sub-games, we have Day-to-Day making Kirby go through harder levels in Revenge of the King, Meta Knight training to become stronger in Meta Nightmare Ultra, and 2 new boss rush modes, one where you play as helpers, and another for the ultimate Kirby challenge. Returning modes like adventuring for treasure in Great Cave, racing for the trophy of unhealthiest racer in Gourmet Race, and the largely expanded dialogue in Revenge of Meta Knight are also here and accounted for. Oh geez, where do I even begin? There's just so much to unpack, but I guess a good starting point would be Superstar. The original. I don't like comparing an original with a remake directly for the series, since that isn't really the point of these videos. If this game is better than Superstar and only Superstar, for example, that isn't saying much for it being the best. However, Superstar, up to this point, was very commonly thought to be the best in the series, and I detailed why in great detail in my video talking about it. It pretty much did everything that you would want this franchise to do, while introducing new ideas that pioneered the series going forward. And unlike the other remake, Nightmare in Dreamland, Ultra is almost unanimously considered to be an improvement. And no, it isn't only because you can get rid of your ability in the press of a button instead of having to make a helper. Although that's one of the big reasons, yes. The core of why Ultra is considered an improvement is really simple. The way that Kirby feels to control in this game is much more natural, what we expect from the series. Kirby's animations feel a lot more in tune with what this round, bloppy body is doing compared to the original. Notably, running doesn't have the weird wind-up feel to it. When Kirby runs, it's a quick but gradual build-up. There are other improvements, especially in terms of Kirby's floating, but the easiest to notice for any player will be the simplest, and in this case, that's the cuckoo crazy act of moving around. But what about the game modes where Kirby is actually doing the moving around? The old ones all have a fresh coat of paint, which we'll talk about later, but the improvements to the controls make these modes all feel so fun to move through. Even Spring Breeze is more fun to blast through than some Kirby games in their entirety, and that's because of how good the movement feels. It's like the Amazing Mirror movement was put into Superstar and made faster and more precise. I don't think the actual game speed is faster or slower than Amazing Mirror, but being able to do things like start your float and immediately being able to shoot out an air puff, for example, is something that the GBA Kirby games limited you from doing. Superstar felt like it had no real limits, but didn't have the looseness that the GBA games had. And it isn't like Ultra is just borrowing from previous games either. Well, for the actual moves and movement and such, yes it is, but for the physics and feel to it, Ultra is definitely one of a kind. And this is where the copy abilities come in. Superstar did an amazing job giving these abilities full-blown movesets, but later games made them a bit easier to use, less prone to getting hit and all, you know? And of course, no other game up to this point really had full-blown movesets, even Squeak Squad, so Ultra was now put in a tight spot. How do you take the abilities from Superstar, but make them all functionally work? A lot was done here, but the most obvious point was that a lot of the abilities were given better range, invincibility, or both. That isn't all, of course. I bully Sword a lot, but the fact that it has a dash attack that actually goes through enemies and keeps a good pace going for the first time in Kirby history is astonishing. But the easiest improvements to the abilities to notice are these. Especially the invincibility. Going back and playing a lot of the older games, it's very easy to get hit. This was a point of frustration for many with basically every Kirby game so far. Even Superstar, even if it was to a much smaller extent. Even in games like Dreamland 3, where you don't technically lose your ability every time you get hit, you still feel the frustration, you know? With Ultra controlling so well and the abilities finally functioning at their full potential, this isn't a problem anymore. You'll still lose your ability, but for the first time, it never really feels like the game's fault. The movement also feels a lot better here. It even makes the old modes feel more fresh. The movement also feels a lot better than in pretty much any game that's come before, and even just comparing it to Superstar, it makes the old modes feel way more fresh. I touched on this briefly, but even though the game modes themselves are the same, it still feels like a totally different experience. Gourmet Race may as well be a new game mode with how much better it feels, with physics that actually make logical sense, and abilities that all feel like they exist to speed you up. And succeed, of course. But even modes like Great Cave feel a lot less janky, and no, it's not the updated visuals or new names for the treasures, although as a Fire Emblem fan, I appreciate that a lot. It's having a map, it's having all of the items on the bottom screen when you pause, and the load times being faster, so you can see what you missed without having to wait for the longer KSS load times. It's knowing what treasures you've gotten in any area on the bottom screen, whenever. It's taking normal damage from every enemy and not like a million. But at the same time, it isn't a total cakewalk, since all of what made Great Cave difficult, minus the total nonsense, is all here and accounted for. You know what else? Being able to select your ability on the bottom screen of Milky Way Wishes? Brilliant. Easily. Way better than anything Squeak Squad did with the bottom screen. Even things you wouldn't assume affect the game as directly, like the dialogue for Revenge of Meta Knight being on the bottom screen, keep the distractions away from the top screen where the action is. And if you do want to read the dialogue, that's fine, because it either stays on there long enough to give you enough time to read the wonderfully wacky and heavily improved dialogue, Rasa Flasa Brasa Arg, while also keeping the real meat and potatoes gameplay distraction-free. Outstanding! Ultra is also fascinating as a bit of a transitional piece. It's a game for the DS with GBA DS feeling physics as a remake of Superstar, an older game with a lot of mentalities that go into an older game. However, this was the first game directed by Shinya Kumazaki, the one in charge of the modern Kirby games, or as I'll call it now so this video can actually try to age well, the Return to Dreamland era. Games that put a lot of focus on the flow of gameplay and over-the-top action-y set pieces with light puzzle solving to add variety. You can really see a lot of what Kumazaki would do in later games here, especially the added invincibility to dash attacks. But unlike those games, this still feels like an older Kirby. And Kirby doesn't move or jump or slide or feel like he does in all of the games after Return to Dreamland. There's still a unique feeling to this that falls more in line with what developers were doing with Kirby before anything was really set in stone. This gives Superstar Ultra a flavor entirely of its own, likely to never be replicated again. It also just dawned on me while speaking about newer games that I haven't even covered the new content yet. There's a lot to unpack, but to keep it simple, they all offer a new perspective on what the franchise had been doing up to that point. Again, that sounds a lot like a Kumazaki game, doesn't it? Anyway, Revenge of the King acts as the extra mode to Spring Breeze, and while it isn't as absurd and over the top, it definitely makes mindlessly going through levels much harder, so it accomplishes the same goal. There's a lot of story beats towards the end, of course, but we're just sticking with the gameplay for now. Revenge of the King is very well placed in this game, becoming unlocked after you clear Milky Way wishes. It's a more structured adventure, but it's also a tad shorter, trimming the fat while keeping a lot of what made the late game modes fun, that being levels with actual meat and potatoes to them. And, of course, the final level where you approach Dedede as he gets more and more panicked, parrying Revenge of Meta Knight is amazing, but if we're only going to be focusing on gameplay here, it does feel really satisfying, beating a ton of mini-bosses, even kind of funny when Bandanity shows up, but nothing tops getting offered that hammer in a pitch-black room, fighting Dedede with the strongest ability in the game, only to find out that he can use attacks that just ignore hit stun, so using a close-range ability like that can be very risky, unless you go for dash attacks, which will make the fight feel super long. Absolute perfection. This, combined with some of the other elements of the mode that I never got to touch up on, make this my favorite mode in the game. I know I'm trying to generally be more objective here, I just wanted to bring that up. I want to have fun too, okay? But the game keeps on kicking right after that with Meta Nightmare Ultra and Helper to Hero. Having both the arena modes and Helper to Hero is something I don't understand why future Kirby games have never done since. Ability solos are amazing, helpers are amazing, playing the arena as initially intended by swapping abilities is amazing. Just give us these options. There's point number 5,100 million gazillion as to why this is the best game. As for Meta Nightmare Ultra, it's also perfection. Literally everything a speedrunner could want. You're timed. Each mode that you get to blast through has its own in-game time, or IGT, tracked. Meta Knight is faster than Kirby. You even have power-ups you can use by building up these blue orbs you get by beating enemies and bosses. Words don't even begin to describe just how fun Meta Quick is. And do I even need to bring up the final boss here? Great! Of course, there's also the True Arena, which is probably the hardest thing in any Kirby game up to this point, with very little competition. Maybe some speedruns are harder, but on a broader level, nothing really comes close. That said, it's very short, so once you get into a rhythm, it's a lot easier to get better times in this mode compared to, I don't know, every other Kirby boss rush. This has the perfect balance of length and difficulty, the intensity of the final four, and even a brand new boss fight. I don't spoil the final fights in these videos, except Dreamland 1 for some reason, but I'm sure you've all heard about this one. Literally heard the scream. For all of these modes and the old ones, replay value is heavily incentivized by going through with different abilities, made even easier by the fact that Ultra is a portable game, so you can take it with you on the go, on top of it being released late enough, it being a DS game, to have sleep mode. You can close the screen easy peasy and just get back to it whenever you want. The DS was just great like that, and oh, hey, this has been going on for, like 13 minutes now. We're still on the first part of the video? Huh. Okay, well, I'll stop rambling for now. The thing about everything that I've said thus far that's really important is that none of this is personal bias. I know this is my favorite Kirby game and all, but I'm only mentioning things like the movement, the game flow, and the abilities. I'm not mentioning how much I love Parasol in this game specifically, or how I appreciate that they actually localized the Fire Emblem nod. Except I kind of did bring that up, but you know what I mean. Or how I like Spring Breeze so much, I actually attempted it blindfolded before blindfolding speedruns were a thing and I could actually clear it as a kid. Even getting into specifics, I'm talking about why these things are all good on a general level, not why I like them. Surprise, surprise, not all of that overlaps. Some things like being able to juggle enemies with air puffs isn't a deal breaker for most, but this is the only game where I personally enjoy doing it. But you know what? I didn't bring it up because that's just me, or at least a small few. It's not broad. So everything said has nothing to do with my own personal biases, and is in fact only part of why Kirby Superstar Ultra is the best game in the series. Forget it, I'm not doing this. You know what I didn't get to gush about? The presentation, and I'll start with something a lot of people immediately dismiss, the soundtrack. This is the one aspect where I think freely comparing it to the original is fair, not only because comparing music is so subjective anyway, but also because both games have such legacy soundtracks. While the common consensus seems to be that the original has the better soundtrack, like I said, music, very subjective point. Less objective are, as mentioned, the impact and the legacy of the tracks themselves, and I would argue that Ultra somehow manages to go toe-to-toe with the most influential soundtrack in the series. Yeah, Superstar even beats out Dreamland 1 in this regard. With ease? Maybe. And in fact, Ultra may have more to offer. All of the original tracks are there, although since Superstar introduced them, a lot of the credit can go there. But think about the tracks that Ultra introduced. Having Castle Lololo be Dynablade's theme like an air ride was a great touch, and it even carried over to Wham Bam Jewel and Hellbirdie Hero. Things like the tracks for the new minigames are fun. There's some new creepy tracks that you can add to the list, like the rest area music for the Final Four and the True Arena. But for the iconic stuff, you have things like the Kabula fight and the Heavy Lobster fight. Things that weren't present in Superstar at all and have left a memorable impressions on the fans, enough to get remixed a few times in the future and be recognized outside of the fan base. That's pretty nifty. Of course, everybody knows the big two tracks from this game, Masked Day and Galactonite. Galactonite and his theme truly need no introduction, but this is possibly the most iconic example of a what the hell is this doing in a Kirby game? Did I just say hell? Track in the entire series, and it's fantastic. Masked Day's theme, while borrowed from Superstar Stacker of all things, still really caught on with Ultra. Even more than Galactonite's theme, this one was used in the games constantly, and just like Galactonite's theme is recognized both in and out of the fanbase as one of the greatest of all time. These both really got their start in Ultra, and while you really can't deny the heavy hitters from Superstar, Ultra manages to at least come close to, if not surpass, the original in terms of legacy music. Where it definitely surpasses the original, though, is in the graphics. KSS isn't a bad-looking game by any means, but Ultra's colors just have a way of popping out really nicely. Definitely far better than any of the GBA games, plus Squeak Squad. It actually reminds me of Kirby 64 in how everything in the foreground and back helps draw you in. Whereas Kirby 64 used that to immerse you, arguably to its own detriment, Ultra has it right. Make the game pleasant to look at without drawing too much away from the game itself. Kirby isn't made slow to complement the visual style and camera and all that jazz. You move at a speed that feels good, but you can take a gander at these great-looking backgrounds and not be punished for it. Character sprites are also really good, and share that visually pleasant color scheme that backgrounds do. Of course, these are sprites, so the outlines are thick enough to where nothing really blends in with the background. And at the same time, they're never too much. Too many bright colors hurt the eyes or can look weird to a lot of people, but again, there's never too much of it. The artists are smart to pick when the game used darker colors, as they not only look really cool, but they aren't the dreary kind of dark. If dark pastel is a thing, it genuinely is, and that's what I'd use to describe when the game gets less bright. It still pops out while managing to look different. I don't want to keep this going on for much longer than it has to. I kind of added this at the end here as a bit of a joke at first, and then I realized, oops, I had so much more to say, and it just kept going. But the upgraded visuals even help with the stories told in these games. It's just a lot easier to convey information with two screens. Visuals on top, dialogue on bottom. But the dialogue for modes like Revenge of Mennonite and Revenge of the King were made a lot better with incredible sprites and facial expressions. Shocked Bull is sorely missed, but that's kind of it. Otherwise, these are all big improvements on everything that's come before or since. And before I start to ramble again, please, let's move on. Okay, fine. I can spare some time for this. As per usual, anything regarding the original Superstar just does not count. We're looking for why this is a singular worst, blah blah blah. We're also trying to stay as far away from subjectivity as possible, so music is out of the picture too. Not that this game has bad music, it really is just a Superstar did it better kind of argument. And that one right there is a big double whammy. It's really hard to think of an argument for why Ultra would be strictly considered the worst. I'm not memeing this time, it genuinely is. Since any critique that can be thrown at this game, and trust me, there are critiques that can be thrown at this game, can be thrown at another one, and most likely, Superstar Ultra isn't nearly as bad of an offender. As mentioned, there are definitely things in the game that you can complain about, even things that I don't like. But using "I don't like it" as an argument without all that much to back it up does not work for this kind of video. And I've heard of complaints before, sliding off ledges doesn't have the momentum that it feels like it should, the movement maybe isn't for everybody, the new modes aren't really all that new. I get it, there are arguments, but they're either really small in the grand scheme of things, or, as mentioned before, definitely worse in plenty of other Kirby games. It really doesn't have that much going against it. This is the only game with the insanely compressed cutscenes, I guess, but, wow, sick burn. That sure convinced me that this is the worst game in the series. When I was thinking about what to do for this part, that realization hitting me, but believe it or not, was when it struck. Superstar Ultra is very clean, very polished, and very well put together, but what is it really doing? Every game up to this point has had something big introduced to make it a unique experience, unlike other Kirby games. And even games like Nightmare and Squeak Squad had Meta Nightmare or the bottom screen. Dreamland 3 may have borrowed Animal Buddies, but it put all of them in this wonderfully creative environment. Kirby 64 may not have had any major gameplay changes, but it was 2.5D, and you could combine abilities together. This isn't to mention the insane ones like Dreamland 2, Superstar, Adventure, Amazing Mirror. When thinking about what new things that Ultra brought to the table, it's really the new modes, which aren't all that new. The True Arena is the only one that really comes to mind, but even that is just another Kirby boss rush. This is the first Kirby game that really doesn't feel like it's doing anything new, borrowing already established ideas and using already polished assets from games that actually had to try to feel worth it. Why go that far when you're a remake of an already popular game? Just use the modernized controls and you're set. This definitely opened up a lot of floodgates for me. Sure, the different game modes in Superstar were annoying, but that was the game's way of trying to bring fresh new ideas to the table. Every game mode stood out and was a crazy brand new thing. Here, it's got all of the same issues, but that creativity that was involved with the original Superstar, poof, all gone. The abilities were more simplistic in previous games, but every game had some cool or weird new additions to make abilities feel fresh, while Ultra just uses a more polished version of Superstar. A lot of people take issue with where the franchise went, starting with Return to Dreamland, but honestly, you can trace that back here. The new content, as mentioned, is not very new, and the old content doesn't do much when that sparkle, that drive to innovate, isn't there. And that's why Kirby Superstar Ultra is the worst game to make an argument for being the worst game in the series. Yeah, no, even when that realization hit me, the first thing I thought was, yeah, no, that point's not doing it. I already kind of covered why that argument doesn't really even work, so let's just move on and say that I brought up a good point. For the first time, when I asked my Discord server what they thought of a game, everyone's reactions were positive. Were there issues people had? Of course, no game is perfect, even though this one is. But bare minimum, everyone really liked it. Was that just because they all knew it was my favorite game? Maybe, who knows, but it was still very nice to have more than a small handful of answers without seeing much negativity, especially considering the game in question. I also learned what the adjective Kino means. Good to know? Remember way back in the best worst video for Dreamland 2, where I said there was one game that I had a more concrete opinion on? To the surprise of absolutely nobody, this was the one. I like to think of myself as very open-minded, but everyone has their limits, and anything but the highest praise for Superstar Ultra is where I have to draw the line in the sand. I'm not going to get intensely angry and start yelling at people for no reason because they have different opinions or anything, but having played it since the day it came out in 2008, there hasn't been a single major critique of this game that I've agreed with. I can think of small stuff. The music of Superstar as a whole, even I think is a bit better, but because music is so subjective, who can really say? Superstar was a lot wilder, which led to things like enemies dealing more damage, inadvertently making the game harder, and really weird speedrun skips. Fair point, but that doesn't mean that Ultra has poor difficulty or really cool speedrun tech. On the whole, thanks to the new modes, I would actually argue that Superstar Ultra is the harder game. You could also argue that despite all of its good traits, it's still just a remake. And yeah, if this game was fully original, that would have been crazy, but it looks and feels so different with a ton of gameplay tweaks that it's really kind of hard to care. Oh, but the cutscenes, they're so compressed. Yeah, and you know what? I love them that way. It has its own unique Nintendo DS charm, you know? It's like looking at a PlayStation or N64 game, how they look all blocky. You'll love that stuff. My point is, it's all small little nitpicks, some of which even then I don't agree with. I do think, even on a less personal level, Superstar Ultra is the Kirby game with the least going for it in terms of being the worst. Planet Robobot comes close, but even that game has ammunition going against it, beyond any personal grievances. If I had to think of one real issue that I had with it, on my DS, the game always sounded a little bit quiet. It's not the audio balancing, that was fine. I just felt like the game could have been louder. Yeah, we have to dive really deep to find any kind of a complaint, huh? I'd recap what it is about this wonderful game that I love so much, but there's really no need. Everyone here already knows. There's still one point that I want to reiterate though, and that's that the original Kirby Superstar is still amazing. These two games actually go hand in hand wonderfully together, unlike Adventure and Nightmare. Both of those are good, don't get me wrong, but only in a few rare instances would I actually recommend both to someone. The Superstar games, it's fine, just go nuts and play both. They're so similar and so different in so many ways, while both being incredible for completely different reasons. How a remake managed to be so good, so definitively better than the original, but still managed to be different enough from said original to not make it worse while still being a remake, is something I don't think I'll ever understand. If it were up to me, the overwhelming majority of this channel, my Twitch, my Twitter, Discord, whatever, it would all just be Superstar Ultra. It's turning 14 years old pretty soon, and it's just not gotten old yet for me. I can talk about this game forever. Pretty evident by how much longer this video is than all of the others like this one. But to wrap it up, this is my favorite game of all time. Not just my favorite Kirby game, or DS game, or a Nintendo game. My favorite game, period. And you know what? Never say never. I'm very open-minded to another game eventually toppling this one. It's been 14 years and not very many games have come close, but hey, you never know. I am not even going to give Epic Yarn a little intro bit because more important than anything I actually have to say is this grass feels funny, Kirby thought. It feels like pants. Or if you're European, it feels like trousers. Hi, I never said I did a good British accent, alright? Well, before we dive any deeper in the video and I dive deeper into a pit of British stereotypes, if you like what you see and want to help me out, please consider thinking this video is the best by giving it a like, tell me what your thoughts are on Kirby's Epic Yarn in the comments, and ring the notification bell after subscribing to really help me out. You can find me on Twitch, join my Discord server, or follow my Twitter if you like me that much, but regardless, I appreciate it. Now then... Rumor has it that people in Dreamland are being turned into yarn. That's right, yarn. Kirby, meanwhile, is having a great day, as a tomato is spotted, and you know what that means, time to eat up. However, it was all a trick. The evil sorcerer Yin Yarn baited Kirby with a Metamato. Angered that Kirby ate his Metamato, Yin Yarn sucks Kirby into his magic sock and transports him to Patchland, a world where everything is made out of yarn. Kirby hears someone crying for help and discovers that air moves right through Kirby's body. No inhaling. Kirby then finds out that it's possible now to turn into a car and who knows what else. Kirby and his new buddy, Prince Fluff, venture out to save Patchland, Dreamland, and stop Yin Yarn from taking over the world. God, this game is cute, imaginative, inspired, varied, colorful, any compliment that you can think of for a game with an incredible art direction you can use to describe Epic Yarn. The game being called Epic Yarn, it's no surprise that Kirby and everyone around the little blob, little string of yarn, I guess? I don't know. Anyway, they're all made out of yarn, but the actual set pieces being made of fabrics or paper or toys or just about anything that brings up the feeling of crafts gives this game a feeling all to itself. And you'd think at some point the creativity would just dry up, but every single area starts with an idea and simply runs with it, start to finish. It never settles for most, it always goes all in. It isn't often that I start with the visuals in these, but it can truly be said that this is the greatest looking Kirby game out of all of them. I've mentioned some stellar looking artistic games in the past, think Dreamland 3, Crystal Shards, Canvas Curse, Rainbow Curse, but Epic Yarn trumps all of them due to its creativity. In Rainbow Curse, for example, everything is clay. Dreamland 3, everything is a coloring book. And that's more than what 64 and Canvas Curse can say, but still, Epic Yarn does so much more because the yarn styling isn't limited to just yarn. Even talking about the yarn, the simple act of seeing an enemy be unraveled. Actually, no, I had written unyarnified before remembering the right term, but I don't care, I am calling it unyarnifying, is something that you can only see in a game like this. To give some more specific examples, I always turn to World 3, Treatland. Treat is a pretty broad term, and while you can certainly get the literal definition of treat with plenty of candy and snacks, it extends so much farther than that. You have treats like toys, or a more abstract kind, like a pleasant walk through a forest filled with nature and mushrooms, or for a spookier treat, a haunted house and a boss fight against a pumpkin magician. Other examples throughout the game, like a race in the desert for the lava area, or a stroll through the beach at night leading into the daytime in the water area, also leave a strong impression. Aiding these charming visuals are the wonderful tracks that accompany them. You can't go all out with making a game as charming as this if it isn't great to listen to, and Epic Yarn's iconic soundtrack leaves a strong impression. It's filled to the brim with cute from the very beginning to the very end. Without getting into too many details, there are also delightful remixes of iconic Kirby tracks that fit perfectly into the Epic Yarn style. This may not be exactly like the other Kirby games, but at least in terms of music, it fits right in. But on that note, let's talk about the gameplay. Canvas Curse was already enough of a curveball for the series, both for Kirby and this series that I'm doing, but Epic Yarn is even further removed from traditional Kirby. And sure, there aren't copy abilities, you don't run around inhaling enemies, etc. But what I think is important here is that, similar to Canvas Curse, the functionality is all the same. You don't float, but you slow your descent as a parachute, meaning you can slow your descent and more easily move over enemies and obstacles at the cost of speed. You can't inhale, but the Yarn Whip literally accomplishes the exact same thing, only you have more directions to toss enemies afterwards, making it even more versatile. The only thing that's really missing in terms of functionality are the copy abilities, and even those are technically optional in every game, if it even has them. This is a very different looking and feeling like Kirby compared to what we're used to, but it does check off a lot of boxes for what a Kirby game is supposed to have. Comparing it to a Kirby platformer like Tilt and Tumble, which lacks a lot of what would make a traditional Kirby function, and it's easy to see why Epic Yarn deserves to be included. Even though it didn't start as a Kirby game, it has an excellent understanding of what makes a Kirby game and what doesn't. And as far as the gameplay itself goes, surprise surprise, there's plenty adorable here to love. Dashing, turning Kirby into a car, raveling yarn into a little ball to throw it around, turning into a submarine when underwater, and who can forget the transformations? Kirby's not just yarn, he's a tank, a car, a sub, a flying saucer, and more. There's so many cute little touches, even to the basic game mechanics, that just put you in a good kind of mood. My favorite may be the fire truck just for how simple it is. Plus I like seeing yarn water put out yarn fires, but any of these could feasibly be a favorite. Epic Yarn was developed by Goodfeel, and I think that name is very fitting. What Epic Yarn goes out of its way to do is simply give you the warm little fuzzies, and that's wonderful. Artistic games are a lot more than just games, and seeing the experience that is Epic Yarn unravel before your eyes is something no other game in the series can top, which is why Epic Yarn is the best game in the series. God, this game is cute. It's a never-ending sugar rush, and it just never ends. Pick any other Kirby game, any other one, and you'll find moments all over where the cuteness calms down a little bit. I understand these are cute games, but they all understand that everyone's gonna have their limits of how much they can handle. Epic Yarn always has to shove its cuteness down your throat, and it can be a lot. To reiterate, there's nothing wrong with being cute. We're fans of Kirby here, after all. We've gotta like cute things to some degree. But to mention some examples to prove why this is just the worst, you can look at a game like Adventure or Nightmare in Dreamland, with parts of the game, like Grape Garden and Rainbow Resort, that are far calmer than they are cute. Or Kirby 64, which used its atmosphere to give off plenty of more vibes than just cute. It was cool, it was creepy, it was relaxing, it was tense. And yes, it was also cute. Heck, even Dreamland 3, the cutest game up to this point, used the cute factor to draw some excellent contrast with some of the weirder and creepier moments of the game. Epic Yarn is nothing but cute the whole way through, and after a while, some of the magic is lost. I mentioned Treatland earlier, and out of context, it's inventive and wonderful. But when you're playing the game for as long as you have up to that point, we'll get into the pacing eventually, don't you worry, and the entire game is so in-your-face cute and nothing but, there's a problem. It's consistent, but it never tries to be anything more than that. Wow, we Kirby games are 2 for 2 on that front. Huh. Anyway, let's actually talk about Epic Yarn's pacing, because at first glance, it's fine. Movement is quick enough, your jumps feel as they should, it all makes sense. But here's the thing about Epic Yarn. The levels themselves, they're just too long. They aren't 30-minute slogs or anything, but considering what goes on in every level, things can drag. And a less action-packed game like Dreamland 3 or Amazing Mirror, they still felt like they moved along quickly since nothing felt like it went on for too long. And they had their exceptions, Dreamland 3 auto-scrollers, Amazing Mirror not starting you with a map, but you always felt like you were making progress. Levels in Epic Yarn are just long. And if these levels actually offered anything other than cute little set pieces, then maybe they wouldn't feel that way. But remember, this game is cute and literally nothing else. So start to finish, there really isn't much to engage you. This is why more artistic games always run a certain risk. Eventually, the dazzling first impression of your visuals, your music, whatever, is going to fade. You need a strong gameplay core to at least keep people interested to play for a reasonable amount of time, and Epic Yarn just doesn't provide that. Of course, it has the beat system, but this basically only matters if you're going for full completion. See, unlike other Kirby games that find their difficulty through more natural means that can find their way into any kind of playthrough, Epic Yarn really only has the beats going for it. You may have to keep your eyes peeled for decorations for Kirby's pad. I want to explain that one, but I don't want the video going on for that long. But actually getting these isn't very hard. Keeping your beads, sure, that can be tricky, but the reason why, say, the coins in Mario Odyssey work so much better than the beads in Epic Yarn is because in any Odyssey playthrough, coins will always matter. Beads only matter if you're tryharding and going for 100%, and all they get you is a gold medal and nothing else. What's the point? On the whole, Epic Yarn really only has one thing going for it, that being its cute factor. And, okay, it succeeds with flying colors, but how long are those colors going to be appealing before the vapid hole that is the rest of the game bores you? Before long, it becomes a second Kirby 64 situation. In that game, the entire presentation was phenomenal, but it impacted the gameplay negatively. Here, the visuals were the major focus, while nothing went into the rest, which makes the visuals come off as feeling worse. Did they have to go that far with the graphics when we could have had a less boring game? Even Kirby 64 has more memorable gameplay set pieces and ability mixing, not to mention a much better final boss. All of these reasons are why Epic Yarn is the worst game in the series. Well, it was nice having that brief moment of pure positivity last time, but we're back to the mostly positive with some negativity for Epic Yarn. A few people never played it, and some who did weren't crazy about things like the dash 100% or the game coming out when it did, but others still love the visuals, atmosphere, and overall feel of the game. And hey, some of them still wound up actually liking 100%, so it really goes to show how subjective this stuff all is. Well, you say, Epic Yarn and I have been through a lot together. At first, I was super excited. A console Kirby game! The first one since Air Ride! Then, as I grew to realize it wasn't much of a traditional Kirby game, I grew to hate it since I was so excited for Kirby GCN. Then the game actually came out, I played it, and while I loved it, I also hated it. Then time passed and I stopped being an obnoxious dumb child. Now I'm just obnoxious. And I've really grown to love Epic Yarn. Ironically, I now see it as a main series platformer, even if it's one on the non-traditional side. It has its problems, sure. It's not as bad as Canvas Curse in this regard, but going for 100%, not fun. The game can venture too deep into the artsy territory sometimes, leaving a pretty poor gameplay impression, and while the game was certainly ahead of its time by removing lives and game overs, the bait system wasn't quite for everyone. I'm not sure what makes everyone love the way Mario Odyssey handled coins compared to Epic Yarn beads. In fact, I actually do much prefer the way Epic Yarn handles it. I just brought up that argument before, but that's neither here nor there. And of course, while Kirby's always cute, Epic Yarn may actually be the only time it went too far. There's cute, and far above that, there's Epic Yarn, you know? Still, when I said I grew to love Epic Yarn, I legitimately meant love. The level concepts are great. Seeing everything put together with yarn and fabric is a visual treat. This is where all the love and attention goes from fans of the game, but I think many people don't give enough credit in how fun it is to actually play. I've said in the past that this is one of those games that leaves a better impression from the experience rather than the gameplay. I still believe that, but the game itself may surprise you with how enjoyable it can be. When you're done being immersed into this wonderful world the game has set up for you, go nuts and actually play it. It may sound weird, but that fits with Epic Yarn. It's a weird concept, but it's executed really, really well. It isn't one of my personal favorites or anything, but I still love it and find myself revisiting it from time to time. It is a real shame that this game doesn't feel like pants though. You know what? It's been a while since I referenced commercials in these openings, and Mass Attack has one of the last amazing ones, so here's my advice on what to do if you come across an evil tree. Just multiply yourself into 10 different versions of you. It's so simple. Why did it take so long to think of it? Anyway, Mass Attack. I wouldn't be surprised if some of you have never heard of this game. That's what being a late 2011 DS game that comes out 1 month before one of the biggest games in the franchise does to you. Anyway, before diving any deeper into the video, if you like what you see and want to help me out, please consider thinking this video is the best by giving it a like. Tell me what your thoughts are on Kirby Mass Attack in the comments, and ring the notification bell after subscribing to really help me out. You can find me on Twitch, join my Discord server, or follow my Twitter if you like me that much, but regardless, I appreciate it. If you also enjoy a video done in this style, I have a ton of them for what I call Kirby Month that I do every year. I've covered all of the traditional Kirby platformers for this series. You can check out the playlist that I had linked at the start of the video, or just check the description, it's in there too. Now, what was that about an evil tree? Little Kirby is taking a relaxing nap on the Popopo Islands when suddenly, out of nowhere, Necrodius appears. He zaps Kirby into 10 smaller Kirbys. Unlike Amazing Mirror, these Kirbys are all tiny and weak, so Necrodius has no time destroying 9 of them. With only 1 Kirby left, who else comes to the rescue but Kirby's own heroic heart? Kirby's heart manages to get away from Necrodius and motivates the even smaller than usual Kirby to defeat Necrodius. Play through the game to help Kirby defeat Necrodius, restoring them back to a regularly small size. The year is 2011. Return to Dreamland is right around the corner, so fans are foaming at the mouth for that. People who aren't fans are currently looking to the 3DS, with a rough launch currently turning itself around and becoming great. The Wii U is on its way, and the Wii is on its way out, but is still hanging in there. Sounds like the perfect opportunity to make a crazy unique game for the DS, right? What's always fun about games that release late into a gaming device's life is that sales expectations are probably not going to be too high. You may not get a game with an insanely high budget, but you will get a passionate team with a boatload of crazy ideas that are allowed to just make the game that they want to make. Mass Attack, as you can figure at this point, is a game with dozens of wild and crazy ideas with a very weird premise executed to perfection. It's a total blast from start to finish, and truth be told, no game feels quite like it. There's a genuine sense of progression simply by going after food, beating enemies, and learning the game's mechanics, since the more food that you eat, the more Kirbys you can play as at once. This is a genius idea on both ends. People taking the game more seriously will want to keep their Kirbys as safe as possible, eating as much food as they can, as quickly as they can, keeping them engaged, while more casual players will simply have a blast moving a bunch of Kirbys around all at once. During the 5 minutes of fame this game had when it was first announced, all I remember hearing about were people joking about mauling enemies with 10 different Kirbys. And yes, quite literally mauling. When Kirby beats on enemies in this game, it isn't via inhaling, or kicking, or using an ability. Kirby goes feral and punches the life out of enemies until they explode. It's cartoony violence at its purest, which makes it all the more funny. Similar to violently feral cartoons, the sound effects and voice clips absolutely sell these. Enemies make the oddest, bizarre, and easily the most hilarious sounds in the entire series. It's almost worth it to play the game just for the slapstick. Other Kirbys definitely have fun violence here and there, and their funny moments, but Mass Attack is the only one where these are central to the gameplay and the overall experience. Controlling 10 Kirbys at once may initially sound daunting, but the designers were very smart to keep the controls simple. Moving Kirby around? Easy, just tap the touchscreen and Kirby's heroic heart, that's cartoonishly morbid, by the way, and it's great, will guide Kirbys on their way. You wanna run? Just do what I just said, but double tap. Wanna move a Kirby around quickly? Just flick the Kirby and they'll leap wherever you flick. Wanna move them all? Hold the stylus and the Kirbys will all float at once. Yes, I did say float. Mass Attack actually has that Kirby feel to it, and while it's definitely the least traditional of the bunch for what we're covering this month, I stand by what I say. This belongs on a main series Kirby list. Another positive is that it's the only one of the touchscreen games that really feels like it has to be touchscreen only. Again, except pausing, what are you gonna do? You'd have to change some things, but conceptually, Canvas Curse could have been made with buttons, and Rainbow Curse only really needed to be made without buttons because it was a direct sequel. Controlling 10 different Kirbys at once with nothing but buttons sounds like an absolute nightmare, and doing it with touch controls, while it takes getting used to, is a delight. Because the controls are so simple and the rules of what you can do are pretty light, you can get away with a lot of creative shortcuts. If you need to get to a door in a higher area, you really only need one Kirby for that, so just flick that extra small fella up there, and once you reach the door, all of the Kirbys will flood into it and enter. Despite its simplistic looks, this is actually one of the deepest Kirby games out there, and a big part of that is because the game is always tossing new environments and ideas at you without making them feel gimmicky or single use. Even the first 4 levels of World 3, Day-to-Day Resort, which are effectively minigames, feel like they belong. You're relaxing in the entryway of Day-to-Day's Resort, after all. Why not kick back and have some fun before moving on to the haunted underwater ship? The variety of different areas you experience throughout the game, all of which complement the wide array of ideas the devs are always introducing, helps keep the game fresh. And on the topic of these areas, this game is quite a looker. It stands out like a sore thumb, being a post-Dreamland 3 game made with sprites that look nothing like Nightmare in Dreamland. The sprites are all unique and in a style never before seen in the series. It's kind of bittersweet in a way, since after this, HAL would never go back to sprites for Kirby ever again. This definitely feels like a swan song for the sprite-based Kirby games, and honestly, in a way, even for the DS. But I'm glad this is the note they both got to go out on, because it's unique, colorful, and really solid all around. The music backs all of this up too, but that's more subjective, so I'll leave it at that. Before wrapping this up, you all know I just had to talk about the minigames. This is the one aspect of Mass Attack that people remember a lot, and for very good reason. These minigames are incredible and a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier when I said that the devs were just kinda allowed to do whatever they wanted. There's references galore to basically every game that's come out before this, even the anime surprisingly enough, and a good chunk of these have shockingly high replay value. There's the boss rush, of course, but there's also Strata Patrol, an on-rail space shooter that recreates Revenge of Meta Knight. There's Kirby Quest, an RPG-style mode where you can level up and increase your damage by getting more Kirbys. There is even a recreation of Kirby 64's racing minigame. But the creme de la creme has to be Kirby Brawl Ball, a recreation of Kirby's Pinball Land that is exponentially better. Pinball is one of the most infamous time wasters of all, and as soon as you fight the first boss here, you will be hooked. I've heard people say that they've spent more time on the minigames than the actual game, which is saying a lot. Overall, Mass Attack is an experience that feels truly unique. You can compare it to Pikmin since you control a bunch of little cute things of violence, or Pokemon Conquest since they were both overlooked because of how late they came out on the DS. You can even compare it to other Kirby games since this is a genuine bona fide Kirby game. Regardless, you'll find a lot to love about Mass Attack through the things that it, and only it, does. Especially through the minigames. Wow, those were good. And of course, I know you're all waiting for it, those reasons, and likely more, are why Mass Attack is the best game in the series. So there's you is, playing Mass Attack for the first time. You've got one Kirby, things are manageable. Then you get a second, things are still fine. Then 3, things are getting a little tricky. 4, 5, the camera's starting to get a little hard to manage. 6, can these Kirbys just listen to me for 1 second? Wait, no, there's 7? Why is this camera not cooperating me? I'm running to the right. Why is it showing me most of the screen on the left? Oh my god, 8 Kirbys? No. Micromanaging every single Kirby while trying to move faster than a snail with this camera is bad enough. And oh my god, there's 9 Kirbys now. Oh my god, this is so frustrating. And you're telling me I need to get 10 Kirbys just to enter a boss fight? And then after I beat that boss fight, I'm forced back down to 1 Kirby again? Maybe if they had just held off and decided to make this a 3DS game instead, things would be a little better. The screen crunch here just wouldn't matter if you had this on a 2DS XL, for example. That screen is huge, but no, in 2011, after the 3DS was already a thing that people had, we had to get this game on the DS. And this isn't me saying that the DS is a platform that struggles with screen crunch often, it's really not. But if Mass Attack has this bad of a camera that causes this much crunch, it should have been on the 3DS. It's 2011, and we're still having this issue that we've had ever since Adventure in 1993. And unlike Adventure, which at least had the decency to push boundaries and be a pioneer for the series moving forward, Mass Attack doesn't really do anything. It has this idea of moving 10 different Kirbys around with the stylus, and then has you move up to 10 different Kirbys with the stylus. Wow. The copy abilities often shake up the repetitive nature of a game like this, but Mass Attack doesn't have those. So is it like Dreamland 1, where the levels are really intelligently designed? No? Well, we talked about Epic Yarn last time. Does this game have a really charming presentation or a super unique identity? Still no? Okay, we're skipping ahead a little bit, but is it like Rainbow Curse, where the levels are wide open and expansive, urging you to explore everywhere and engage with the I can't even humor that one, because even if it was, the camera would slaughter the enjoyability. I don't even understand how this is an issue. I get it for, I don't know, a Sonic game or something, since you move super fast, but Kirby's not that fast. Now, don't get me wrong, this isn't a game with slow run speed. It is slow paced, and I'll get into that, but I absolutely wouldn't call it fast. So why is the camera like this? It's because there are too many Kirbys on screen at once. If one Kirby is to the left enough, the camera will try to find a balance between the 9 Kirbys running forward and the 1 Kirby you're trying to get caught up with the others. It's a nightmare. And no, you can't just limit your Kirbys, since not only does the game require you to have a lot of Kirbys for most levels, but also, as mentioned earlier, you always need 10 for boss fights. The team tried, you can never deny that, and I will stand by this, you never pick on devs for trying to make a game, good or bad. But why this had to be on the DS is the 8th wonder of the world. And you can't even bring up visuals because this game looks bootleg, like a knockoff kind of Kirby. The things don't look quite right. The GBA and earlier DS style worked just fine, reaching its peak with Superstar Ultra. That could have been the final Kirby game to use sprites, but no, here's this weird, funky-looking Mass Attack coming along with its weird sprites and totally ruins that. If it was on the 3DS, we may have even gotten an art style that wasn't copying Return to Dreamland. That would have been crazy. All in all, this may be the only Kirby game that really has no reason to exist. There are plenty of Kirby games that come out super late into a platform's life, good or bad, but they all feel like they belong. You look at Mass Attack and you just think, what are you even doing here? If you think anything at all, because you probably forgot the game existed. Some weird-looking, non-functioning spin-off released 1 month before the game that changed the franchise forever came out, with the 2 previous games being Epic Yarn, another Wii game that gained the series some long-needed recognition, and Superstar Ultra, still seen by many, the majority actually, as the pinnacle of the 2D sprite-based Kirby games, and maybe even the whole series, depending on who you ask. Between all of that is a game whose main appeal is that the mini-games are fun. Putting it like that, it's hard to argue that Mass Attack is anything but the worst game in the series. Well, I sure did ask my Discord server what they thought of this game, and can somebody say mixed? Right off the bat, we have someone saying it's the worst in the entire franchise, and someone else saying it's the best, even better than Forgotten Land. Boy, howdy. Basically, everyone agreed that the minigames were great, and we even got that Pikmin comparison. Now, of course, we've got a lot of never played-ets, which isn't surprising considering everything. Poor Mass Attack. We're not talking about it for Kirby Month this year, but way back during the Kirby ranking series that I did 2 years ago, I mentioned Battle Royale was the most underrated game in the series. And I still feel that way, but if it makes sense, I feel like Mass Attack is the most underappreciated game in the series. And yes, an undeniably huge part of that is due to its terrible release date. Nobody's going to look back to play the weird touch control only DS game that came out in 2011, especially when the shiny new first console Kirby to play like a Kirby since 64 game was right around the corner, and the 3DS was already out. Reviewers liked Mass Attack, most people didn't play it, and then the world moved on. I don't want to give the impression that Mass Attack is this perfect gem that got shafted because of Return to Dreamland. No, it's just an underrated gem that got shafted because of Return to Dreamland. And the whole 2011 DS game thing. Similarly to Canvas Curse, I understand that this game is not for everyone. Even ignoring the only touch controls, which I'm gonna do since they're actually good, the game can have a really slow pace, levels can drag, controlling 10 different Kirbys is a lot to handle at once, and if you're going for 100% and specifically trying to get all gold medals, so help ya. But the amazing sub-games, inventive levels, the dozens of different ideas the game has to keep your base toolkit fresh, the insane amount of levels and content, fun boss fights, fantastically catchy music, some of the most unique sprite work in the series, and, to reiterate, the amazing sub-games make this one of my favorites in the series. I hear a lot of negativity thrown at this one, and it made me very happy that when I streamed it for footage, check out my Twitch by the way, all of the footage that you see in these videos is taken right from there, a good chunk of people who didn't like it, even if I didn't change their mind, admitted that it looked really cool. This video wound up being way longer than I thought it would be, which is kind of funny, because it's actually my least favorite of the DS games that aren't Squeak Squad, but it's still one of my favorites in the series. I don't know if you could tell, but the DS Kirby games, they were kinda crazy. Hello again, friends! Claire, Kirby fan here, wrapping up another era of Kirby. And, unlike the original era of games and the Return to Dreamland era, we can't call it the modern era anymore, thanks Forgotten Land, I always struggle with naming this one. In my video about the original era of Kirby, someone had described this as a bridge era, moving Kirby from the old style, trying weird ideas as HAL struggled to make an original game themselves, finally settling on Return to Dreamland. That's a great name, and I also like to think of this era as a midlife crisis of sorts for Kirby, as, aside from the remakes, none of the games from this time period had any sort of consistency. But, I mean, I'm not gonna go name this title anything weird, like reminiscing on Kirby's midlife crisis, or anything. Actually, that's hilarious. We're gonna go with that. So here we are again. As per usual, giving the video a like and a comment really helps me out, as does ringing the notification bell after subscribing. I normally spend more time on that, but going into this era of Kirby, there's one thing that I kind of neglected to mention. See, while Kirby's original run did end with Tilt and Tumble, you can't really say this run started with Nightmare in Dreamland. There's one major player that we need to talk about, even though it isn't a game, and that is... right back at ya. Okay, so I'm not here to talk about the quality of the show itself. I promise, one day you'll all know why I hate it so much, but what we have to talk about is how big of an impact it had on the games. Going from Kirby 64, which had Day-to-Day as a prominent playable character plastered all over the box art, or even Tilt and Tumble, a goofy spin-off whose plot revolved entirely around him, versus Meta Knight, who had only shown up in 2 of the 6 traditional platformers and a very small handful of spin-offs, one of which being the never-released in Japan game, Kirby's Avalanche. Then the anime happens, Nightmare comes out, and Day-to-Day is nowhere to be found in the box, or promotional material, or anything. Oh, but Meta Knight, right in the center of the box, drawing more attention than even Kirby. In the remake within a remake, yeah, think about that, Samurai Kirby even sees Kirby fighting Meta Knight last and not Day-to-Day. And I mean, that does make sense, since Samurai Kirby had Meta Knight be last in Superstar, but in Adventure, the game that is actually being remade, Quick Draw had Day-to-Day last, and surprise, Meta Knight is not even in it. Meta Nightmare is a post-game mode, but where is the Day-to-Day's game mode? Nowhere in sight. Then, the very next game, Amazing Mirror, Meta Knight is the core of the plot, and Day-to-Day is not even in this game. To this day, it's the only one where he hasn't shown up at all. Squeak Squad was sorta better, but after a pathetic World 1 boss fight, Day-to-Day is never heard from again, while Meta Knight shows up partway through the game to try and save the day and stays relevant until the very end. Other games weren't quite as bad in this regard. Games like Air Ride and Canvas Curse put them on kinda equal footing, or at least close enough, while Mass Attack and Superstar Ultra actually leaned more towards Day-to-Day. Epic Yarn was probably the worst that it got, even including Amazing Mirror. Nothing would be better than what we got here, seeing how pathetic he is, but my own angry rambling aside, there was a major shift in focus with these games, but the most obvious ones were in regards to Day-to-Day and Meta Knight. Meta Knight was arguably more popular than Kirby, and it was all thanks to the anime. It also changed a lot about his character, but that's another tangent I'm sure you don't want to listen to, and I gotta save for the inevitable video on Right Back At Ya. The games themselves, though, also went through changes, most notably in terms of speed. This was definitely the fastest Kirby has ever felt, with no real exceptions. I guess running around in City Trial was kinda slow, but only because you're supposed to be riding on vehicles, or stars, rather than running around. But Nightmare and Dreamland, Amazing Mirror, Canvas Curse, Superstar Ultra, even Epic Yarn aren't games where Kirby casually walks around or has a slow run speed, or games where he attacks kinda awkwardly. With hardware becoming more advanced, things like the awkward controls of Superstar, the lag of Adventure, or the slow pace of 64 in Dreamland 3 would never happen again. But what actually connects all of these games together? 3 of them share a similar visual style, but what else makes these games similar? Well, not much, to be honest. Outside of obvious things like the fact that you play as Kirby, and even then that's only for the most part, these are all really different kinds of games. Putting Nightmare and Ultra off to the side, since they're remakes, Amazing Mirror from the ground up is totally different from Canvas Curse, which is totally different from Epic Yarn, which is totally different from Air Ride, which is totally different from Squeak Squad, which is totally different from Mass Attack, etc. There's 2 ways to look at this. One, this was an era of creativity, surpassing even that of the original era. Or, this was a time when people had no idea what to do with Kirby, and it is very inconsistent. I like that a lot about this era though. You really get the feeling that the people making these games knew why Kirby was such a cool concept, and wanted to follow up in the footsteps of what came before. It even took the wilder ideas, mostly only seen in spin-offs, and applied them to the platformers. The world is made of yarn, you flit Kirby around, you draw the path for Kirby to move on, you explore a large open world, etc. And while I do love the craziness of the games in this era, I do wish that they connected to each other better. The Return era really fixed this, making things very consistent. See every game introduce and build on previous concepts while ditching others is definitely super fun. Meanwhile, the original run of games had a perfect balance. Sakurai helmed the action-packed games, Shimamura handled the slower collectible-focused ones, and then the spin-offs did their own thing. But here, aside from GBA visuals, none of the games really feel connected together, which I think led to a real indifference towards Kirby during the 2000s. The characters got to shine because of Smash Bros., but the games really floundered. The 3 most successful games being remakes, and the 1 game that got proper marketing plus Western developer bias, sorry, I don't want to be mean to anybody, I'm just saying, is very telling. Still, despite that, there really is nothing like the run of games between Nightmare and Mass Attack. I wish the series did a bit better for itself in terms of sales and recognition, but having a stretch of 8 games that feel and play nothing alike while still being Kirby games is nothing to sneeze at. And yes, there were only 8 games during this time, but I can't think of any other series that has something like this. It feels so Kirby, and while I can give the run of games right after this credit for being consistent, I can't say they all feel as individual as these do. So again, it all comes down to preference. I won't lie, of the 3 eras that I'm covering for this series, this one is my least favorite, but I think that's a quantity issue more than anything else. Plus, you know, really high bar being set and all that. This video definitely felt very rambly, at least in the rating stage, but so did the last one I did. Don't forget to check that one out for my thoughts on Kirby's original run of games, or check out the individual videos I did for the main series ones. Playlists, what a great invention. Next time, we're heading to more familiar territory for a lot of you out there, and starting what fans called the Modern Era until Forgotten Lands started the now current Modern Era. So we're calling it the Return to Dreamland Era, or just the Return Era, which is really all you can call this next stretch of games moving forward. So where else do we start there? But with Return to Dreamland. Should be a good time, looking forward to seeing you for those videos, and until I see you again, bye! Ho! We've got another heavy hitter today, viewers. Channel familiars know that this is one of my favorites, but if you aren't so familiar, welcome to the channel. If you like what you're seeing, please let me know you think this video is the best by giving it a like, tell me what you think of Return to Dreamland in the comments, ring the notification bell after subscribing to really help me out, and if you like what this kind of video is, that definitely came out wrong, but whatever. You can check out the playlist that I'm doing for Kirby Month 4, where I do this for all of what I call the main series Kirby games, link in the description. Plugged a little early, but anyway, I have a lot to say about Return to Dreamland, so who knows how long this video will be. It's basically asking for it to be shorter than most, but whatever. Let's return to talking about Kirby games and land on Return to Dreamland. Don't leave because of the puns, I'm sorry. The usual misadventures are amok. Kirby is running from Day-to-Day and Bandana D with some cake as Mennonite reads a book, but the situation changes when a huge ship appears from nowhere and crash lands on Popstar. The 4 investigate and find an alien, Magolor, collapsed inside. The ship is completely unusable, and seeing the stranger get all sad, Kirby and friends decide to help out by restoring the lost cogs and, more importantly, pieces of the ship that had been flung off as it crashed. Help Kirby, maybe with your friends this time, and help out Magolor. The year is 2011. Mass Attack releases and gets 5 minutes of fame before everyone's attention is shifted to the Wii. Skyward Sword is on its way, but longtime Kirby fans have their eyes on the real prize. While everyone else is fighting about Skyward Sword, Return to Dreamland releases as the first traditional console Kirby game to follow up on the current best received game in the series since that very game, Kirby Superstar. Yeah, we've had stuff like Squeak Squad and Crystal Shards, but they're not quite the same. Superstar was so cool, and then we got nothing like it until it was remade. And sure, that remake was arguably the best game in the series, but this game is fully original. The Kirby community before this game came out was the best it's ever been, with people freaking out about waiting for another game like this, their hopes, their concerns, and just their memories with the franchise. That, and the actual release of the game, is a time that I, and thousands of others, if not more, remember very fondly. But none of that matters if the game itself isn't very good, and thankfully, Return to Dreamland delivered on the goods. 15 years later, we finally have a fully original, made-from-the-ground-up Kirby game with expanded, Superstar-style movesets. Many abilities were actually given more moves than what they had in Superstar, if they were even in that game to begin with. Some adventure exclusives, like Tornado and High Jump, were added, on top of new abilities like Spear and Whip. This is easily the most expansive and deep list of abilities we've seen so far. Later games actually removed a lot of what made these abilities cool, leaving Return with a kind of unique flavor to it. Plenty of more devoted fans have noted how abilities felt nerfed, starting with Triple Deluxe, but even more casual fans have felt this too. Every fan of Needle, for example, felt a sharp, intense pain when they played Triple Deluxe and saw that it couldn't turn into Discount Wheel anymore. My point is, if you're playing Return to Dreamland and then play a game like Triple Deluxe, and wonder why the abilities don't quite feel right, that's why. That special something that you just can't put into words boils down to larger movesets and abilities in general being able to do more, like move farther or deal more damage. This helps in some unexpected ways, but the most obvious when comparing it to the later games is in its pacing. Kirby has grown into a series that loves spectacle. Go big or go home, you know? But Return to Dreamland manages to find a nice balance, keeping the game flow moving at all times, while still finding time to have these larger-than-life moments. When you use a super ability for the first time, there's this large, over-the-top wind-up to using it, wow, before Kirby destroys everything in sight. It's really cool and it gets you pumped up. But every time after, it skips right to the action. If you're using Ultra Sword, for example, you've seen that wind-up already. Let's just get to the slashing. The super abilities themselves, while not used for any kind of puzzle solving really, are still really fun to use. The fun thing about Kirby puzzles is that they're never going to actually be hard, since the difficulty in this series is never really at the forefront, so if you base your game-defining mechanic around something like puzzles, they can come off feeling like time wasters. Some weird YouTuber out there that does dog VTubing on the side tosses that critique at Triple Deluxe a lot. I wonder who that could be. But hey, she's right. Hypernova puzzles are way too drawn out considering how easy they are. Star Allies' friend mechanics aren't engaging in the slightest but go on for way too long. And honestly, I'll say it, as amazing as the Robobot armor is, it can kinda drag sometimes. The super abilities just never have that issue. What also helps Return to Dreamland is that it has a lot of little things that add up to be really memorable. For example, the multiplayer. The first 4-player co-op Kirby game to not lag is just as wild and crazy as you'd expect 4-player fun to be. What's important is that it isn't frustrating. You can just kinda have fun goofing around and progress whenever you feel like it. The requirements for 100% completion are all really fun to go for, especially the hidden energy spheres throughout every level. And these are fun to get regardless, but trying to get them by not doing them the intended way is especially fun here, since abilities are so varied, fast, and strong. The best part of 100% though, has to be the copyability challenge stages. These are short but insanely memorable speedrun focused stages where you're given a copy ability and asked to get from start to finish as fast as you can. Along the way, you're also graded for taking no damage, beating every enemy, and collecting every single one of the collectible coins along the way. Simply finishing these as quickly as possible is enough of a joyride, but going for the ever-elusive Platinum Medal by getting everything is some of the most fun you can have playing a Kirby game. That's not everything, of course. Item carrying debuted here, and while it's underplayed in other games it's in, it's put to great use here. You can more easily than ever inhale multiple enemies at once thanks to the Super Inhale. There are these chase segments at the end of every super ability bit where you rush to the end to not get crushed and fight these sphere doomers for energy spheres. This game marked the return of both the arena and the true arena. The mini games are fun little time sinks. There's just so much on offer here. Return to Dreamland is a game with so many ideas implemented on top of refining already excellent ideas from older games. The structure may be like Adventure, and the abilities feel like Superstar, but what you do in this game can only be described as Return to Dreamland. It has a flavor all of its own despite the claims that say otherwise. I mentioned a lot of the new ideas here, and this isn't bias talking, it is a game with plenty of original ideas and carves its own identity through its perfect pacing, amazing abilities, multiplayer, single player, and most importantly, the fun that you have along the way. That's more than enough for why Return to Dreamland is the best game in the series. We like to have a little fun over here on this channel, so let's play some trivia. I've got 3 Kirby games on the mind, and I want you, my lovely, wonderful viewer, to tell me why I'm thinking about them. The games themselves are Triple Deluxe, Planet Robobot, and Star Allies. Think it over, pause the video if you have to, time's up! These games all look, feel, and play exactly like Return to Dreamland, but are all far better. Triple Deluxe has way more personality, Robobot far exceeds it in mechanics, and Star Allies has visuals and multiplayer that blow this game right out of the water. Plus, you can play them all portably. Star Allies even gets bonus points there for also being playable on console. Normally I'd say something along the lines of, well, okay, but I'm just arguing that Return is the 4th best, but not the worst. Though, this is a rare exception, as Return to Dreamland was the start of a long era where every single Kirby game had remarkably similar look and feels to them. Because of this, Return to Dreamland gets the worst of it on both sides. On the one hand, it was the start of a far less varied string of games compared to what had come before. For a bonus whammy, it killed Kirby games being made with sprites. We still don't have those back. And on the other hand, if you really love the style and are glad they all feel similar, then why would you ever go back to Return to Dreamland when every game after just made it better? It doesn't have anything to actually make it stand out. The super abilities pale in comparison to things that would show up in later games, like the Robobot armor and the mouthful modes. And if you compare it to one-and-done ideas from previous games, like ability mixing in 64, or a fully open world in Amazing Mirror, it looks even worse. Even Squeak Squad's bottom screen, as simple and not flashy as it was, had amazing functionality. Storing abilities and treasure in the bottom screen for later use, legitimately helpful stuff. And this one-note, no-brain, over-exaggerated button press is supposed to compare to all of those? Give me a break. It's not like the levels they're in are much better. Remember when I described Squeak Squad as, yup, that's a Kirby game? I said that too early because that should really just apply to Return to Dreamland. And you know, you can technically say that about a game like Adventure or Nightmare, but those were far more influential and innovative. Nightmare gets a bonus pass considering that it's a remake and it was still influential. Those two are a pretty apt comparison, as Return to Dreamland basically feels like Adventure with Superstar-style abilities thrown in. But unlike Adventure, where the uses for abilities were more thought out due to their simplicity, they all blend together here. Superstar abilities work far better in a game that you play in short bursts, like Superstar, or a game that has more than just the action going for it, like Adventure. It's a real shame too, because one of the most enjoyable parts of Ultra was how it took the abilities from Superstar and modernized them, making them easier to use without getting hit. Return to Dreamland carries that same philosophy without understanding why Ultra was able to get away with it. And what other gimmicks does this game even have? Items, challenge stages, and mini-games, cogs, or energy spheres, whatever. Now, what do all of them have in common? Oh, of course, they only matter if you're going for 100%. Heck, even the super abilities, with 2 exceptions, or 0 if you're crafty enough, you don't have to use a single time unless you're going for gold. Yeah, the super abilities are that bad. There's really not that much more to add here. I don't see how you could argue that a game that, by not knowing what made previous games great, and still trying to mimic them anyway, while also being beaten to the ground by the superior games that came out after and play just like it, is really anything but a terrible waste of your time. It was the first HAL-developed traditional Kirby since 64, but they still couldn't bother to include fan-favorite abilities like Wheel and Mirror. Oh, but High Jump is here? That's the instant fan-favorite, like we all know. As always, I don't want to pick on anyone who actually likes High Jump. Quick immersion break here, but I actually really love High Jump myself. This is kind of a weird self-own. I guess let's move on. I got some other small points to fill out some time. Oh, the story. Once again, retreading old grounds, Magolor pulling a marks is yet another sign of how uncreative of a game this is. And the game made an attempt to have the story be a bigger focus, but all it amounted to were an extra cutscene here and there, and Magolor wasting your time after every boss. Okay, let's see. What else? Oh, right, this game has the multiplayer, yeah. And basically every Kirby game with multiplayer pulls it off better. A game like Star Allies or Amazing Mirror just blows it out of the water, but just like New Super Mario Bros. Wii, which, big shock and copied, it's far too chaotic and frantic to actually be fun. And there's the extra mode. That's just the main game again, but with less health. Yeah, I think we can call it there. I know this was kind of short, or at least it felt short, who knows, but the correct argument of this game copies other things and does it worse while more original games came after is all you need to know about this total trash heap. The simple fact of the matter is, Return to Dreamland is the worst game in the series. Opinions were pretty positive on my Discord server. Not everyone liked the game, and even those that did had their issues with it, mainly the extra mode, but a lot of people, more people than I thought, honestly, really liked it. Be it as a comfort experience, a fun multiplayer session with friends, or just as, shock, a game. Although whenever this and Triple Deluxe and Planet Robobot are mentioned alongside the hope for Switch ports of all 3, I can't help but feel really bummed. If I keep telling myself it'll never happen, then maybe the pain will just finally go away. Maybe. I said this at the start, but if you've been around this channel for honestly not that long, I talk about this game a lot, you know I think really highly of it. It's my second favorite in the franchise, only beaten by Superstar Ultra. Having played it when it came out, I can tell you that this was exactly what the series needed back then, a modernized take on what already worked to get the series back on track. Regardless of whether or not you like it, I think its importance to the series going forward, and how it shifted, if not created, how people view every game in this series, both before and after, can't be understated. But it's not perfect. I strongly disagree with some of the points used against it, like its lack of originality, but other points, like the momentum and physics of the game, not feeling quite right, I can understand. Some cases maybe even agree with. And considering that this game was the template that the series would follow for 10 whole years, it's very easy to come back to this one and either be underwhelmed because of what came after, or see it as the catalyst for a decade of unoriginality. It's in a bit of a tight spot because of that, not being helped by its late 2011 Wii release. It's not as bad as, say, Mass Attack in that regard, but the next game, Triple Deluxe, came out at a perfect time, and, if only for a while, it was remembered far more fondly. I've seen a lot more praise for Return to Dreamland as of recent, be it for its masterful pacing, insane speedrun tech, fun multiplayer, memorable soundtrack, really strong levels, the visuals, plenty of reasons. Even the nostalgia. The game recently hit the double digits in terms of age, so many people who grew up with it are using the internet now. But I can tell you that actually getting to play the darn thing that I had been waiting anything between 7 and 15 years for was an absolute delight. But I'm not blinded by nostalgia, bias, or anything. I always try to keep my own reasons for liking something, Kirby or not, as bias-free as I can. And sure, nobody is totally free from the stuff. I still think Return to Dreamland has plenty going for it that the games going forward sacrificed for a more visually artistic experience. The pacing of the games going forward drastically changed, and nothing can quite match that perfect blend of old-school gameplay with the technological advancements made from the mid-90s to the 2010s. It's been one of my favorites from day one, and without some insane kind of power creep, weird way to put it, it always will be. It's Triple Deluxe. Liking the video, commenting on the video, subscribing to the channel, whatever. I'm not picky, that all helps too. Ring the bell after subscribing, please. The bell's in this game. That's... Let's just get this over with. Kirby's having a fun-filled day, but like everything, it comes to an end when the sun sets. Decided that it's bedtime, Kirby dons the original sleep hat, that's pretty neat. Anyway, Kirby heads to bed, but wakes up the next day to see a huge beanstalk has encompassed his house. Stuck high in the sky, Kirby runs outside and notices that Castle Dedede is under attack by a mysterious spider named Tyranza. Easily defeating the Waddle Dees, he captures Dedede and flies off with him. Kirby, always willing to help a buddy out, gives chase and tries to rescue Dedede, help Kirby platform through various different worlds and save the princess. I mean Dedede. Triple Deluxe was, and frankly still is, a big deal for the series. Return to Dreamland may have been a necessary step to get Kirby all caught up to the modern day, but Triple Deluxe was the game to actually go the extra mile and give the series the oomph that it really needed. This wasn't just an older game on newer hardware, this is a Kirby game using advancements in technology to fill it to the brim with personality, love, care, and life. Oftentimes, when you hear praise being given towards Triple Deluxe, the first thing getting praise is the style, and it's easy to see why. From the very beginning, where the sun shines light onto the first level, and the dandelions breeze past you in both the foreground and the background, to the very end where... You thought it was gonna spoil the final boss? Nuh-uh. Anyway, start to finish, the game is so jam-packed, full of love and care, that it makes you feel happy. Pick any part of the game and people can tell you something that happened. Like the haunted house towards the end of World 2, or the train tracks with the giant Wildie trains, or entering the enemy's fortress at the beginning of the final world, breaking the door down. Every level has something memorable that happens in it. Complementing the gorgeous visuals is one of the most memorable soundtracks in the entire series. I've said this a few times, but if this is your first video in the series, hi. But also, music isn't something I like to include in videos like these, since taste in music is way too personal. Triple Deluxe may have the best soundtrack ever, or the worst, that kinda depends on the person. But what the music here does do is fit the visuals and atmosphere fantastically. It stands out from other soundtracks while still feeling very much in tune with Kirby, resulting in a fan favorite that still stands out to this day. Triple Deluxe owes a lot of its strong presentation to the theming of the game. As you can tell by the beanstalk being prominent throughout, this game loves fantasy. And I don't mean traditional fantasy like the green plains and guarded castles, although it does have those, don't you worry, but rather I mean it loves the fantastical. Things that inspire and give off awe and wonder, but still work in a more fantasy-based setting like Kirby. There's jungles, ancient pyramids, volcanoes, amusement parks, haunted houses, circuses, snowy plains, igloos, the works. The game lives and breathes that fantasy and invites you into the wonderful world it creates. Triple Deluxe is also the only Kirby game to actually take advantage of the platform it's on for visual and gameplay benefits. Sure, the Curse games, that sounds funny, and Mass Attack were touch control only, but Triple Deluxe incorporates the 3D elements not only in letting you hop between layers on the screen, but also for adding depth to enemy placements. If you see 3 enemies, for example, and 2 of them have slightly different depth to them, you know which one will actually hurt you. The 3D slider of all things really helps with this, not only making it look a lot cooler, but also making it easier to tell which enemies you should stay away from. This is such a core element to the Triple Deluxe experience that it pulls this off even better than its direct sequel, Planet Robobot. That game may have a different focus, but it still forces in hopping between layers in an attempt to recreate the magic of Triple Deluxe. But you don't just recreate magic, hence why this is the best instead of that one. Nothing against Planet Robobot, but if this game is warm and welcoming, then Planet Robobot is rustic and cold. Which is good, but if you had to pick one, it's no surprise you'd pick Triple Deluxe. It has other things going for it too. The side modes are fun, offering totally different experiences compared to the main game. Bosses and mini-bosses also hop between layers, making them feel like an integrated part of the world, rather than just something for gameplay. Hypernova is even more comically destructive than the super abilities, and the game does not hide that. The cutscenes that play when you use it, they go on and on and on. And of course, this was the first game to give us a real deep lore dump towards the end of the game, and started the trend of Kirby games going absolutely insane with the final bosses. But the welcoming love of the game is the real light that makes it shine as bright as it does, and is why Triple Deluxe is the best game in this series. Everybody, this is very different from what we normally do. I just wanted to do this because I hear a lot of times that Triple Deluxe was the first Kirby game to have memorable set pieces, and I hear a lot of people say things like, you can't tell me what happened in this room in this area of this game. So I'm here to say, Kirby's Dream Land, the second room of Castle Lololo, is the room where when you move forward, there are a bunch of doors and masks that chase after you. You can go backwards to try to find a power-up, or you can go forward and progress to get through. Kirby's Adventure, Grape Garden 1, that level starts, you run to the right, you're on top of a bunch of clouds. It is not to be mistaken with one of the levels in Yogurt Yard, where you can get stoned and fall down. Grape Gardens 1, you can actually get UFO in. And then at the end of the level, you can move to the right. There is kind of like a workaround that you gotta do. You go up and to the left a little bit, then you run on the top for a little bit while dodging tornado enemies. You go around. On the bottom, there's a Waddle Doo and a Sir Kibble. You can mix for them, or you can just go to the goal, get Beam, get Cutter, whatever you want to do. Let's do like a really obscure one. Okay, Kirby Squeak Squad. Level 1-1, you start, you can run to the right for a while. There's, of course, that classic Kirby wall you gotta go over. The first enemy, I believe, is Beam. That's the first enemy. It's either Beam or one of the Burning Leos, or Hotheads, not Burning Leos. But you can also, there's an area with like 3 little wooden platforms that you can hop on, so you don't get the bubbles in the first level, but that's just something for Squeak Squad. Return to Dreamland, because everybody really loves to say that that's a really generic game. Let's do 90 Noon 3. That one's very memorable, despite what I just said. 90 Noon 3 is the one with the wind blowing, and you gotta go up. You can grab onto those platforms. So, if you're wondering why the heck I'm doing this and why this is going on for so long, Triple Deluxe, just because it looks pretty does not mean it is the only game with memorable set pieces. They are loaded throughout the entire series. And they make do with not just looking pretty, but also playing very well, which, as we'll get into, Triple Deluxe kind of struggles with.
Channel familiars, you guys thought I was going to start with Hypernova, huh? No, I like to shake things up around here.
But on that note, let's actually talk Hypernova. You all know I hate it with a burning passion, but surely it's just a me thing, right? No, Hypernova's actually gotten a fair amount of flack from people for a while. A lot of it is for reasons that I typically bring up, but one negative that I always find interesting is that it doesn't really feel like it fits. In Return to Dreamland, a game about modernizing Kirby, the super abilities made perfect sense. In Planet Robobot, a game about sci-fi-ing fantasy, it made sense to give Kirby a mech. In Star Allies, a game about friendship, it made sense to be friendship. But what about the fantasy theming or anything that Triple Deluxe really stands for? Fits with inhaling. You can make an argument for the Hypernova fruit fitting with fantasy, maybe, but not the actual act of inhaling. This is really big deal because Triple Deluxe is all about the theming. There's certainly not a lot going on with the gameplay, which we'll get to, but Triple Deluxe really tries to sell itself with a strong presentation. An apt comparison here is Kirby's Dreamland 3. That's more traditional than things like Epic Yarn and Rainbow Curse, for example. And the reason why Dreamland 3 actually stands out a lot more is that there's really nothing quite like Dreamland 3. And it's the same with Epic Yarn and Rainbow Curse, but work with me here, okay? Triple Deluxe has to compete with Planet Robobot, Star Allies, and even Return to Dreamland, not to mention however many spin-offs we have in this era. But while Planet Robobot still gets to have an identity all of its own, Triple Deluxe doesn't. And I know that Dreamland 2 and Dreamland 3 have a lot of similarities, but there's so many minute differences. You can watch both of those videos that I did if you want to know more, that no, they are very different. But again, Triple Deluxe tries, but the fantasy theming is really nothing special, and that's because every Kirby game is a fantasy game. Yeah, it's good looking and all that, but the theming and tropes are all things that we've seen in other games, and they aren't done in a particularly interesting way. In that regard, I'd compare it to Kirby 64, except 64 handles itself far better, since it has things like the cool camera angles, an actually unique look, really charming story presentation, and levels and themes that are actually done in an interesting way. The lore dump here is... it's there, but it's just dumped on you at the very end of the game. It's not the only game that has this problem, but because the others have more going for them, it's easier to ignore and have fun with the fun. In Triple Deluxe, not so much. The real shot in the leg for this game, though, is the pacing. Now, I've said this for a few games in these videos, and I fear that I'm starting to sound like a broken record, but Triple Deluxe is the worst offender of them all because, unlike those games, Triple Deluxe is, again, all about the charm. Not to say everything else is horrendous, but it's clear as day that the selling point of Triple Deluxe is its ability to win you over with its pleasant visuals and music. And if those fail, that's it. There's nothing else. Zilch. Nada. Abilities were nerfed from Return. This being a 3DS game makes the screen size smaller. Unlockables were made necessary. There is no way to track which rare keychains you still need to get without a guide. Keychains themselves introduce a factor of RNG that this series has never had to worry about. In-game cutscenes happen far more, despite the pre-rendered cutscenes being as rare as ever. Movement is still similar to Returns in that it's slowed down compared to older games, while also reverting back to those older games in weird ways, like not being able to carry ability stars anymore. The items in general have mostly been removed, and the few that remain or were introduced barely have a presence throughout the game at all. But let's pull up bookends and bring it all back to the Hypernova. I've rambled about Hypernova in the past, but having to watch long, drawn-out cutscenes in half the levels in the whole game, and solving some of the slowest, most bare-bone puzzles is the absolute worst. I'd go on, but I understand some complaints can be a bit more personal, even if most of them really aren't. I'm just kind of saving you from another clamoring Claire Kirby fan tirade. But the worst part, all of these issues by themselves, they're not too bad. If those issues were either gone or less prevalent, I feel like even the Hypernova wouldn't really be that bad. But when they're in the same game, things stand out a lot more. All in all, Triple Deluxe tries, and you have to give it that. It's got the gung-ho. But every other Kirby game tries and succeeds much more than this game could ever hope to, so why bother with it? Older games stand out more visually with the same appealing gameplay that this has, while newer games literally have the same gameplay that it has, while making the necessary strides that modern games benefit from, while doing a much better job with their theming. Planet Robobot especially, the game is just right there, but that game being better doesn't make Triple Deluxe the worst. It's everything else that we've talked about that makes Triple Deluxe the worst game in the series. I don't know, like a good third of the server was thirsty for bees. That's what my Discord server thinks about Triple Deluxe. There you go. More seriously, while it was a thing, the majority of the server really likes Triple Deluxe, citing its personality and memorable levels as the #1 reason why the game is as good as it is. Other things like the boss rush modes and nostalgia were also cited reasons. Not everyone was super keen on it, but the majority were. Still kind of surprised that we're this deep in and Superstar Ultra is still the only one that was positive start to finish. But boy, howdy am I happy about that. I know we're all having fun with the, sorta, daily uploads of August, but I am forward-looking. I want to go really in-depth with my thoughts on Triple Deluxe, not a best or worst style thing, in an entirely separate video. One far more personal than something like this, so I'm sorry if I keep this final bit brief for now. To make a long story short, yes, I like the game. I think it's pretty heckin' great at times, actually. But what it does wrong bothers me like you would not believe, resulting in a very mixed bag. Some of my favorite aspects of the entire franchise, like its music and personality, are all center stage. It makes better use of the foreground and background concept, even better than Planet Robobot, and the set pieces really stand out. Unfortunately, this all came at the cost of one of the most important aspects of the series, its pacing. I talked about Hypernova before, and I even somehow got through saying nice things about it, even though they could very easily not be interpreted as nice things, but the entire game feels slower than both previous and later entries. Again, I don't want to get into too much, but to make a long story short, this game is good. Most of what I look for in a Kirby game was totally butchered, but it's fine. Everything's fine. It's all fine! Okay, first things first, I'm sorry. Time is of the essence, and I basically had to get 2 uploads done today to fit all of the videos for the month. We are going to go slightly out of order, and the 2 games we're covering today, I'm not going to go too in-depth on, despite the fact that I really wanted to for Rainbow Curse, but quicker videos like this can also be fun in their own right. But for now, let's dive right into Kirby and the Rainbow Curse, and I won't actually bother you with the standard YouTube stuff today of liking, commenting, subscribing, except for that, but we're gonna get right into everything. Real quick, plot synopsis. Kirby learns how to roll downhill before the entirety of Dreamland is frozen in black and white. A new friend, Aline, shows up to help as Bandana D drives away the villains. Together, the 3 of them venture forward to save the day. Just look at it. There you go. This segment was actually really easy. But to be serious for a second, and I am always serious, the visuals are the best in the series, bar none. Some games like Epic Yarn do come close, but every single detail of the entire world being made of clay helps a lot. And sure, Epic Yarn has that with yarn and fabric, but Rainbow Curse even has more detail than that game. It has that clay look to it, like everything was made by hand, which it literally was beforehand, and even the frame rate isn't 60 to better emulate the look and feel of claymation. If this was a longer video, most of the praise would be going towards the visuals. Even though the rest of the game is great, the style is unrivaled throughout the entire series. Of course, the actual game itself, as I already said, is no slouch either. Remember Canvas Curse? Cool game and all, but it put everything on the touchscreen and then kinda awkwardly made you move around levels and you had to move really fast. Rainbow Curse trims the fat, vastly steps up the exploration and levels. Rainbow Curse trims the fat, vastly steps up the exploration, and makes the levels more of a focus than settling for touchscreen controls being a thing and not much else. Levels here are massive, and moving through them with this control scheme feels great. You have total freedom to explore wherever you want, and unlike other Kirby games, you're never limited by things like a slow move speed or losing your ability constantly. Rainbow Curse focuses on what matters, and that's great levels with great theming. And that's the bulk of it. This has one of my favorite soundtracks in the series, but to keep things less personal, it still has the best graphics, best levels, best controls, and best pacing of any Kirby. The unlockables, like the diary entries and figurines, are loaded with personality and life, either bringing a smile to your face or a genuine laugh. Unlike many Kirby games, this has a strong artistic style that it successfully carries start to finish without faltering, and unlike the rest, it has the gameplay to back it up. That's why Rainbow Curse is the best in the series. I hate being the one to bring up this argument since I really personally couldn't care less about frame rate, but this being a 30 FPS game, while the game prior, in fact most games prior, Triple Deluxe, runs at a consistent, silky smooth 60 on much worse hardware. Call it stylistic all you want, it's really no excuse, and that clay style may look good, but when compared to the bizarre painting-looking all backgrounds of Rainbow Curse, or the yarn world of Epic Yarn, or even that Return to Dreamland style look that was so good, it was used for multiple games, why did this game actually have to be clay? If it was a full-on Canvas Curse 2 and it didn't look like clay, nothing about the game would change, just the look. The gameplay part of the game doesn't fare any better. You could say Canvas Curse was fast-paced, but that's a good thing. Games like this thrive off of faster pacing and fun gameplay. With the levels made bigger, the movement slower, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but the frame rate feeling choppier all add up to the game and not feeling quite right. Not to mention, it's much slower too. No copy abilities is lame, but unlike a game like Epic Yarn or Mass Attack, here it doesn't make sense. There's no story reason for it, and Canvas Curse having them to begin with makes their exclusion here even weirder. This really does kind of feel like a game that's just there, which is very fitting considering that it was on the Wii U. You can say whatever you wanted about Canvas Curse, but at the end of the day, it was a strongly innovative title that inspired touch control games moving forward while also knocking it out of the park on the first attempt. Rainbow Curse just, again, feels like it's there. It doesn't really do anything all that great, while having a few things like the graphical style not making sense, the gameplay being slow, bumping into enemies when you run into them, making things feel choppy, the frame rate making things feel choppy. It just all adds up to an experience that, despite very promising graphics, doesn't really amount to much of anything, which is why Rainbow Curse is the worst in the series. Wow, no positive takes on my Discord server for this game? Is that a first? I mean, I guess nobody hated it, but all I really heard about was that it looked great, but Canvas Curse is better, or that nobody played it. And that makes this quick and all, which I really need right now, but that feels a little weird. Rainbow Curse is very middle of the pack for me. And don't get me wrong, I actually really like it, but for my Kirby game rankings list, this fell really close to the center. It's got a lot that I really like, some stuff that I don't, and one of the best soundtracks and the single best visuals, I think at least, in the whole series. I can't say that this is like Triple Deluxe where the bad infuriates me, but the good doesn't make me feel the highs of comparable games, at least for my rankings, like Epic Yarn or Dreamland 1, not to mention Canvas Curse. Still, I genuinely do really like it, and unlike the next game, I really wouldn't have minded having more time to talk about this one. Maybe in a future video someday? But that future video isn't now. Extra Epic Yarn is now. Let's do this. Why is Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn the best? Simply put, Portable Epic Yarn, which was already the best game, but now it's got more content. It's got all of the same great music, gameplay, theming, and bosses that you remember, but now with a harder difficulty that actually has a health bar, more mini-games, and most importantly, copy abilities. These make going through the levels even more of a blast. You can still play on the normal version, which is like the Wii version, if you want to. The visuals could be considered a step down, but not only does everything still manage to look like yarn and fabric, despite the step down in hardware, but the added goodies like the copy ability hats and more things to put in Kirby's pad potentially even give it a minor edge. It's not like you're playing your Wii game in HD as it is or anything. All of those reasons are why Extra Epic Yarn is the best in the series. Why is Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn the worst? It totally misses the point of the original by adding things like Devilish Mode, copy abilities, and being on hardware that can't handle the yarn fabric look. What's the point of Epic Yarn if you can't fully appreciate the gorgeous visuals? Besides, Epic Yarn was insanely easy to begin with unless you were going for 100%, and the Devilish Mode is not hard. Thanks to copy abilities, even going for a hundo is absurdly easy. Portability is nice, but once Wii Epic Yarn gets a Switch port, Extra Epic Yarn loses its main advantage. Because of all these reasons, Extra Epic Yarn is the worst game in the series. As for my Discord, you'll be happy to know that even this late in, I got almost no answers. We'd been on a roll for a while, but not a lot of people got to play Extra Epic Yarn, so bummer, I guess. Those who did answer either prefer the Wii version, or just said it was epic. And it is hard to argue with that. Epic Yarn may have been epic, but this game is extra epic. As for my own thoughts, it's not my least favorite game that I covered for the month, but it's pretty close. I definitely think the game gets a bit too much flack, but if you ask me how much I like it, it's barely better than Dreamland 2, and it's not for the new things that it introduced. Epic Yarn is just such a beautiful game that even downgraded, I can't bring myself to dislike it. I'd much rather play the Wii version, but the convenience here is nice. The new minigames are fun. I legitimately like the addition of a health bar. Abilities may not fit, but at least they're dumb fun. And I actually did make it to one anime convention where this game's Street Pass functionality actually mattered. Score 1 for Kirby's pad. At the end of the day, it may be one of my least favorites, but it's still Epic Yarn, so really, how bad can it be? Oh man, after what I thought about Triple Deluxe, I bet some of you are worried for Planet Robobot. I don't want to spoil my thoughts, but if you've been around the channel for long enough, you already know what I think. What I can tell you, though, is to press that like Robo button, ring the notification bell after Robobot-iving, and tell me in the comments what you think about Kirby Planet Kinda wrote myself into a corner with that one. I guess you could say that I Roboboat myself into a corner. Kirby is, to the surprise of absolutely nobody, taking a nice little nap when suddenly invaders invade. Despite the efforts of Dedede and Mennonite, the invaders succeed and turn Dreamland into a mechanized madhouse. The invaders did not factor in one thing, however. Kirby wakes up from his nap. Seeing everything look all funky, Kirby runs off to save the day. Can you help Kirby and the entirety of Popstar set things back to normal from this robotic invasion? You know what? For once, I don't think I have to do my job. I mean, I will, but Planet Robobot is kinda loved and adored universally. It's really hard to speak against it because of that, and while I eventually will, it also makes it much easier to talk positively about it. I feel like I could breathe and someone could go, yeah, the Robobot armor, that's much better than breathing for really long, like with the Hypernova. Literally, I've memed Among Us, like I always do, and said sus, and despite Robobot just not being in the conversation, someone, wasn't me mind you, said Susie, because sus and Susie, S-U-S. People like this game a lot. So why is it the best? The answer is simple. This is the best gameplay any Kirby game, hands down, has ever had. To explain that, oddly enough, we need to talk about the elements that aren't related to the gameplay. Story, characters, presentation, graphics, style, music, sound, all that stuff. To start with the story, while it isn't anything super different from the series, although the lore or whatever was stepped up here, that's pretty cool, the consequences of the story for once change a lot. You aren't running through vibrant green plains full of life and color, bright greens and blues. Because the mechanical invaders have taken over, you're moving through patches of pavement and metal with gray metal flowers, while the wildies, Bronto birds, etc. have machine parts added to their bodies. But the game isn't drab or lifeless. Environments still use bright colors to hint that this is a world that used to be, could be, and should be filled with color and life. It's a fantastic subconscious way to get you kind of invested, especially because, at the end of the day, this is a go green, save the environment and the forests kind of message, one that is often ridiculed for how poorly it's told. And we do get dialogue from Susie about how great it would be if everything was mechanical, and she's clearly the villain, a great one might I add, but so much is done through the level environments and game feel that stuff like that really sticks. Obviously, using the same game engine that Triple Deluxe did, the game is a visual delight, but since the game has a more science fiction feel to it than fantasy, it strangely gives Planet Robobot an identity all of its own. I would actually argue that this is the most visually distinct game in the series, since it's the only one filled with environments that we've either never seen before, or since, or that they're done in a way that can't be done by other games. Even Forgotten Land, which had more realistic environments, can't compare to this combination of science fiction and fantasy, especially considering the sci-fi is slowly taking over. By the end game, the fantasy elements are basically removed entirely, and you really feel that. I think out of everything unrelated to the gameplay, the genuine best, while also being the hardest to notice in a sense, changes were made to the music. The composers killed it for this one. I mean, they always do. But for Planet Robobot, there's something very important at play here, and you can tell from the very first level. At a glance, or the hearing equivalent of that, whatever, this sounds like the opening level music for any Kirby game. Cheery, vibrant, great stuff. But it sneaks in a style of music that we've either rarely heard in the series prior, or just not at all. Electro, blips, blops, and bloops. This, again, is a great method of showing the player that things aren't quite right this go around, and the further you get into the game, the less you hear of the standard Kirby instruments. Some of the tracks you hear in the late game are just straight up techno-style dubstep, and they not only sound great, but they complement the change the rest of the game's aspects showcase fantastically. Even some sound effects help here, although the ones that help more are the noises from Kirby. You know, the organic creature, whatever it is that Susie says. I'm going to get into some very, very minor spoilers here, but after you 100% the game, here's your last spoiler warning, as mild as it is, the main menu music changes to a remix of the track that plays in the opening level. It's nice, but it took me years to notice that this rendition of the theme is normal sounding Kirby. No blips or bloops, no electronic sounds, just the Kirby music that we're used to hearing in other games. It's a great touch because you did it. The invaders and the robots and technology are all completely 100% gone. Such a small, brilliant touch to an already amazing soundtrack for an already amazing game. So with all of that said, we're now ready to talk about the gameplay. And like I said before, it's got the best gameplay in the series. Triple Deluxe already had some good stuff, but what it removed from Return to Dreamland, on top of some other things like pacing issues and ability nerfs, made it feel a little off. Robobot manages to both up the action and pacing with some incredible set pieces and level design, while making sure the long, drawn-out cutscenes that look really heckin' cool don't happen all that much. It's fine that they exist, just not when they happen all the time, like with Hypernova. Speaking of other Kirby games though, Kirby 64's rotating and zooming camera makes a triumphant return here, and since the action and pacing weren't compromised this time around, it's safe to say that Robobot does this even better. Admittedly, it's less prevalent than in 64, but it gets the point across just as well, while, again, feeling much better since the game wasn't compromised for scope. There's a tower in the 4th or so level of every world that starts super zoomed out, and it looks so cool seeing Kirby run up the entryway stairs as the camera zooms in closer. It's so simple, but oh so effective. It also helps that, despite ability combos being really cool, Planet Robobot has dozens of fully fleshed out, fun-to-use abilities that all feel useful and distinct. It also undid a lot of the wrongdoings that Triple Deluxe did, giving back many moves that were removed while making various abilities a little better in small but notable ways. I mentioned Ice losing the Ice Bolt dash attack, but that's here and accounted for once again. And they didn't make Fire any less absurd. It's a win-win. Not to mention, some long-time MIA abilities like Mirror and Jet return this time around, alongside some fun new abilities like Doctor, seen again in the Kirby Clash games, and Poison, the main reason why I have a video with almost 100,000 views on my channel. I'm serious, look it up. Just don't be too surprised with how different I sound, please. But, now I've put this off for long enough, let's talk about that Robobot armor. This is a massive change to the way that Kirby plays, and yet it doesn't come off as feeling gimmicky. Quite the opposite, it feels like a powerful extension of Kirby that, while fun to break the game with, is actually used properly for solving puzzles and getting through obstacles. It understands that the fun here isn't in the difficulty, it's in all of the cool, different ways that you can use the Robobot armor to get from place to place. You're almost always in control of this thing. I can maybe count on one hand the amount of times where you're just watching a cutscene with it, not doing anything, and even then, that's not the result of just pushing a single button. It's so much more involved. And you know what else? Most of the time, it's optional. If there's one idea that the Robobot armor borrows from the super abilities, I'm glad it was that they're not required, but the devs went a step further. In Return to Dreamland, you always know where the super abilities are going to be. Because of the auto-scrollers in another dimension, they had to be at the end of every level. But this? It can be at the very start, or the very end, or literally anywhere in between. You can use it only once, you can use it twice, or maybe even 3 times. Sometimes it's hidden away in a bonus room, sometimes it's a reward for being a boss, sometimes you see it in one of the last rooms of a level and think, oh shoot, there's more to this level than I thought. Seeing a huge door that's meant to be there to fit the Robobot armor, when you missed it immediately, makes you want to go back and find it. It's genius. Things only get even more absurd when you factor in the copy abilities. The selection for the Robobot armor is a lot more limited, but this helps keep the puzzles involving it more focused. And unlike other games with a limited roster of abilities, you still have regular old Kirby blasting through levels as enjoyable as always to use more abilities with. It finds this wonderful combination of the best of both worlds and just goes with it, throwing great new idea after great new idea at you, be it with regular Kirby or the Robobot armor. It never feels overwhelming, but after every level, all you can think is, oh, what's next? There's so much I didn't get to touch on that helps make this game as good as it is, but I think you get my point. People loved this game basically from day one, but it took a few years, and Star Allies, for it to really sink in that, wow, this is actually just like the best Kirby game ever made. It has everything, which isn't something that many games can boast about, not to mention Kirby games. The fact that I can only give Meta Nightmare Returns a passing mention because this video is already so long just pains me, but to take a cue from this game, I'll keep the pacing going smooth and leave it at that. For all of the reasons mentioned, and for making this video better, Planet Robobot is the best game in the series. We'll get to that Robobot armor in due time, but the argument to make here is as simple as can be. Look at Return to Dreamland, look at Triple Deluxe, look at Planet Robobot. If you feel like, look at Star Allies, it helps my point, but it isn't necessary. The devs thought they could get around the fact that assets were 100% reused here with the sci-fi theming, but when two games look and feel this similar, nuh-uh. And look, I understand that this isn't technically a series first. Look at Dreamland 1 and 2, Nightmare and Amazing Mirror, even some spin-offs, but this isn't the same. Dreamland 1 and 2 look similar, but there are so many differences with things like enemies, and not just some metal being slapped on them and calling it a day, the backgrounds, and even Kirby and Day-to-Day themselves have some slight touches to make them look and feel different. You can't say that about Nightmare and Amazing Mirror, but the two games play so completely differently, with one being a traditional platformer, and the other being an open-world exploration. Triple Deluxe and Planet Robobot, metal aside, are basically the same thing. No surprise, considering that Robobot was originally going to be Triple Deluxe 2. But it isn't TDX 2, it's Planet Robobot, a new game without the number 2 in the title, and it feels ridiculously lazy and soulless because of it. The only thing that's actually new, aside from some very minor stuff like new abilities, which every game has, is the Robobot armor, and this feels very different to Hypernova. That was an integral part of Triple Deluxe, required for every stage to fill them with even more of that sense of joy and wonder that game evoked. Planet Robobot loses a lot of its identity, which it already barely has, since you don't even need the Robobot armor. You can just skip it in almost every area you need it. And while it improves Kirby's offenses for sure, you're made a lot bigger, which makes it a lot easier for you to get hit, and you miss out on your float. What kind of power-up is actually worse than your default character, especially in a game like Kirby, and especially when the offenses don't matter because abilities are so good? And look, you can't try and have the same style of charm and whimsy that Triple Deluxe had with an edgier, techie-style game like Robobot. You can't show these long animations and think, hey, that's pretty nice, I'm glad to have these. That's just not how it works. It only looks cool for so long before they start to get annoying. Triple Deluxe had that feel-good vibe going for it, and trying to have similar stylings here makes things feel really off. No other Kirby game has to worry about this. It's not like Dreamland 2 having a bad ending, or creepier moments, or intense boss fights were out of nowhere. The same with every other Kirby game, just not this one. But speaking of Dreamland 2 though, Robobot loves Dreamland 2. There's obvious love for Superstar that I won't spoil, but a lot of this game takes pages from Dreamland 2. An endgame filled to the brim with auto-scrollers, plenty of remixes from that game, even some reused boss fights, including one that I also won't spoil. I'm surprised this isn't the game that had a Kirby Fighter stage with the Animal Buddies. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with Dreamland 2, but I think you should improve your own game before flocking to Dreamland 2, and kinda Superstar, for ideas and references. In the Triple Deluxe video, I regrettably didn't get to talk about Day-to-Day Tour, but unlike what I had said before about Meta Nightmare Returns, Day-to-Day Tour was way better. Meta Knight having all these different moves sounds cool, but Day-to-Day Tour really encouraged exploration with those transportation black holes. You could skip entire portions of levels if you had a keen eye for exploration, and routing your runs of the mode to get the best times and or skip the hardest parts with limited recovery is something we've never seen in a Kirby game before, or since. Then Meta Knight just kind of breezes through levels with no trouble at all. Where's the fun in that? Speaking of, the other side modes, ignoring the mini-games, those are whatever, certainly lesser than what something like Triple Deluxe and especially Max Attack have, are the boss rushes, and while the plain arena is there, the true arena in this game is just too much. Even with the increased healing compared to the last few games, there's simply way too many bosses that are way too easy to take damage against. Without getting into the final boss for spoilers, it's unique, but entirely different from everything you've done up to that point, and just feels like way too much of a time sink. The true arena only makes this worse. If you've fallen for that trap, you know what I'm talking about. But hey, you can use Amiibo, right? Pay $12 for one of these things? It's fine, everything's fine. Overall, Planet Robobot isn't the sum of its parts. Those parts are pretty lifeless, being a robot and all, but but the core of what doesn't work is the very conception. If this was a direct sequel to Triple Deluxe, then fine, and it makes sense for assets to literally be reused. Since it's not, it has to suffer for a total lack of originality while still holding onto the stylings of Triple Deluxe. No other Kirby game has this distinct issue, and is the main reason, I talked about the others for those of you who skipped, is why Planet Robobot is the worst game in the series. Alright, I was convinced that this would be the one to have nothing but positivity from my Discord server. Ultra was nice, but Robobot was when people would go crazy. Almost! One person thought it was just okay, and while I'm pretty positive that it was sarcastic, it makes Superstar Ultra look better, so that sarcasm can just go right over my head. Lots of praise was given for Robobot though, especially for the gameplay. Surprise, surprise. There was some good feedback for the rest of it, but the actual game is what sold it for most. Planet Robobot is oftentimes considered the peak of the series in terms of gameplay, and to be frank, it's really hard to disagree. While I think Ultra is the cream of the crop due to the variety and the physics, and Return to Dreamland, for me, barely sneaks into my number 2 spot because of the pacing, I can't think of any other game I like more than Robobot. While I maintain that Superstar Ultra has the least going for it in terms of being the worst, I think Robobot has the most going for it in terms of it being the best. Despite borrowing basically everything from previous games, it has a completely unique identity, one that we haven't seen since. It's got that Kirby game feel, but with dozens of new ideas, set in an environment we're all used to, but ever so slightly different and mechanized to make it feel fresh and new. The pacing was also made a lot better from last time, an issue I'm glad was rectified, considering it isn't mentioned very often, but it is still a major issue. Despite all of the good aspects of the game, the clear winner here is definitely the Robobot armor. It's implemented so well, but very rarely forced on you. It feels like a mixture of the super abilities with the raw carnage and destruction, and the animal buddies of all things, and how it changes your control style, it combines with copy abilities, and adds to the puzzle-solving element of the game. You're always in control of the Robobot armor too, very rarely having to sit around and watch things happen. And if it does happen, it's so rare that it isn't nearly as tedious or time-wasting as something like the Hypernova. Anything I said earlier about the Hypernova being better, that's just for the sake of argument. In my book, the Robobot armor crushes the Hypernova in every conceivable way. Speaking of, Meta Nightmare Returns is better than Banditator. Basically ignore everything that I said during the worst segment, excluding what I said about the final boss and maybe the True Arena stuff. The game isn't perfect, and it really does feel like it could be strapped for originality at certain points. Really, there's only one original and traditional boss fight, the rest are reused assets. It's kinda fishy, but it's such a masterclass in most other areas that it's really hard to care. And it isn't like the devs didn't use the fact that they were using borrowed assets to their advantage. It allowed them to flex their creative muscles and go all out with that sci-fi theming. Sci-fi and fantasy are literally the same thing, only one has sci and one doesn't. So seeing how different the entire experience is, right down to almost every piece of music having some form of electro to it, is crazy. As per usual with Kirby, it came out when hype towards the console it was on, the 3DS, was dying down, but the overwhelming majority of people who played it still see it as the best in the series. That has to count for something, right?
Wow, we're finally here. This is kind of the end. At the time of writing this script,
Forgotten Land is the only main series game of its era, so yeah, Star Allies is the final game we're covering for a completed string of games. And while that's kind of sad, I'm also thrilled to get this massive workload off of me, so let's get started. Before we start the video today, though, and trust me, I really want to start, if you like the video and want to tell me that it's the best, feel free to give the video a like, ring the notification bell after subscribing to really help me out, and let me know in the comments what you think of Kirby Star Allies. Also, if you want to see a video like this for every main series Kirby game, you can check out the playlist for Kirby Month 4 that I have, where I cover why any game in this series is the worst and the best. If you check those out, you'll have a great time, and I'd really appreciate it. Alright, here we go. You know what? A lot of the finer details are actually spoilers, so all I can really say for the plot synopsis is that dark, infected hearts fall on Popstar, corrupting almost everyone, including Dedede, but not a napping, as always, Kirby. Kirby actually has a far purer heart, allowing him to toss friend hearts at enemies to become friends. Find out the source of these weird-looking hearts and save your friends. The Allies part of Star Allies is a very important piece of the puzzle here. Not the literal puzzles that are in this game, but maybe, just maybe, the appeal of Star Allies were the friends we made along the way. Even just talking on a basic level, being able to befriend an enemy you really like, let's say Waddle Doo for the beam attack, and then piggyback on them and actually take control of your new friend is a blast. This is pretty big on all fronts, as channel familiars may know that Poppy Bros breaks the game apart in terms of boss fights for the post-game modes, and like I said, casually, you get to control people. What's not to love? But the real fun is with the Dream Friends. Even the default 3 of Dedede, Meta Knight, and Bandanity are welcome additions. It isn't often you get to play as any of them during a main adventure. And from the second the game was made available, Bandanity was available. You had to unlock Dedede and Meta Knight, resulting in another major W for Bandanity. He's the goodest boy and deserves it all. But once the updates started rolling in and we got classic characters, it was done, and Star Allies could solidify itself as the best game for many a longtime fan. Were there a lot of Dreamland 2 fans playing Star Allies when it came out? Who knows, but it sure as heck felt like it with all of the love going around for Rick. And while Marks buried up some trust issue related memories, actually getting to play as Marks in a Kirby game was just unbelievable. Nothing felt sacrificed for the character coming in, still having the bouncing ball to move around with, his boss fight form to cause all kinds of chaos, and who can forget that adorable, punchable face? But who can forget the one, the only, Gooey? The magic of Star Allies was in full effect here, as when Gooey initially came out, I remember many people saying that Gooey didn't really matter. Rick and Marks were right there, who cares about Gooey? But it didn't take very long for Gooey and his wonderful gooiness to win people over. His tongue attack having the same properties and functionality as Whip is the funniest part. Then we got the next batch announced in reverse order, and who else to start with but Deluxe? Seeing every member of the Squeaks be in Deluxe's moveset, all while keeping every element of his boss fights intact, reminds you of just how much fun the Squeak Squad parts of Squeak Squad really were. Then you see Dark Meta Knight running around, using elements of not only Sword like normal Meta Knight, but combining them with the elements of Mirror, a fan-favorite ability not even in Star Allies, and you're just dazzled. Of course, anyone around at the time remembers how much the community lost their collective minds at not only the return of the Kirby 64 fan-favorite Adeline, but also seeing the Fairy Ribbon tag alongside her. I think it's a pretty safe bet to say that, of all the Dream Friends, these two are hands down the cutest. Their high five mirroring what Kirby and Waddle Dee did in a cutscene is such an adorable attention to detail. The final wave of Dream Friends were the least nostalgic, for sure, but at the same time, I know a lot of you viewers watching were feeling very nostalgic watching the Return to Dreamland video. Watching that Magalore announcement trailer and seeing all the nods to that game was really something else. As were the Gem Apples. Taranta was a pretty big deal for a lot of people too, as for many, it was when they realized, oh shoot, the devs actually know the memes that we meme about. Without spoiling anything major, the Taranta crying at the end of the trailer, hilarious stuff. And of course, who can forget Susie? In Star Allies, she has a gun, but she also takes cues from Jet and the Robobot armor, able to combine with ability elements to tear things apart. My point is, Star Allies is a celebration. Going through the story mode, befriending enemies, and playing as series staples in a brand new way. Getting to the end game and experiencing the single best climax of any Kirby game to date. Unlocking the post-game modes and discovering that they're even better, like speedrunning an abridged version of the game as friends, or the dream friends that get redone levels from their own games, solving the puzzles of Heroes in Another Dimension, which feels like a natural blend of a Sakurai game like Superstar and a Shimomura game like Crystal Shards, blasting through the ultimate choice on one of 8 or 9 difficulty levels, culminating with a brand new final boss. It all celebrates Kirby, and that's why Star Allies is the best game in the series. Remember last time in the Planet Robobot video when I said I didn't have to do my job because everyone loves that game? Do an Uno flip and you've got Star Allies. When this game came out, it had its fans, but a lot of people really did not like it. The reasoning is, as per usual, is very simple. There is nothing to the story mode here. Mind you, the story mode is the main mode of the game, what everyone will actually play start to finish, the most important part of the game, etc. So why even bother playing it if the good stuff is everything leading up to it, you know, the original content that you experience for the first time blind, so bad? You often hear that these levels are made for the multiplayer, but if you look at games like Amazing Mirror and Return to Dreamland, they have far more memorable levels and set pieces, and those are also multiplayer. If you look at Star Allies as a single-player game, it fares so much worse, not only as a standalone game, but also compared to others before it, like Crystal Shards, Squeak Squad, Planet Robobot, all of them. The problem with these levels is that nothing happens in them. You run, you jump, suck up enemies, and maybe take their powers, maybe not, I don't know, up to you. You climb ladders, solve some basic puzzles, grab puzzle pieces to unlock. Puzzles? Really? Okay. Anyway, it all just amounts to a game with very little in the way of memorable set pieces, which is a shame because just about every Kirby game prior was able to find a great balance of visual spectacle and fun gameplay. Star Allies ends up with neither. While not the only reason, a big culprit as to why the game feels so dry is because this is the 4th game in a row with this exact same style. I criticized Planet Robobot for having this issue as the 3rd, and while Star Allies doesn't copy the exact same look of the game before it like Robobot did, it still struggles to find any kind of identity because the formula it's using has grown so tired, with some of the blandest levels in the series, and a forced multiplayer gimmick that either grinds the fun multiplayer pace to a halt, adds more tedium to a boring single-player mode, or it can just be skipped altogether. And unlike, say, the Animal Buddies, many times you aren't missing out on much, even for 100%. It all feels very been there, done that, even if you're new to the series. In 2018, this is unacceptable. And those post-game modes, they can be enjoyable for a playthrough or two, but many of them encourage you to clear the mode with every single ability in the whole game. It's just so much, and why the game is so bent on limiting you to use one ability instead of giving you ones at random like the older games is beyond me. At least give players a choice of what you want to go with, like what Superstar Ultra did. Speaking of that game, I am aware that Helper to Hero also technically has you go through Helper to Hero with every ability, which would mean that's a flaw at a glance, but that mode is so much shorter with so many less abilities to go through with. The game is just a total disaster, riddled with bland levels, a severe lack of meaningful content, and the worst sense of deja vu in the series. And for those out there that do think this is a problem, again, I don't, but every game in the series before this ran at 60 frames per second. Star Allies, with visual compromises like the blurry backgrounds, still have to be 30, and sometimes the frame rate can even dip if you have too many Dream Friends on the screen. If Triple Deluxe and Planet Robobot 3DS games never once go below 60, that makes Star Allies the worst game in the series. And everything else. Surprisingly, things on my Discord were pretty positive when I asked. Not that I expected a riot or anything, but Star Allies isn't really what I'd call popular, and maybe it's because the server has a lot of people who've played the other games, so things like a middling story mode don't bother them as much. The post-game was definitely a real highlight, with replayability being the major highlight, but not negative doesn't always equal positive. While everyone had their fun with it, only a few people really liked it. I remember when Star Allies initially came out, and people either really liked it or really hated it. There were people saying that the game wasn't bad, but once the next game would come out, nobody would really talk about it anymore. Ironically, I feel like the opposite happened. Forgotten Land did a lot right for a lot of people, but now that we're finally into the next era of Kirby, we can look back at Star Allies as the final hurrah of a 30-year-long string of games. Of course, we'll be getting more 2D games in the future, but only from the lens of a post-Forgotten Land world. Star Allies is an experience. As a game, it has a lot of problems, ones that I can't blame people for not being able to look past. There was definitely a lot of love and care put into it, despite the troubled development, but that can only get you so far. Even if the post-game content is better, it doesn't change the fact that the story mode you'll be spending at least 5 hours with, unless you're a speedrunner, is boring. I know people like it, and I don't want to take that away from anybody, but in the grand scheme of things, the levels don't offer much. Still, I think the multiplayer can make the story mode a good time, and the post-game is great regardless. Those who stuck with it certainly had some issues to deal with, but they also found a game with a lot of care put into it, with some insane depth and replayability. Every ability has some form of insanity going for it, making replay playthroughs of Guest Star Allies, the ultimate choice, and even Heroes in Another Dimension really fun. I still don't think the game is amazing, but maybe, just maybe, it wasn't the end of the world for Kirby that, I hate to say it like this, but some of the more obnoxious people on the internet made it out to be. But my own personal thoughts on the game myself, this is good, middle of the pack, I prefer Rainbow guys. And that's a wrap. I have covered every single main series game, and some extras depending on who you ask, for the first 3 full eras of Kirby. First the classics, then the midlife crisis, or the bridge era for a less goofy name, and now the Return to Dreamland era is done. Going from every game, starting with Dreamland and ending with Star Allies, has been quite the experience, and I've learned a lot by covering them. I can't cover every detail of why all of these games could be considered the best or worst in the series, but based on the feedback I've gotten, I seem to be doing a good job universally. So let's take the good job that I've been doing and cause some controversy. I will come right out of the gate and say it. Of the 3 eras we've covered so far, this one is my favorite. It has some things about it that I don't like, which we will get into, but the rate that these games came out was insane. Starting with Return to Dreamland, only 2013 was missed, and every other year was filled with either a major new release, a cool new spin-off, or an interesting expansion of a sub-game from the main 3DS titles. Compare this to the 2000s, which didn't have very much, or the classic era where the quantity was there, but the majority of the spin-offs felt really throwaway. I still maintain that Battle Royale is one of the most fun multiplayer games in the series and deserves so much better, but other games of the era, like the Kirby Clash and Fighters games, were other notable multiplayer experiences. Putting aside games that I didn't cover for the year, while I don't want to call Rainbow Curse a hidden gem, it is a really fun game with a phenomenal presentation that got shafted by unfortunately being on the Wii U. And the multiplayer there is a ton of fun too. While Extra Epic Yarn wasn't multiplayer and may not have been any kind of success, as a technical achievement, fitting a Wii game on the 3DS and it not being a total mess, if nothing else, is commendable. All that said, for better or for worse, when anyone looks back at this time period of Kirby, they're going to think of 4, maybe 3, games, those being Return to Dreamland, Triple Deluxe, Planet Robobot, and Star Allies. They defined the franchise for an entire decade, and while Star Allies came out towards the end and didn't have the best reception, the sales numbers for that game were when it became clear that the road that Return and Triple Deluxe had paved made this series one of Nintendo's biggest hits. Kirby had finally, genuinely, and no help needed from Smash Brothers, made it to the mainstream. Return to Dreamland oftentimes gets the credit here, and while the sales numbers for a 2011 Wii game for a franchise people didn't care much for, outside of a small handful of games and Smash, were great, the lightning in a bottle that was Triple Deluxe is really what helped Kirby catch on. Planet Robobot got a ton of love, but not the sales numbers, and Star Allies was the opposite. We didn't get another genuine Triple Deluxe until Forgotten Land, which sounds really funny out of context. So why could this be considered a bad thing? The franchise's sales are doing great, HAL itself has grown exponentially, and even older titles that didn't get much attention, like Superstar Ultra, have re-entered into the public conscious. The problem is that in becoming more mainstream, more games were coming out at a time. In particular, the spin-off games being expansions of Triple Deluxe, and Planet Robobot sub-games, Triple Deluxe feeling very similar to Return, Planet Robobot literally having the game engine for a Triple Deluxe 2, not to mention that these problems carried over to the Switch, this era of Kirby had a big problem with games feeling samey. Now, nobody's accusing, say, Blowout Blast and Triple Deluxe of being the same game. That said, they all share a nearly identical feel and control scheme with a nearly identical presentation. Sure, they play different, but unlike any of the Kirby games before, it could really feel like you were playing the same game, or at the very least, some kind of update. Not a brand new game like the majority of Kirby games before it. I mentioned this in the Starlize video, but Dreamland 1 and 2, they look similar in some ways, yes, but they're totally different and feel nothing alike. Nightmare and Amazing Mirror, same engine, but Amazing Mirror is an open world game, Nightmare and Dreamland is a platformer, they play completely differently. And while Nightmare and Superstar Ultra were remakes, they not only added a lot of new content, but looked, controlled, felt, and sounded nothing like the originals. Epic Yarn and Extra Epic are basically the same game, except Extra Epic is almost universally seen as worse. The common counter-argument, and one that I actually agree with, is that all of these games play super differently. Just looking at the spin-offs, something that Kirby has always shamelessly copied and pasted assets for, Fighters and Clash and Blowout Blast and Rainbow Curse and Battle Royale, they play nothing alike. They all have really interesting spins on what Kirby is, and were a nice, fun little time away from the main series games. I take most of those over, say, Block Ball or Pinball Land, or heck, even Squeak Squad. The actual core Kirby games, in terms of visual presentation, always felt the most distinct to me, ignoring Rainbow Curse for obvious reasons. Ironic considering what everyone else thinks, but I don't know, I have no idea how you can look at Return and Star Allies and think they look identical. Frankly, the games don't even feel all that similar to me in terms of physics and such. It's like comparing Superstar to Ultra. There's more nuance here than, say, Nightmare to Squeak Squad or the Dreamland trilogy. Even Return to TDX and Robobot to Star Allies feel different to me, although not as much. Really, the only major offender here is Triple Deluxe 2 Robobot, ironically, because Robobot is considered by many to be the best game in the series. For gameplay, that's a bit of a different story. I will argue until the day that I die that Triple Deluxe Onward feels way different from Return to Dreamland, but Triple Deluxe Onward, those I can see. Not so much to the extent where they're called the new Super Mario Brothers of Kirby. How you could look at the creativity in TDX and Robobot and unironically think that is beyond me, but I can at least see where people are coming from. It still doesn't quite bother me because, I don't know, all games are kind of like this. You get a style of gameplay, you build on it, and then as games progress, you innovate. At least regarding 2D platformers, Mario does the same thing, Sonic does the same thing, Mega Man's still doing that, Klonoa did that, and again, I love Klonoa, so why is Kirby any different? Robobot and Star Allies are really the main offenders here, but the ire is mostly directed at Star Allies. Robobot kinda gets the pass because it's really good, which is honestly really hypocritical, but to avoid making anyone too mad, I'll also bring up that Robobot is kinda sorta literally Triple Deluxe 2, or at least it was at one point, so it's easier to give it a bit of a pass. That said, while I am a fan of Star Allies and even prefer it over Triple Deluxe, I can't say I don't disagree with the criticism it's received, especially at launch. Not to the extent that it got, especially from a very small but very large and loud batch of content creators. I'm not going to say any names, but they were awful about that. But still, I don't know, there isn't really an endpoint with this video because the arguments, and really, that's all they are. There's no discussion about this era being good or bad. You just like it or you don't and get into petty squabbles until you annoy the person you disagree with enough. And this does go for both sides. For this era's quality boiled down to the same tired points. I defend most of these games and still consider this my favorite era of the series. And looking back at it, now that it's finished, it's definitely interesting. Looking back at all of these games and picking them apart to see what makes them good and not so good has been super interesting. It's been a fun series to do, and I'm glad that, if nothing else, this has really confirmed to me that Superstar Ultra is still a game that's on people's minds. I can never ever let that game leave. If I had to rank the eras of Kirby, which is totally meaningless because frankly they're all so close, I'd have to go with the Return era at number 1, or the Cool Kid era, as I've probably made the title of the video, as my favorite, then the Classic era, then the Midlife Crisis. Well, thank you all for joining me for this year's Kirby month. It's been super fun. Oh, you know what? I feel like I've forgotten something, but I can't quite land on what that is. Oh, shoot, that's right. With the month being so close to being over, I totally forgot. I promised a copy ability spotlight for August. Whoops. Well, we still got a couple days left. Look forward to that. Until then, I've been Claire, Kirby fan. Thanks you so much for watching, and I will see you around. Bye! You know, I don't know why I pretended that I wasn't going to cover Forgotten Land, and I guess I didn't get to do it in August. I technically didn't cover it for Kirby month, but I literally said in a video that I'd be going over it, and frankly, it's kind of crazy to skip it considering how popular the game is. We've got one last video before we wrap this all up, so here we go! If you like the video and want to tell me you think it's the best, please give the video a like, tell me what you think about Kirby and the Forgotten Land in the comments, and ring the notification bell after subscribing to really help me out. I promise after this video is over, there will be variety again with the YouTuber bet. If you don't need variety so much, I have covered every single main Kirby game up to this point. Finally! You can check the playlist out if you want to see why every Kirby game can be considered the best or the worst. With that, for the last time, let's do this. You can really tell that we're in a new era of Kirby now, because the plot doesn't start with Kirby taking a nap. Rather, Kirby finds enjoyment gliding around on the Warp Star when suddenly, out of nowhere, a giant rift appears in the sky. It sucks up a ton of Waddle Dees, including Bandana D, along with Kirby. This does some funky looking things to Kirby, but no time to worry about that now. Wander through this forgotten land and find out how to get back home. Kirby's Dream Land came out in Japan on April 27th, 1992. That feels about as long as it's been since I've started this series. Ugh. But the important part is that, from then until March 25th, 2022, almost 30 years had passed. A lot happens in 30 years, and the same can be said of Kirby. One thing that fans had screamed and begged about for years was a fully 3D game, and, in fairness, the devs had really wanted to do this too. Known attempts date back to one of the various forms of Kirby GCN from 2004-ish, and we've had games like Air Ride and Battle Royale be 3D games, but no Kirby-feeling Kirby game was ever 3D, you know? Then, one fateful day, the announcement hit that Kirby and the Forgotten Land would be full 3D. And to say that people freaked out would be an understatement. While it's unfortunate that it took Kirby so long to make the jump to 3D, the reason why people were so excited is that, even in 2D, Kirby games do such a good job of welcoming you into their world and immersing you. There's a reason why so many different people have so many different Kirby games as their favorite. The games are really good at doing this, not only with their masterclass visuals and music, but also by giving you levels with tons to explore. You really feel invested when you have so much looking around to do. And guess what adding a third dimension does? You got it, give you even more room to explore while adding a whole new layer to the visuals. To say that Forgotten Land did that and succeeded would be the biggest understatement I've made in any of these videos. People love Forgotten Land, and it's not just new game hype or Switch hype or whatever talking. People got the game and fell in love with it because there's so much to see that the game just lets you do. You run, you jump, you float, inhale, copy abilities, all like any other Kirby game, but that feeling of exploration is enhanced so much by running around these fully lived-in environments. Well, it's all pretty abandoned and not really lived in, but I'll be quiet. There's a big difference between running in a straight line and keeping your eyes peeled for goodies, compared to moving a full 360 degrees and doing the same. The best part is that Kirby still feels and controls as great as ever. There's no awkward jump to 3D because the foundation of the game stayed the same. Instead of changing everything about the core of the game about Kirby, alienating fans and making it weird for newcomers to go back to the older games, the 3D instead warps how you move in environments and interact with puzzles. I'm putting a big focus on the feel of 3D because that really is why Forgotten Land triumphs over every other game. 3D isn't always better than 2D, but for a franchise whose main draw is simplistic exploration and fun, 3D is simply better. But if going 3D is the big appeal, won't future 3D games just take Forgotten Land and make it better? No, and for 2 reasons. First of all, going 3D isn't the only appeal of the game here, but even if it was, Forgotten Land is the first of its kind. Not only does that automatically make it feel the freshest and definitely the most historically important, but future games tend to build on what happened previously. Think of Dreamland 1 Adventure Superstar. Looking back, Forgotten Land will always have the best combination of simplicity and new ideas that Kirby games are so well loved for, similar to Dreamland 1. More complex games will have complexity as a negative, while other simpler 3D games will always have to be compared to it. Of course, visuals aren't all the game has going for it, as gorgeous as these 3D environments are. Gameplay is always the front and center, and Forgotten Land tosses in a ton of new ideas that the series has never gone for in the past. Most prominently, the change to copy abilities. The number was drastically reduced to only 12, and we've gone back to the style of pre-Superstar Ultra games, excluding Superstar, of course. Abilities only have 1 or 2 moves in their moveset, which was a good choice for a 3D game. Superstar-style movesets are fun and all, but it's much harder to properly assign and convey things like that in 3D. And it's not like adventure abilities weren't fun, and quite the opposite. Limiting the movesets decreases mistakes and frustration, while also upping accessibility. Of course, this is also where ability upgrades come in, and these are a really cool idea. Never before has a Kirby game had a sense of progression like this, and it's a very welcome one. Ditching the live system like Epic Yarn was a great call that was, frankly, a long time coming, but like Epic Yarn, there's a much more substantial purpose for collecting star coins than the beads. Kirby's pad is definitely a thing, but using star coins as in-game currency to improve your abilities is so much more interesting. Plus, look, you get new hats. Getting a cozy-looking Mr. Frosty hat for ice, or double pencils with drill, Mennonite's mask for sword, Kirby 64's needle plus needle combo for, needle. There's so much fun to be had with getting new hats. But the true entertainment comes from actually using the abilities and seeing what changes happen from being upgraded. Obviously, you'll get an increase to your damage, and seeing boss and mini-boss health bars simply melt is super satisfying, but you get instances like Ranger, with a charge time and damage change, or Sword, which basically gets entirely different feeling attacks, depending on which version you have. Time Crash and Deep Sleep deserve special mention for being insanely creative, but if there's one clear winner, it is Deep Sleep. There's something about Sleep that's just so memeable, and seeing it get genuine use, other than plain old health restoration, is so cool. As far as the abilities themselves go, they made an excellent transition to 3D, upgrades included. New abilities like Drill have a lot of hidden depth to them, or are just simple fun like Ranger. Hammer deals the big damage as always, and the upgrades add both the personality and total carnage and destruction, while others require a bit more strategy, like Bomb, but the rewards for mastering them increase as you upgrade. Chain Bomb in particular is the Kirby equivalent of 4D chess, and is arguably the single most interesting ability a Kirby game has ever had. Other interesting ones, like Cutter, are here and accounted for, with new and interesting twists. In Cutter's case, instead of angling it, you can hold it in place, making it stronger. And let it be known, if you thought the challenge stages in Return to Dreamland were cool, the treasure roads are even better. They're about as long, but instead of having a checklist of things that you need to do to get a medal, your only goal here is to beat the time. It's a lot simpler that way, and while it may also sound easier, these stages are functioning like teaching tools that grow to test your mastery with an ability, rather than a test to see how much of a certain thing you can get done. Your reward is far more substantial than a medal too, being rare stones that you can use to upgrade your abilities. This makes the gameplay loop of playing levels, doing a treasure road, and getting a new ability upgrade super satisfying, and takes nothing away from the pace and flow of the game. Kirby games are, of course, more than just abilities, and while moving through levels is super fun, what makes exploring the levels the greatest of every Kirby game, ignoring the whole 3D thing at least, is the mission system. The caged Waddle Dees are fun to find and all, but they can at least be compared to things like chests in Great Cave and Squeak Squad. The missions, though, reward you for thinking outside of the box and doing things that you may not have thought to do otherwise. As early as the second level in the game, the 5 Tulip mission had players worldwide exploring every nook and cranny of the level to make sure they didn't miss anything in the demo, and in turn were not only rewarded via an extra Waddle Dee, but a feeling of accomplishment, one that doesn't stop the pace of the game at all. Forgotten Land wants you to play through it however you want. If you really want to go for broke, there are 300 Waddle Dees to collect, but even if you get the minimum amount and just get to the end, you're still moving through 3D landscapes with constantly changing camera angles, interesting set pieces, puzzles to solve, abilities to mess around with, bosses to fight, great music, the works. And when you want to take a little break, then hey, what kind of 3D platformer would this game be if it didn't have goofy side content? You've got Tilt and Roll, Fishing, the Coliseum, Lunch Rush, the Gotcha Machine. There's a lot to do that's unrelated to the main game. You also get Kirby Another House, built just like the old one. Hey, if it ain't broken, don't fix it, you know? Where you can get health restoration for free if you aren't up to eating lunch. And who can say no to Kirby snoozing away with the pals? At the end of the day, Forgotten Land isn't a rousing success because it reinvented the series. The third dimension changes a lot of things, but this game knows what it is, a Kirby game, and uses that in tandem with the added dimension to craft an experience so masterful that tons of people worldwide fell in love with it. There's a sense of wonder and whimsy to the game that's just impossible to feel in 2D. That moment in the prologue when the music kicks in for the first time says it all. Time will tell if it remains the most popular game in the series or not. New game hype is unfortunately something that's put a stop to basically every Kirby game's popularity, aside from Ultra and Robobot, but regardless, how popular this game is, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, Kirby and the Forgotten Land is the best game in the series. Oh shoot, I didn't get to talk about mouthful mode, huh? Well, we're gonna have to move on. This is a pretty long video so far, but mouthful mode, good choice. Cone Bee for life. Kirby, as a series, has spent the last 10 years building upon itself. A game would release, the devs would look at what worked and make it better. They looked at what didn't work, totally rework it, and re-implement it into the next game. Some things, good or bad, had to go between games, but it makes sense to not just keep redoing the same exact thing. Similar as the games could feel, they all felt like they were trying to advance the formula and become even bigger and crazier. Star Allies, for all the issues that it has, went all out with content, post-launch support, making the fans happy with Dream Friends, the visuals, it wound up having a lot going for it. So here's this brand new game to kick off the newest era of Kirby. It's 3D, and that's it. Forgotten Land is the worst in the series because, unlike every game that came before, this is a regression of the franchise rather than a progression. But wasn't Dreamland 3 the same? No, that was a progression of Dreamland 2 that had a completely different feel from something like Superstar. Well, what about Squeak Squad? Still no, because that game, while not having many new ideas, was all about improving the functionality and gameplay of Kirby and making it more fun. As for Star Allies, well, I already explained that one. So then, wouldn't Forgotten Land be a progression of, I don't know, something, anything? No, because Forgotten Land made Kirby 3D and did nothing else. Unlike your Dreamland 3s, this still feels like any other Kirby game, just with an added dimension. Unlike your Squeak Squads, this doesn't really polish anything compared to before. And making it 3D doesn't make it feel like a complete and total departure from the last 10 years of Kirby, because it still has a remarkably similar flow and feel to those games. Kirby still stops on a dime, his slide moves still go at a similar distance, there's a gimmick that's supposed to separate it from the other games, and we'll get to mouthful mode, but my point is, despite being 3D, this is still just Kirby. And just being Kirby is fine. Not ideal for something like this, but certainly not enough to make a game the worst. But it's the regressions that sting the most. This can be felt most with the copy abilities, a far cry from what they've been ever since Adventure. And, credit where it's due, that was the game to introduce them on hardware that, quite frankly, shouldn't have been able to make them work. Then you have stuff like the Dreamland games, Superstar, Crystal Shards, every game expanded ability movesets in a variety of ways. And for games like Amazing Mirror and Canvas Curse that had the simple approach, the foundation of the game was totally different. And no, going 3D doesn't completely change the core of the game. Making it an open world or making it touchscreen only, that's totally different. Not being able to move diagonally. The copy abilities here are completely neutered, while also requiring you to grind for materials for them. So the way that they work is that every ability only has 1 or 2 moves. That's it. Abilities become so much more boring to use, so much quicker, compared to every other game. Abilities have always been a form of expression, and it's really hard to properly express yourself when you only have one move per ability to do that with. And no, this is not where ability upgrades come in, because while the stats of your abilities increase, your ability itself really doesn't. There are some very minor changes to some, like frosty ice spawning some snowmen that you can shoot at enemies, but by and large, the abilities play and feel the exact same. And actually upgrading these things, oh boy. Okay, so grinding for star coins to upgrade them isn't ideal. No other Kirby game forces you to grind for currency. Even going for keychains and stickers can be done far more naturally. But to get the rare stones, you clear treasure roads. First of all, this is the first time they messed up a proper clear time reward. Getting good clear times in Kirby games prior always netted you with some kind of reward, like getting closer to 100%, more 1-ups, or even something super simple like a gold or platinum medal. This gets you a checkmark and 50 star coins. Getting this isn't even required for 100%. It's super disappointing. But that leads into the bigger problem with the treasure roads. They only exist for 100% completion. This is an issue that other Kirby games have had, but Forgotten Land takes the cake because the act of finishing the treasure roads is not where it ends. Assuming you want to wait until you beat a boss per world to get your upgrade, as most people tend to do, you're doing a minimum of at least 15 to 20 minutes worth of treasure roads, all to go back to Waddle Dee Town, enter the shop, select the ability you want to upgrade, see the new hat, realize it's the exact same thing you were just using with slightly better stats, and you realize, what's the point? To see the new hat, get 5 seconds of excitement for all of the treasure road grinding? The collectible Waddle Dees are also handled far worse than, say, the Sunstones or the Code Cubes. You needed to collect enough of those to get to a world boss, sure, but you don't have to get that many. World 1 of Robobot only requires you to get 4, and you're forced to get one in the first level as it is. World 1 of Forgotten Land requires 17, but to be fair, you get 3 Waddle Dees for clearing every level, so that balances back down to 5. The idea of literally being given so many of something like a Sunstone or a Code Cube is really a good enough point to include here, but for the sake of argument, okay, you only need 5, which is 1 more than Robobot. Let's do some mathsies to see how many you need for later worlds. In Robobot, going in order, you need 4, then 5, then 6, then 6 again, then 7, then 7 again. 35 Code Cubes out of 100, so about a third of them. You're very lenient, the rest are optional, good stuff. For Forgotten Land, once again, subtracting the Waddle Dees that you're literally given for free, you need 5, then 7, then 9, then 11, then 13, and finally capping out at 14. That's 59 Waddle Dees, which may not sound like that much, but starting with Winter Horns, World 4, the amount of Waddle Dees that you need to get becomes a bit too much. The reason why is because, unlike previous games, the Waddle Dees that you find in cages along the way aren't the only Waddle Dees to find. The missions are there too, and the devs are definitely expecting you to be able to pick up some slack if you miss caged Waddle Dees. But the problem is that the missions become painfully obtuse the longer the game goes on. And with the game being so wide open and 3D, it's much easier to not only miss caged Waddle Dees, but also missions, which makes the gameplay loop slowly hunting for caged Waddle Dees while searching every nook and cranny for missions to unlock and hoping that you don't miss any until you hit the unlock requirement. You can piece together pretty quickly that the requirement is 2 more Waddle Dees than the world prior at least, but the game is still a total drag when looking for them. That is, of course, until you think you found enough, in which case the game offers very little since the whole point of it is to explore. More exploration-focused games like Dreamland 2 and Amazing Mirror have things like the animal buddies and non-linearity to help ease repetition, not to mention copy abilities that actually mean something. Isn't it a bummer that the abilities don't offer as much as they used to? Oh, but you have mouthful modes instead! These are strange and definitely not a replacement for copy abilities, but again, compared to what the games prior had been setting up, it feels so lackluster. The Dream Friends were a tough act to follow, I guess, but these feel so mundane, even in comparison to the 4-player shenanigans. I get that the game takes place in a post-apocalypse kind of setting, but not only are some of these total wastes, yeah, I just love the mouthful that makes you spin for a couple of seconds and then you move on, but once you actually use one of them, you get the whole picture. Some, like the Arch Mouth, can really drag, while others, like the Ring Mouth, are used for the kinds of puzzles that aren't hard but take really long. Again, very disappointing. Forgotten Land is the first 3D Kirby, and going forward, the mistakes made in this game will likely be rectified. That's comforting, but if that's the best thing I can muster to say about the game, then it really goes to show its quality. I didn't get into the things like the repetitious soundtrack, how easy the Coliseum boss rushes are, the glitches. No, the game is a mess. And unlike the first 2D game, Kirby's Dream Land, it isn't particularly replayable due to the slower pace and longer runtime. You play it once, realize it's not good, and move on. For Kirby, that just doesn't fly, resulting in Forgotten Land being the worst game in the series. This shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody, but by a pretty large margin, this game got the most answers from my Discord server. What may be a bit more of a surprise were that the opinions were pretty varied. Most people did like the game, but how much they liked it varied a lot. There were even some people who didn't like the game, or at least weren't super crazy about it. The common critiques involved the game feeling like it could have done more, as well as general gripes with the game going back to a more simplistic approach in general, but especially with abilities, compared to the insanity from the last bunch of games. For those who did like it, again, how much they did varied, with similar reasons to those who didn't like it, but most did look past that because of what the game being 3D brings to the Kirby formula. Exploring is the name of the game and all that. The levels, the boss fights, the visuals, the side content, and endgame going for 100%, all things that people really love about Forgotten Land. Going 3D may sound pretty basic, and sure, not having that until 2022 was strange, but thanks to it coming out so late, it could bypass a lot of the trappings of early 3D games and be polished right off the bat. Know it or not, people appreciate that. Out of every game we've covered in this series, the most amount of people, at least in my Discord server, have said that Forgotten Land was their favorite. Oh boy, okay. For those of you who are new here, 2 years ago, I did a ranking of every single Kirby game, including spin-offs that time, and typically before the start of every Kirby month, I play catch-up with every game that I had missed. Last year, for example, I did a quickie on Kirby Fighters 2. I decided to save my takes on Forgotten Land for this video, so I'm going to be going a bit more in-depth during the final thoughts bit than I normally do before wrapping up this whole thing. I'll keep it a tad short, since I said a lot already, but please bear with me. I'll say this much right off the bat, I love Forgotten Land. I'll fully admit to missing the larger movesets from the last 10 years, but I really love games like Amazing Mirror and Canvas Curse, not despite the fact that they have simple ability movesets, but rather because they have simple ability movesets. Forgotten Land doesn't have to be any different. What matters is that they're fun, and while I don't think all of them are winners, enough of them are a great time. Drill finally seems to be picking up in popularity, which is great. I loved that ability from day one, which is kind of funny since I didn't really like Ranger from the second I started using it. Quite frankly, still don't. If you follow me on Twitch, please do, then you know that one of my new favorite abilities for beating bosses is Chain Bomb. I've always loved Bomb, but Chain Bomb just adds an entirely new layer to strategy to beating bosses that I can't get enough of. The prep work is my favorite part, especially in the Ultimate Cup. I'm not showing footage as to not spoil against Meta Knight. Let's just say things explode and you deal damage really fast. It's really funny. Oh, I can't lie though. If we're talking about my own feelings on the game, I know it's petty, but for as long as I can remember, I've loved Parasol. I really was looking forward to seeing it in a 3D traditional Kirby, and it was one of many popular abilities that got the cut. It's been almost half a year since the game launched with zero signs of updates, so all I can do is hope that either more abilities are still coming somehow, or the next game is going to have Parasol in it. My other two favorite abilities, after Parasol of course, are Bomb and Ice, and while I make my love of Chain Bomb abundantly clear, regular Ice being an amazing boss killer, as well as Frosty Ice having that hat, do make me happy. I want Parasol! I do have some other gripes, namely the storytelling being the same as it was in the 2D games. I don't think works here. The 3D Kirby really could have benefited from a lot more happening in the levels than just they're post-apocalyptic, especially when there's nothing here still until a lore dump at the end. It's pretty great, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't feel as satisfying compared to a game like Star Allies, whose themes of friendship really pay off at the end. The theming here is 3D post-apocalypse, which just doesn't have as many interesting visual themes compared to, say, science fantasy, or exploring a mirror world, or a crayon coloring book. Speaking of, just like Amazing Mirror had no mirror, how does Forgotten Land, a game filled with animals, not have animal? Like, really? But the complaints don't distract me enough from how much I really love the game. And having let the game sink in for almost half a year, I can say that, even knowing future 3D games are coming, Forgotten Land is one of my favorites. It was certainly worth the wait, and even if it doesn't wind up staying my favorite 3D Kirby game forever, it certainly left a strong first impression for our favorite super tough Pink Puff in 3D. But listen, all I'm asking, really, just give me Forgotten Land, right? Give me Forgotten Land. But again, it could be $1,000. I don't care. Just give me Forgotten Land. But this time, give me Forgotten Land. This time, but Parasol inside. It's really not that hard. Come on. So is that it? Are we finally done? No, silly. There's a tradition that I need to follow. Kirby game rankings, remember? I normally rank all of these before August, but I saved this for the end because it's such a special moment. The moment where we, as a collective, can be together and experience moi ranking Kirby's Toy Box. Wait, what? To get through this quickly, if you watched the video I made about it around a month ago, where I said I would be ranking it for this Kirby month, you know I'm not that crazy about it, but it's not bad. I put it third at the bottom, right above Pinball Land. I do prefer the pinball board in Toy Box, so I guess there is that. But for real, where do I rank Kirby and the Forgotten Land? Well, judging by what I've already said, very highly. While I don't think it's the kind of game that can never be topped, I do think it's a great first effort, one that beats out most of Kirby's 2D endeavors. A series like Kirby that's all about exploration and immersing yourself in the environments just really benefits from the added dimension. There are some things that I'm not crazy about, like I said, but aside from not being able to turn off the slide locking onto enemies, I hate that, I can't think of anything that I really hate about it. Maybe a speedrun trick here or there bothers me, but running the game as a whole, I actually think it's really fun. The more time that passed, the more I appreciated what the game had to offer, and I knew it was going in the top 10 somewhere. Before long, it had kinda reached the top 5, even above the likes of Canvas Curse and Dreamland 3. But it was around Kirby's Adventure, my actual number 5, where things got tough. Adventure is the literal first memory I have of my life, but despite all of that, I said it already, that third dimension, it really adds a lot. It's also got a simplicity to it that future 3D games probably aren't going to have, being sequels and all. And even if they do, this was still the first one that did it. And that simplicity works better here than in Adventure, which has some issues with repeating abilities and performance issues. Then came Superstar, arguably the most influential game in the series. I've kind of grown to think that it influenced a lot more outside of Kirby than in, but that doesn't mean that future games weren't influenced by Superstar. But if we just look at Superstar and Forgotten Land, KFL hasn't had the chance to be influential yet, even though we know it will be. It's razor thin, but when two games are this close together, I gotta nitpick, and Superstar has some control issues that ever so slightly bother me. The physics and feel of the game can feel off sometimes, especially in Gourmet Race, while Forgotten Land Kirby feels fantastic, and the abilities, few as there are, all feel distinct and control a lot smoother compared to the jankiness of Superstar. Of course, that jankiness is exactly why I rank Superstar so highly, so this was really tough. Then came Planet Robobot. This was easy. Look, I love Forgotten Land, but it did not have a chance here. I'm not sure when another game will come out that can compare to the trio of Superstar Ultra, Return to Dreamland, and Planet Robobot, at least for me, but Forgotten Land is the first one, at least for Kirby, that's come close. I will say that during my 24-hour birthday stream, I not only confirmed that my initial rankings from 2 years ago, aside from adding games after the fact, hadn't changed, but I had also put Forgotten Land in the top tier with the aforementioned trio, instead of the high tier with games like Superstar. I've gone back and forth on that specifically, and while I am definitely keeping Forgotten Land at number 4, it being top tier or high tier specifically may change. I'm keeping it in the top tier for now, but we'll see going forward. So, there you go. Forgotten Land is my number 4, and the somehow not dead classic game, Kirby's Toy Box, is... God, what is Toy Box? I think 35th? Avalanche was 34. When I did the rankings 2 years ago, I added 3 games since. Toy Box is 3rd from the bottom. Who cares? What matters is, even though it's a day late, like it always seems to be, Kirby month is over. Finally, I can rest. I hope you enjoyed these videos, and even though the rest of the year won't have daily uploads quite like this, keep your eyes peeled on the channel as I'll have more videos coming throughout the year. But for now, I'm gonna go relax a little bit, play more of these games that I spent the whole month rambling about. Except for Toy Box, I've had enough of that game for a lifetime, thank you. Until I see you all lovely people again, I have been Claire, Kirby fan. Thank you so much for watching, and one last time, I am done!